Good morning, YouTube audience. Good morning. Well, I know what you're thinking out there. You're thinking I've completely lost my sanity. Why would the title of my live stream today be Create a Cartoon with Tahoma instead of Create a Cartoon with Krita? Have you lost your mind, Dave? What are you doing? Well, there are some practical considerations, but I did go ahead and load up the latest version of Tahoma, and I took a few minutes to customize the rooms the way I like them. Double check a few of the hotkeys, look for bugs a little bit, but no, I have not abandoned my precious Krita. No, but for the current sequence, I figured, what the heck? Let's give. Hey, yeah, early stream. Well, it's about just about 7 a.m. here, and normally I'm up at about somewhere between 4 and 7 a.m. Sometimes I sleep in, you know. Happily, I work at home, so I have that option if I really want to, but I tend to be an early riser, so. Anyway, yeah, so I tested out OBS Classic the other day for streaming, so I'm actually using that right now, which gives me quite a bit less flexibility actually in terms of doing transitions and to other screens, but for the most part I've been keeping everything on one screen anyway. So let's get busy. Let's quit yakking and start rocking. Okay, so we finished up, let's see, this sequence back here with TNR and Carliana and Belder. And so what I got to do is we're actually transitioning into a whole new sequence here. So what I'm going to do is I think that painting this background, if you look really closely, you can see you've kind of got the village and the kings, kind of the palace, which is sort of a takeoff on the Taj Mahal here. And then up on the mountain, over the crest of this mountain, or hill I guess you should say, it's kind of a plateau, is the monastery, if you will, where Asher and Mel live. Well, this is kind of a whole session of its own, painting that, so I'm going to skip that for today and get on to some character stuff. So here's the sequence. I don't know how easy or difficult this is to see. It might be easier to look in the story, but yeah, let's look at the storyboard. Let's do this. We'll pop this open. So, well, we can't do that because these are transparent pings, but what we can do is open this up a bit. So this is where we're at. We go to the monastery, and Asher is. I think when we see this, we're going to hear Asher's voice, because I see here in my notes when I created the storyboard image, I said something about consequences. So I think this is probably what I had in mind was Asher saying, you need to think about the consequences of your actions. Okay, I don't know if I like that idea, and I can't recall what is actually. Yeah, that's what's in the script. Melchizedek, you've got to learn to consider the consequences of your actions. I mean, look at me. Okay, that's what actually is supposed to happen. So most of this line of dialogue will take place as we are panning over this background image. So I think that's probably pretty clear. I mean, look at me. And what does he do? He swings his shirt open, and we see that he's got the big ink stain all over his garment, which is all Mel's fault because he spilled ink all over the ceremonial garment while he was doing laundry. And that was some shots we were working on, last week or whatever. Okay, so here we have Mel kind of squatted down looking, and he's saying, I am so sorry. Okay, so he's really trying to choke back the laughter. I'm thinking another shot where his hands go up over his mouth, and he's like trying to cover his mouth would be good. And so, let's say that Asher is nonplussed in his response to that, to Mel. But then there's a knock at the door. Well, a knock at the door, and suddenly something slid under the door. And outside, you hear a soldier say, "This is a proclamation," which is relevant to the marriage of the king, or the prince, I should say. Okay, so let's just look at the script here. Asher removes his garment to reveal a huge ink stain on Asher's ceremonial robe. Mel is hard-pressed to choke back laughter. I am so sorry, Asher. Noise emanates from the foot of the door. Blah, 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 blah. A proclamation by the order of the Honorable Golek. Read it. The soldier finishes his pronouncement, turns away, pulling out another copy of the pronouncement from a stack. Asher, okay, so let's jump back to here. So they see this. That's kind of a lame drawing, I must say. We'll skip that. Reaches down, grabs the proclamation, puts it up. He's checking it out. What is it? The prince is to be betrothed to Tianara. Okay. Who's Tianara? Kalyana's daughter. That girl? So the girl that Mel's been thinking about turns out to be the girl who is promised to be married to the prince. So, lucky prince. So, sucks to be you, Mel. So you can see we have a fair amount of... pretty much that's where the sequence ends. So, these 4 rows of storyboard pretty much comprise what we're working on. So, well, we got a couple ways we could approach this, actually. I wonder, this would be a bold move right here. What if we take all these and just drag them into Tahoma? Let's see what happens. I'm feeling frisky. Let's go for it. So I'm going to grab this little batch, and we're gonna just for fun, we're gonna sort of push Tahoma. I'll bet you it's gonna put it in. It's probably gonna put them on separate layers, I bet. Now, do I want to import these or load them? I think I'll load them. Yeah, it puts them on separate layers. That's kind of a stinky thing. How many layers did it create? Yeah, there's quite a few. Well, now we have a choice. We can try to recover from that little boo-boo, or we can just kind of do it the hard way and go like this. I'm going to say... Actually, yeah, let's go ahead and... I need to change my hotkeys, though, because I like to use Z, not Control-Z as a hotkey. So now the question becomes... One of the reasons I'm using Tahoma today is because I want to find out, as I try to preserve a workflow that cleaves as closely to what I'm used to in Krita, what problems am I going to bump into along the way? Now, at any point in time, we can jump back to Krita and simply... cut and paste, art from Krita into Tahoma, so it's no problem to do that. So I'm guessing that in a normal workflow, that's what I'd do. I'd actually be working in Krita, and then when necessary, I'd be jumping back to Tahoma and go ahead and, just do the animation stuff on the Tahoma side. I'm deliberately choosing to push Tahoma a little harder today, just to kind of see what I can get away with in terms of my work. So, what we'll do is, instead of crying about the fact that Tahoma wants to load those all into separate levels, let's just take a few of these. I want to explore this just for a moment. So, you guys, please indulge me. Hey, Dirt. Please indulge me. I'm going to take 5 drawings and drag them over here to Tahoma. Okay, so now it seems to me, I could be wrong here, but this might be, it could be an example of where the simplifications that Jeremy's put into Tahoma may in fact be a bit of a problem compared to perhaps the greater flexibility that we've had in OpenToonz, because I'm pretty sure OpenToonz, in the same situation, gives you the choice to either put them all in sequence on one layer or one level versus put them all on separate levels. And this is a case where what we really wanted to do was put them in a sequence. So what I'm doing right now, or at least I thought I was doing, is running OpenToonz, and there it goes. So I'm gonna pop open OpenToonz. I just want to see what it does under the same exact circumstances. So I probably need to be, and we'll go to the X sheet. That's fine. That'll work. Okay, so now, so let's pop this up here. And no, okay, so it would appear that I'm probably thinking of something else. I know that, like if you try to load like a Photoshop file, it'll ask you how you want to treat the layers. Do you want to put them on separate levels, or do you want to put them on a single one? Now, what I'm going to do here is I'll just load these as needed. So since these two really are pretty much one shot, I'm going to hit load again. Okay, the reason I'm loading, by the way, is so that presumably if I hit save all, because the images have been loaded, as opposed to, oh wait a second, hold on, I got to be careful here. Yeah, I'm bumping into quite a few things. Okay, this is going to require some explanation. What I'm doing right now is actually super dangerous, and I'll tell you why. For whatever reason, I don't really know why. Hey Darren, if you want to load these images as sequence, yeah, that's what I figured. I figured I'm going to have to actually rename them, maybe actually rename them sequentially. But what I'm thinking about right now, I'm glad you're here, Darren, not to like lean on you too heavily, but it's very possible I'm going to have some questions today. It wouldn't shock me. So, okay, what did I mean by I'm living dangerously here? If I load these, I'm actually just referencing them. So they're sitting here in the same folder. They weren't brought into the Tahoma extras folder, which is normally where it would import miscellaneous images to. And by the way, if I say something that's wrong, feel free to weigh in and correct me, Darren. However, I've mentioned over the last week or two, I've mentioned that the fact that all of these files are named with a minus sign, minus 326 instead of just the number 326. And that has to do with not wanting to, and I don't remember exactly why I had to do this, but it had to do with OpenToonz, the way it wanted to deal with image sequences. And the upshot of what I'm getting at now, I'm just kind of explaining to you guys in real time what I'm thinking about with Tahoma, is the following, and it's a big deal. By loading these in here, they're being referenced on disk. When I hit save all, theoretically each of these images gets resaved back to disk. Okay, why is this risky? Well, it's risky because before these files were named this way, and I'm looking at Darren's messages here, the file have to be in the same format as the images when you render them. Right, exactly. Okay. Back in days of yore, when I started this project, this storyboard was actually a single Toonz raster level. And I rendered it out, and then the rendered images became my storyboard. Okay, so I'm thinking out loud here, so forgive me guys for, I don't want to confuse anyone, but I want to be clear about what the heck's going on here. Okay, these images now, because of the way they're named, are not an image sequence. So the problem that just popped into my head that I might be about to bump into, I don't think is going to happen, and here's why. If these were an image sequence, when I hit save all, Tahoma or OpenToonz, either one, would try to resave the entire sequence, and hence very, very simplistic updates on my storyboard used to take, I'd have to sit and wait 90 seconds just to save my OpenToonz file. I didn't realize what was really going on was when I hit save all, it was resaving the entire image sequence. Well, that became a problem because when I jumped back to Faststone Image Viewer, okay, well, in my image viewer, I have the ability, as you can see right here, to do a custom sort, which means I can drag and rearrange these images, and the image viewer will remember the ordering, which becomes really convenient for setting up a storyboard and actually kind of editing my show to a degree right here in the storyboard. And so what used to happen was OpenToonz would resave the image sequence. I'd be sitting there, you know, befuddled because I couldn't understand why it was taking so long to save. And on top of all that, this entire storyboard file image sequence would get destroyed. The ordering would be completely boogered up. So, what is my point? I'm going to tell you. I hate to do this because it's going to take a minute to do, but I'm going to do a little bit of safety backup here. I'm actually going to take this folder, scenes. This is going to be a little bit painful. I'm going to take this folder, Control C, and I'm going to copy it over here to the S drive. I'm just going to make a backup of it, and it's going to take a while because there's a lot of stuff in there. Okay, and we can go ahead and move on. Why did I do that? I did that because I don't think I'm going to have a problem with my storyboard getting screwed up, but I think there's a teeny weeny possibility that I will. So I want to have that folder backed up so I can copy it back over if I need to. Okay, and you're sitting there going, I don't get it, Dave. Why does all that matter? And unfortunately, just because of the stupid file operation, everything on the system's kind of slowed to a crawl. At least I think that's the reason. Anyway, my point is, if I go ahead and draw over these storyboard images and hit save all, theoretically what should happen is the changed images that I've drawn over, like maybe to darken up the lines or make a correction, will get saved back to the storyboard. That would be a good thing. Okay? If there's something about the way those files get saved that causes my image viewer to get confused, I'm going to be a little bit bummed out. Okay? So right now, the aspect of all this that's a bit strange, let me look here. Okay, for whatever reason, it looks like Tahoma has decided to be unresponsive. Why? I have no idea. All I'm doing is making some copies over here. But meanwhile, Tahoma decided that if I click it right now, it's probably going to turn grayed out. Oh, it didn't. It actually came back to life, so that's good. Okay, so that's the good news is, therefore, that, okay, Tahoma's still being unresponsive. Oh, there you go. There you go. So why would copying some files in the background cause Tahoma to just essentially die? I have no idea. So we'll see how far we get with Tahoma today. But at this point, what are you going to do? Close the program. Unresponsive. I'm just going to restart it. And probably going to have to re-drag those images. Okay, so is there anything we can take from all this? Well, two things. Number one, I probably should have saved the Tahoma file before I, got really, really insane and dragged in a couple images. Yeah, I'm being a little snarky there. But no harm done. I'm going to save this as 326. And hopefully what we're going to find out is that it's, and now is that going to, I assume that's going to add the extension. Up here it says 326. Okay, so I think just for fun, I'm going to open my file browser and just take a look. File browser, file browser, file browser. Oh, no. File browser. Where are you? There you are. Love the file browser. Now, traditionally, the OpenToonz file browser has been a little bit challenged when it comes to being performant. Tahoma seems to perhaps represent some improvements in that regard. But what I'm going to do is just come down here and look at my Toonz files. And indeed, I was correct. Looky there. It actually added the extension, which I thought it would. So that's good news. All right, so we'll leave it at that for the moment. And now what we're going to do is we're going to grab 326, drag it in, and again, we are going to load it. And also, again, that might not be the smartest thing I've ever done, but I'm going to give it a crack. Alright, so now, having done that, while Tahoma continues to, I'm sorry, while the files save in the background, I'm going to just tighten up this drawing of Asher a bit. So, essentially I'm on a raster level here. So this is just plain old pixel art. So if you wanted to, not that you would because that would be insane, but if you wanted to actually keep all your art on a single layer, the way I often do, you really, if you want to do it cleanly, you'd pretty much want to do this. You'd want to go erase. You'd want to go ahead and erase little bits of it. And let's grab this brush here and kind of redraw things. Now, honestly, that's really not the right color. That's a little closer. So the disadvantage of doing, and this isn't too bad, you can have your pinky on the E key like this and your index finger on the B key, and it's pretty quick and easy to actually chop in this outline. So that's not too bad, but it really wouldn't be smart to do what I'm doing without cleaning up the so-called pencil test. Now it would be easier in all to just put it on new layers, I know that. But again, part of my purpose today is to look at kind of the way I've been working in Krita and say, because I like it, I mean that's really all there is to it, I just like the way it works, and say, hey, can I kind of sort of do some of the same things here in Tahoma? Like one thing I can do here is, just like I do in Krita, is hit the S key, and then I don't have to hit any other key to just go ahead and move things around and make adjustments like this. Not quite as powerful as the liquify tool, but still pretty good, actually. Pretty good. Alright, so now I have to really make sure I'm visualizing here. But also, I'm trying to just tighten up the drawing anyway, so. In other words, if the characterization isn't quite perfect, this is kind of my opportunity to fix it, right? So I do want to have closed lines because I am going to do some fill operations. So if you're a OpenToonz or Tahoma purist, you're probably going, well, why are you even using raster layer? Why not just put the ink and paint on a separate smart raster level? To which I say, yeah, I agree. I'm just trying this, okay? No, this is actually kind of an important, okay, so now I've got to be a little careful because this is actually where I need to hit Control Z. I gotta change that hotkey. I like just Z for a. Does the standard raster level let me use this tool? And it appears, oh my gosh, that it does. Now the downside might have to do with my line density. Let's find out. We're going to go like this, and if the multi-arc tool works, okay, so I'm going to hit enter and nothing happens. Okay, so I would call that just a little eensy weensy deficiency in the software, because what good software does is it doesn't actually allow you to do things that don't work. Okay, So I've complained about that with Krita. The quintessential complaint in Krita is that these little boxes where you put in things like the frame rate and the you know, the start and the end. The idea that it would even be possible to type letters into these boxes is like a stupid, it's like a major software deficiency, because by simply making it only possible to put in numbers, you eliminate a ton of mistakes. Because in Krita, if I change my frame rate to 8 and then I hit a hotkey, look what happens. I just hit the A key. Well, the A key appeared in the box, and now my animation won't play back. Okay, so that's a great example of, that's what we call stupid. Okay, there's no other word for it. It's just stupid, because it would take, I guarantee you it would take the developers like 1 minute to just change the parameters of these boxes so that they only allow numeric entry. You know, and it's been this way for literally years. So I tend to flag stupid when I see it, and what I just saw here in Tahoma was stupid. If this tool cannot be used on a raster level, then it should be grayed out, and it shouldn't be possible for me to well, maybe. Okay, Dirt says, Dirt's floating some ideas here. Let's make it really simple by drawing an ellipse. Okay, just draw, let go, nothing happens. No, I'm 99% sure, Darren, you can weigh in on this, but I'm really, and so that's, by the way, one of the reasons why we're doing this today. Trying to figure out what you can and can't do with Tahoma, what's good, what's bad, what's working, what's not working. So again, Darren, any of these shape tools. Okay, so initially what I did was I did a multi-arc. I went like this, and then I hit enter, and boop, nothing happened. So what I'm saying is, Tahoma should not even, this should be grayed out, and it should be impossible to even click it when I'm on a raster level. Why would you let somebody sit here and draw a bunch of stuff only to go, oh, ha, 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 fooled ya, fooled ya? You can't actually, yeah, the geometry tools don't work with raster brushes. Now, is that because of the MyPaint, their MyPaint brushes? Let's go to this. Now that's an interesting point. It could be that now it's going to work because I'm not using my paintbrushes. Ah, okay, that's the answer. That's the answer. Okay, so I'm gonna actually side with Darren on this one. I'm guessing he would say that it might be demanding a little more nuance of the program than is reasonable to suggest that the program should actually keep track of what type of brush you have selected. So I'm going to agree with him on that. So you don't even have to say it, Darren. I'm going to agree with you on that. So that's me being a little too picky. So what we'll do here, therefore, is I think that color is actually okay. So let's just kind of retreat, try not to be too much of a jerk here, and let's try the multi-arc. So now the question for me has to do with pressure. Normally, gosh, with ink lines, I'm normally looking at about a, let's just put the hardness at half and half. So I'm guessing this will probably be pretty close. Let's find out. Ooh, not even close. Holy cow. Whoa, that's bad. Okay, so what, 2 maybe? Even 2's pushing it, but yeah, 2's about right, so we'll go with that. Okay, cool. Let's make that change on the hotkeys like immediately. I'm going to configure my shortcuts, and what I'm looking for is undo. So thanks for the, and I'm going to just change this to Z. Z is already assigned to set key. Why in the world would you pick Z? Okay. Okay. Actually, I think the tools should watch which brush you're working with. Gray, the option doesn't work with your current brush type. That's why I P's with OT Tahoma. Yeah. Okay. So again, I want to be verbose here. So forgive me, guys, if you don't like it when I'm too verbose. But this is something I want to point out to you that's critically important to understand if you're going to dive into Tahoma. What I'm doing right now, again, may be extremely dangerous behavior. Here's why. What I learned about the zoom tool in Tahoma is that Jeremy hard-coded the hotkeys into the program. They can be overridden, but the overriding doesn't actually work. What will happen is you have a new hotkey for, say, zooming your screen, but the old hotkey is still in force. Now, I'm quoting him, by the way. I'm quoting Jeremy, because he told me in a chat somewhere, I don't remember where we were, but he told me that those hotkeys were hard-coded. So the reason I'm bringing this up is that right now Z is assigned to set key. What we have to find out now is if I change it to Control Z, I'm changing my undo hotkey to Z instead of Control Z. Now the question is, number one, will Z work? So let's find out. Boom. And I'm going to hit Z. Okay. And then what I'm a little leery of now is, are we going to discover that Z still sets hotkeys, or sets keys? In other words, keyframes. I'm hoping not, but that's just, I'm letting you guys know this is what's going through my mind based on things I've dealt with in the past with Tahoma. I think we're okay. The only way I can really find out actually is to hit the A key and move this around. Okay, so now we have a key here, and let's say on this frame I want to set a key as well. I don't want to wiggle it and have it automatically set a key. I want to do it manually. So now I'm going to hit the Z key. So it doesn't undo. So now I'm hitting Z, and see what's happening? Okay, so this kind of again points up some of the data management I've mentioned in the past about Tahoma and OpenToonz that's a little befuddling. Okay, so what's happening now is, indeed, this is good news that the Z key is not causing a keyframe to be set. The bad news is that when I hit undo, what happens is now my drawing is disappearing. Because, sorry, that was my mistake right there. Okay, and again, see what I'm doing? I'm hitting Z. Look, nothing's happening. And I'll bet you if I go back to my earlier drawing, yeah. Yep. Okay. So Tahoma's idea of undo is to go to me that OBS Classic is also disconnecting, although maybe not as frequently as what we had the other day. Okay, so if I accidentally create a drawing that I didn't really want, undo does me no good. If I accidentally add a keyframe that I didn't want, hey Walter, undo does me no good. Undo literally doesn't work. The only thing undo does is over here, and by the way, what's kind of problematic about that is if you're on the wrong frame, okay, so you accidentally created a drawing. Oops, accidentally created another drawing. Oops, accidentally created another animation keyframe. Okay, so now the interesting thing is, let me go back here, and I'm going to take, I'll just take my B key and just do a little tracing here, so you guys can see this. Okay, you see 1, 2, 3, 4. So how many strokes did I just lay down? Maybe 6? Okay, now watch. If I go here, and oops, I created another drawing. I hit the A key. Oops, I created another animation keyframe. I don't want any of this stuff. So I start hitting undo. So for me, that's the Z key. I just set the hotkey. I hit undo. Well, nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. Well, actually, surprise, surprise, when I come back to my drawing back here, I'm going to find out something has been happening. Tahoma has been undoing all of my drawing instead of undoing my actual steps in my workflow. Okay? So, again, this is not Jeremy's fault. It's not Tahoma's fault. What you're seeing right here is something that's been present in OpenToonz for a long, long time. And I'm happy to show this to you because sometimes I get on these rants where I talk about the fact that I'll say something like, you know, all these people that are saying, why don't you use this software, why don't you use that software, and I'll tell them, you know, it doesn't matter what software you use. You have to go deeper than just poking at 50,000 different software packages and doing little 3-second toy animations where you do in fact prove to yourself that yes, I can make things move on the screen. Okay? You have to get way, way, way past that level to discover that the software isn't the happy euphoria that it's cracked up to be. That's why I'm showing you this right now. This is a tremendously useful example of how that's true with OpenToonz. It's not a Tahoma thing. OpenToonz does the same thing. The undo situation in OpenToonz and Tahoma is actually disastrous to a degree, because it would be pretty easy to be over here working on something and not realizing you're destroying other work that you wanted to keep. It really, really can happen. It's not a cool thing, but it is what it is. So I'm going to hit the delete key here. Looks like these have to be deleted one by one. I don't even want that key, and we're kind of back to the original drawing. Okay, so now at this point we're going to test the other thing that I don't think is going to be a problem, but let's find out. What the heck are you talking about, Dave? Here's what I'm talking about. This storyboard art, as you guys may be aware, if you've been hanging around here for a bit, was loaded into Tahoma. It was not imported into Tahoma. If I import it, it's going to get copied into Tahoma's internal folders, I believe the extras folder. If I load it, it's simply being brought into Tahoma, like here it is, from my file system, and it's being referenced. This exact image is being referenced here in the Tahoma file. So now we're going to test and find out what happens. I don't think it's going to be a problem, but I want to find out. And this is actually the reason why, Darren, speaking to what you said earlier, that is actually specifically why this is not a proper image sequence. If this was a proper image sequence, and I know this to be true, if this was not just a list of images but was in fact an image sequence, then if I hit save all, it would not just save this image. It would save all 800 drawings in the sequence. And the whole save operation would take all day. Well, actually, in reality, it takes a couple minutes, but it's a couple long-ass minutes. And actually, look at what just happened, by the way. Did you guys just see that? That's another thing that I'll tell you is disastrous. Actually, that's not good at all. What I just did was I drew a line, and then I hit the Z key because I wanted to get rid of this line. And you know what Tahoma did? It got rid of this line down here. That means that under the hood, Tahoma literally has no freaking idea what your order of operations actually is. See that? Look at that. I'm drawing lines and I'm hitting undo, and it's my old lines that are disappearing. If that's not fucked up software, I don't know what is. Okay? Darren, you want to weigh in with a different opinion? I suspect you can agree with me on that one. That's not cool. I mean, you say, well, that's no big deal, Dave. Just hit your erase key and undo that way. And I will say, yes, you are correct. Of course you can. But for me, that creeps me out a little bit, because it means that there's no question that under the hood, Tahoma is horribly broken in terms of its data management. And that means you just don't know when all of your work's going to get destroyed because of the way Tahoma's managing your data. Again, this is the kind of stuff you don't see when you're just poking at the software and you're believing all the hype about how great all the new features are. You don't see it. You get a little deeper, you get into something a little more complex, something that's actually cool, you find out the software oftentimes, yeah, the undo system is horrendous. Thank you, sir. Once you notice it's gone wrong, you're best to restart Tahoma. So there's your solution. There's your solution. Not being snarky against you, Darren, at all. I appreciate your input. But for under any, in other words, this is what Jeremy should do. Okay? The true thing we are going to do for 3 months is fix things. And not only, and you say, well, yeah, but there's always bugs. That's true. Okay? So here's the mindset. The mindset is I'm going through every line of code, and I'm going to document the code within the code with pseudocode and comments. In other words, there's no such thing as a line of code in my software that I do not absolutely, completely understand exactly what it does, and I understand what it cannot do. Now, the excuse to not do that is typically the fact that your software, like in the case with Tahoma or OpenToonz, it's built on Qt. So you have really, really massive, what we call in software development, we call them dependencies. That means that the software you're writing is dependent on very, very big software libraries, some of which you're not even able to go in and look at. Sometimes you're just referencing the binary version. In other words, it's actually a library you're linking to, as opposed to actually baking their source code into your program. So it does become difficult when your dependencies are buggy. May I say to you guys, there is no way that the undo system in OpenToonz and Tahoma has anything to do with dependencies at all. Okay? No way. Nope. You do stuff. When you do stuff, the software knows you did stuff, and the interface responds accordingly. And no, this is not a dependency problem or anything like that. This is just a puke system that's been buggy from day one, and nobody bothered to go in and fix it. And if you wonder why this makes me a little jaundiced in my attitude towards, and it's not just open source software either. Commercial software is the same way. I suppose the difference is with commercial software, this is a fair point one could make about, say, Clip Studio Paint, is that if they had a problem in the software like what we just saw here in Tahoma, pretty much they would probably have enough paying customers that would be complaining really loudly that they actually would fix it. Okay. Now here's the really sad news that's going to bum you guys out if you're like really into open source software. Let's just follow the logic here. What we just saw with the undo system in Tahoma is beyond ridiculous, actually. I mean, it's unforgivably bad. Again, that's not Jeremy's fault. The problem's been there in OpenToonz for at least years, probably since the release of version 1. Okay. But if it doesn't get fixed, then that tells us one of a couple things. The bad news I was alluding to is that it might tell us that actually the real dirty little secret is that there's quite, right? So everyone would be complaining if they were bumping into this problem. How the hell could you use OpenToonz for more than an hour straight trying to do an actual scene and not bump into that problem? I just bumped it. How long have I been live streaming today? I've been live streaming, half an hour or something? And I started at 7. So okay, I've been live streaming for 40 minutes, and in 40 minutes I have bumped into a catastrophic, serious, game-changing, you're not going to use this program type level of bug. I mean, that's how big a bug, a flawed undo system like that is that big of a deal. You can still work with it. You can still deal with it. It's possible. But holy cow, if you were paying for this software, you would not tolerate that. You'd be all over the developers to fix it, like yesterday, right? Of course you would, because your livelihood depends on it. So again, that's the bad news. The bad news is actually nobody's doing much with OpenToonz. Everybody's poking at it. Everybody's talking about it, but nobody's actually getting anything done. Okay, obviously that's a very cynical view. But it's probably mostly true. Now the other side of it is that the development community, which I think in the case of Tahoma maybe consists of a half dozen people, but it's mainly Jeremy. It's Jeremy's project. It could be that the developers really truly just don't have time to address all the bugs, and it is possible that they're not aware of this. But I mean, come on. Yeah. I mean, Darren, you're one of the premier gurus on YouTube. A community of tens of millions of people. You're one of the premier guys about OpenToonz and Tahoma, and yet you just came out and said, without missing a beat, that the undo system is horrendous. So obviously the undo system has been horrendous for a long, long time. This is not news, is my point. It's not news. Now a fair question is, Dave, why don't you fix it? And I'll tell you exactly why I don't fix it. It's the same reason I'm not involved with the Krita development. It's mainly because number one, getting around these stupidities actually does not take that long in practice. So as ridiculous as it is, it's actually less hassle for me because I want to stay focused on making a cartoon. It's less hassle for me to just deal with the stupidities. That's the truth. Number two, in order to just build OpenToonz from source, you're not going to believe this, because the entire program's what, maybe a couple hundred megabytes. I mean, it's not a big program. OpenToonz is not a big program. It's really not. Now, the underlying Qt code base, it's pretty big, but think about it. There's nothing. Everything you see in this interface could be created extremely easily. Well, of course they know about it. Exactly. Okay, so here's my point. If you took every little thing I'm mousing over right now and you say each one of these, let's make them either an SVG file, which is in fact what they are in OpenToonz, or turn them into a little ping. Okay, little tiny image. Okay, so all of these, you've got a little bit of maybe algorithmically generated graphics here with, you're doing graphics API calls to draw little lines, for that. Maybe the same thing with the spreadsheet. Okay, but Baseplex user interface in a cross-platform manner, well, the best and most performant platform for doing that exists in every single person's web browser. Okay, the web browser is an extremely performant compositing environment. You may not realize that. The HTML canvas is really performant, and that's because the biggest, baddest companies in the world had put a lot of resources into making it performant. Because for every person that uses OpenToonz, there's 30 million people that are using a web browser. Okay? My point is there's nothing hard about the interface. You could say, well, it's built on Qt, and Qt is a really big code base. That's true, but it doesn't have to be built on Qt. And when I look at the comments related to Krita development that I have seen, because I've kind of gone and lurked a little bit to see what the developers community is saying. So as I think I mentioned this the other day, is that some of the frustrations that they express have to do with the fact that Qt just, for example, got switched to a new version. Well, now we got to change a bunch of stuff in Krita because of the new Qt version. To which I say, what? Why do you have to chase the Qt version? Sometimes there are reasons why you do, actually. And it's got to do with oh boy, I'm getting into some crazy territory here probably for a lot of the people that might watch, but it's got to do with the cross-platform implications of Qt and where else it's being adopted and blah, 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 blah. But the long story short is that it could be fairly said that one of the challenges that the Krita developers face has to do with staying up to date with the latest, greatest version of Qt, because Krita is built on Qt. Well, guess what? So is OpenToonz. They're both built on Qt. It's the same exact platform in terms of the code framework. I don't know if you knew that. Well, yeah. And by the way, so is Pencil 2D. So the point I was trying to say earlier, the question obviously that I sort of imposed on myself is, well, Dave, why don't you fix these bugs? The interface of OpenToonz, as I just said, is not actually that particularly difficult. Like if you wanted to recreate OpenToonz interface, but it doesn't actually do anything, it just looks the same, would not be that big of a job. Okay? Well, if you're talking about a program that's maybe a couple hundred megabytes, then the question you must ask yourself is, geez, if I'm gonna build it against the source, what do you really need to do? Just, you know, download the source code and build it. So you're going to need obviously a C++ compiler, and unfortunately you're going to have to include Qt, and you're going to have to include Boost, and you're going to, you know, on and on it goes. Guess what? Just to be able to build OpenToonz from source requires me to install something like 60 gigabytes of crap, 59.7 gigabytes of which never gets used for anything at all. I'm not joking, people. And by the way, I've done it. And for simplicity, because these sorts of things often are simpler, if you build it on Linux, I built it on Linux, or I tried to build it on Linux, immediately ran into a bunch of errors where the instructions for building it turned out to be wrong. I messaged Jeremy. I said, hey, Jeremy, I'm trying to build Tahoma. It was actually Tahoma, by the way, not OpenToonz. I messaged Jeremy. I said, hey, trying to build it on Linux. Followed your instructions here on the website. Getting these errors. Can you point me to some guidance? And Jeremy's answer was, gee, Dave, I don't have a clue. I haven't built Tahoma on Linux. Okay. So I'm like, oh, that was a surprise. So it turns out that what Jeremy's actually doing is building Tahoma on Windows, I think. Might be Mac, but I think it's Windows. And then any knowledge related to building it on Linux is actually coming from other people. So you're going to have to really dive into the community a bit more and figure out who out there actually knows what they're doing when it comes to building Tahoma on Linux. I mean, for me, probably the solution to that problem would be, okay, give it up, just build it on Windows, you know, and that's probably a better choice for me, actually. But you see what I'm saying? These are the type of things you run into. It's like me running into a broken undo system in less than a half hour the first time I run Tahoma. First time I run it. Boom. Major, major, major problem in the software. Amar, I would be willing to bet $100 that you're wrong. I'm sure it's not less bloated on Mac. I'm sure it's not. The basic equation when it comes the cleanest development pathway pretty much is Linux, mainly, and Mac's going to be similar to Linux because essentially under the hood the Mac might as well be Linux. It really pretty much is, actually. It's certainly a Unix-like operating system, but it seems less bloated because their methodology for dealing with all the dependencies is a little cleaner than on Windows. Basically, on Windows, you need to install everything. You got to install Qt. Probably you're going to install Qt. So the instructions for building the software often, not sometimes, often turn out to be just plain wrong. It's the same reason why the documentation is often incomplete. You know, it takes a lot of effort. I mean, to the credit of the developers, it takes a lot of effort just to document your own software. It takes a lot of time. I'm just making the philosophical argument as a developer myself that it seems to me that the documentation is actually more important than the code. Not so much as far as user documentation, but the documentation in the code. You know, when NASA writes software, because obviously if their software is buggy, people instantly die. What NASA does is they're going to have twice as many lines of code that are actually documentation than the code itself. So it's truly not about writing the code. It's actually about writing what the code does. The actual code itself is very compact compared to the description of what the code does. And it turns out the thing that's important is knowing what the code does. And that's because when you go back and look at the code 2 months later, you will not, I guarantee you, you will not know what your own code does. You're going to look at it and you go, oh man, what was I thinking when I wrote that? You know, it works most of the time, but it doesn't work over here in this situation, and so now I have to fix it. But you know what? Oh my God, it's going to take me all day long and probably into tomorrow just to figure out how this particular little section of code even works. And oh my goodness, my boss is climbing up my ass to get this other thing done over here because he wants it done yesterday. And you know what? I think we're just going to live with the bug. I think we're just going to forget about it. That's what happens in the real world. And it happens all the time. And so the bugs don't get fixed because there's a lot of pressures coming to bear that quite literally prevent the bugs from getting fixed. So, yeah, at the end of the day, it's not that big a deal. I mean, the reality is that Tahoma's working. We're about to find out if it has another problem by hitting Control S. Boop, done. Okay, what I just did actually is I hit Save All. Okay, now this is interesting. I hit Save All, and then the Tahoma interface froze. That's interesting. Okay, that took a little longer than one would have thought, but okay, especially because there's like nothing in this scene except one level and one cell. But, okay, I just did it again. So I've saved it. So what should have happened, yes, very good. Okay, this is good news. So what did happen is when it did save all, it actually saved this image back to the hard drive, and it didn't monkey with anything else. Nothing else got boogered up. So that's really good news. Well done, Tahoma. As much as I might complain, I do want to give credit where credit is due. Okay. So I'm taking a sip of my tasty beverage and looking at Amar's comments. Amar, dude, you got a lot of comments going this morning. Okay. Talk about bugs. I either don't use the software. So are you saying that, okay, Amar, you are a Clip Studio guy, but I know a lot of your work lately has been Blender. So my question to you is, are you deep into Clip Studio enough to confidently say that it's extremely bug-free-ish? I mean, if you want to talk about, let me, I'm going to jump up here on my browser. I'm going to duck into another place while I'm waiting to see if there's a... Okay, cool. Rarely ever get a crash. Okay, that's fair. I mean, that's, for me, that's how, Blender 2.79 is. Very rarely crashes. So when I wrote this drawing software, I didn't get very far because there just really, and to this day I would say there really hasn't been a point. But the drawing part of it works pretty well. The inking part of it works pretty well. It's got a smoothing function, as you can see. Just like it's using an algorithm that I think is probably pretty close to what you see in the weighted smoothing in Krita. And then it's got the polyarc tool, which I came up with a long time before it ever showed up in OpenToonz. But again, to take this and turn it into usable software is, I'd rather spend my time doing animation at this point. Otherwise, I probably would actually, because it's a lot of fun. I mean, I really enjoy software development actually. Okay, I'm gonna say I'm gonna actually erase this. I'm gonna erase this and redraw it. Reason being, I'm gonna reapproach this intelligently. I've been doing too much yakking, and the reality is that the the characterization's actually all wrong anyway. So let's just redo this and start getting some actual work done. Okay, so we need a picture of yeah, I basically never get crashes from Blender 2.79. I think it's crashed like twice in the last year. I did get a crash a couple weeks ago. I can't remember what I was doing, but okay, so what I want to do is essentially think about the timing here, and let's get Asher actually looking like Asher, and then we'll do the smart thing and put the ink lines. What I'm going to do is I'm going to treat this the way I would in Krita. Now, going back to when I started, yeah, and 2.8 and 2.9 Blender are absolutely extremely stable, surprisingly so, actually, considering it's such new software. But you know, Blender seems to be getting some things right in their development pipeline. Definitely. So I had said that what I'm trying to do is see how well I can sort of adapt my normal workflow in Krita up over to Tahoma, just to see. You know, I was curious. There's not a huge cost to trying that in terms of the time, because these drawings are all going to be just as useful, even if I have to bring them back into Krita eventually. So I'm going to do save all again and just see if everything's sort of working as expected here. And it is, so everything's good. So again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a pencil test, and then I'm going to jump to another level to do the ink lines, and I'm going to do the ink lines. Let me think about this. You know, Darren, this might surprise you, but I may go ahead and use vectors today. I may do the ink lines with vectors and probably put the color on a separate layer also with vectors, so that I can use the filled shape tool, because that is pretty much how I do it in Krita usually. So it'll be interesting to see. Cool beans, Amar. Always appreciate your input, man. Okay, okay, so we've got a little hotkey problem. It used to be that the H key gave us a horizontal flip. So I'm going to go save all again just to save my work as it is. Looks like Tahoma is taking a moment to save the image, but no big deal. So I'm going to go to my shortcuts, and I guess what I want to put in is HOR for horizontal. Flip viewer horizontally. That should be an H. Okay, that's interesting. Decrease minimum. Okay, okay. What if we use the M key? Pinch tool? Yeah, let's do that. Okay, that's cool, because that means this is going to be the same as Krita, because it's the M key in Krita. So that's probably more sensible for me anyway. So that's cool. All right, so what I wanted to find out here is if this drawing is a little bit off, and I would say actually not too bad. Not too bad. So this is where you can see that the selection tool in Tahoma is really pretty good. You know, the way it lets you sort of squish things around. Not quite as flexible as Krita's Liquify tool, but if you really need to go to that level, I would say this. If you're doing a pencil test and you need to really squish things around, just redraw it. Just redraw the line. If you really need to squish things around, then you're probably not in pencil test mode. You're probably doing final animation. You know, this is real. And if that's the case, well then, why are you even trying to do it this way? You might as well just use the plastic tool and have all of its advantages. Kinda sorta makes sense? I hope so. Okay, so not sure I'm happy with his expression there. So we need to exaggerate this a little bit more. Okay, and then let's think a little bit about his garment. Okay, let's just say we're gonna give him a collar. Almost yeah, he's looking a little bit Roman, actually, I would say. Let's back up here, just so I can see this. So the B key matches Krita. I'm liking being able to flip my canvas. There I already saw an error. That's why you want to flip. Holy cow, flipping is so good. Flipping is just absolutely mandatory. Yeah, I'm seeing a little. Okay, I'll show you how you can use the. If you want an effect that's more like the liquefy tool, this is about as close as you can get. What you do is you grab a selection. You can sort of carefully grab what you want to select like that, and now you can just on that selection you can stretch stuff. Okay, so as long as you're careful about what you're selecting, you can actually get effects very similar to what you can do in Krita with the liquefy tool. Arguably, in some respects, it's almost better actually, because it does give you such good control without artifacts that I will not explain what I mean by that right now. Okay, so let's talk about Beauty and the Beast. I had mentioned the contrast between Anastasia and Beauty and the Beast after watching about 10 minutes of each the other day. And now I've watched all of Anastasia. And I will say, I'm going to stand by my assessment. That is a bad movie. And it's not a bad movie because of anything to do with the animation, really. I mean, I mentioned there's a little bit of a contrast between the stuff that seems to me to have been rotoscoped. But no, the problem I see with Anastasia is initially I was like, okay, this is a cool concept. You know, these guys are trying to carry out this scam with the lost princess, if you will, and they don't even realize that they've got the real thing in their hands. I thought, that's a cool concept, actually. You can build an interesting story around that. Well, the problem is, isn't there always a problem? The problem, once I got through it, it was hard to get through. Okay, I was mentioning the density I see in Beauty and the Beast the other day, the density of humor. I didn't see any of that in Anastasia. It's very, very straight. It's what I would call on the nose. As a scriptwriter, when you say something's on the nose, it's the idea that you're writing. You're just there's no. How do I say this? The problem with Anastasia is there's no charm to it. It has no charm. You don't empathize with Rasputin at all. You don't feel bad for him. You know, he's not a haunted or sympathetic villain in any way. In fact, he's actually tacked onto the show, and you kind of look at, even though historically Rasputin was a very major figure with a very interesting story in real life, in the movie, you know, what purpose did he really even serve? And then they sort of use a little bit of magic to make his body fall apart, so now he's kind of motivated. But really, he didn't really even fit in the story very well at all. So the little bat creature just seemed to be pasted in to the story. Alright, this is not too bad. Let me zoom out a little bit, and I don't necessarily like the framing though. I think I'm a little too big. So I'm gonna, I would actually have a disconnect and reconnect there, but you can see the rule of thirds in Tahoma. It's these little icons up on this thing. Very, very useful. Definitely will help you stay on track. So now what I'm going to do is I'm not going to I guess I will make a duplicate here. Okay, so now I'm going to hit the save button. This is not a deficiency of Tahoma. This is actually okay. I got to be careful here. So I need to explain this because you guys are going to be like, what the heck are you, what's going on right now? Okay. Remember, this first drawing, I'm going to save this. The first drawing I dragged in from my storyboard. Okay, fine, no problem. Well, I wasn't thinking a moment ago. When I hit the D key, I'm essentially trying to create a duplicate image in an image sequence when in fact this is not an image sequence. So Tahoma actually did the right thing. It created a new blank drawing, and it's like, okay, dude, you know, you're kind of on your own here. So if I want to make this actually work, this is actually quite dangerous. So if I hit save all, which I think I did, theoretically it should have created another image, and if ever I was going to really booger up my storyboard, this would be the time. I'm actually going to hit F5 and see if that's indeed exactly what happened. That would be pretty uncool. So okay, we're okay here, folks. The disaster did not happen. The proper course of action is this. Delete this, re-grab this, and let's learn our lesson. And our lesson is you probably are better off to import. Okay, so it already created this in the extras folder, but that is probably not. That's probably because of what happened a moment ago when I created the duplicate image. So I'm going to overwrite the existing file, and now this is actually being kept in the Tahoma extras folder. It is not linked to my storyboard anymore. And again, that is more consistent with my normal way of working in Krita, because I've always liked the fact that when I I'm looking at Amar's comment. The vectors are a ton better in Tahoma. Okay, so I'm guessing your next comment is not connected to that. You're saying there's already a button for it. It's on the play bar, right next to the zoom tools. Oh yes, right. Well, I already knew that, but it wasn't linked to the hotkey. Was my complaint? Yeah, because I've always got my left hand on the keyboard, right? So now what I'm going to do is hit the D key, and this is interesting. Look at this. So Tahoma has taken an interesting approach, because even though I imported the image, when I hit the D key, which is supposed to duplicate the image, nothing happened. I'm going to make a little change to my rooms. I'm going to unlock my interface so I can add the draw strip. Okay, because I actually use the draw strip, reference it quite often. Level strip, I mean. Okay, so this needs to actually go right here, and then we're going to relock the interface, and I'm actually going to close it. So I'm going to hit File, Save All, and then I'm going to close Tahoma and reopen it, just to make sure it's convinced that I want to not change the interface. That way, because otherwise if there's a crash, the changes to the interface probably aren't going to take. I think I want 326. Yeah. Okay, so now here's my question. Obviously this is not properly linked to this, and you can see it over here in the level strip. Okay, so it's still treating this as a single drawing. Okay, so we can kind of rectify that to a degree by going Control C, and then let's go into this drawing. I probably need to hit the S key first, and then hit Control V. So now, okay, interestingly, almost horrifyingly to a degree, but interestingly, now it seems to have linked these two into a single. Looks like OBS Classic just reconnected again. So we're doing okay here, folks. We're actually doing okay. It's maybe going a little slower than one might prefer, but not too horrible. Not too horrible. I decided today was going to be a bit of a learning experience, and so it has been. Whoops. Okay, so question here, of course, is, are we going to break this into pieces? I did a test earlier, by the way. I want to tell you there is some good news about this. with quickly cutting a character apart like I do in Krita to just paste it into a separate raster level, and it worked just fine. So which means, I don't know if it's clear what I mean by that, but what that means, sorry, is that the setting up a puppet animation is pretty easy actually in Tahoma. So I'm going to stretch his arm. I want to really exaggerate this more. This seems kind of anemic the way I did it. So I always have to jump to my mouse here. By the way, this is something that makes this makes the selection. In Krita, I typically make a selection and then I hit the transform tool. In Krita, this transform anchor point locks at the edge, so you can only go to here. Whereas in Tahoma, you can put it way the heck out here. You can put it anywhere you want in your scene. So this is a little bit of an advantage. Okay, and then we'll just hit the E key to erase that. So the question here, of course, becomes: should we actually break Asher up into pieces and do the animation on a puppet? And I'm going to say probably not. We don't really have enough going on here to justify the extra setup work. So now that I'm kind of yakking a little less, I would say that in this case we're probably better off to just stick with knocking out some drawings in a hurry and approaching it that way. So there's that. Okay, so he's sort of got this little bit of a, I don't know, some kind of decoration here on the, this is actually wrong. Okay, and then this would hang down like this, and we'll kind of say his garment's gonna open out like this, and then what we want to do is, okay, so now this is working fine. This is good. The hotkeys to switch keyframes. Okay, so this was kind of a mental note, but really doesn't belong in there actually. What really would be happening is oh, that's not right. What am I thinking? Key. And why don't we just kind of do it the traditional way by putting in some onion skins. I'm actually liking the onion skins there. That's not too bad. Let me turn them off for a second. I want to check this. Okay, yeah. So what we're seeing happen here is that it's kind of, oh, I see what's going on. Okay. So what Tahoma's doing is, I've never noticed this in OpenToonz, where it's got multiple, I guess calling this the level strip does make sense, because it's showing what's in the level. So I guess if I moved this, drawing into another level, it probably wouldn't show up in that level strip. And of course, it kind of, I hate to be cynical here, but as expected, it's not. You guys see what I'm talking about? I mean, clearly, if this is supposed to be the quote-unquote level strip, then it kind of makes sense that you've got this drawing, which is not part of an image sequence, in the same level strip with these two drawings that are an image sequence. Therefore, if I hit the D key now, it'll make a duplicate of number 2. And it did. But when I have this over here, even though it shows up here, okay, I can live with the idea that this is a level, and so you put it in the level strip. But if I hit the D key, nothing, including an act of God, it appears, can cause this image to be duplicated. We can try again, maybe by stretching it this way and then hitting D, and that still doesn't work. It still doesn't make a duplicate of it. So, I don't know, guys, a little confusing. Definitely. So if you didn't create the image sequence natively, you know, Tahoma doesn't know what to do with it. It won't make a duplicate of that, apparently. Maybe there's some bizarre way. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the, where's the cast window, the scene cast, and I am going to remove all unused levels, and as near as I can tell, the only way to clean this garbage out is to just delete them. And interestingly, and I've never seen that happen either. I've never seen it happen where you actually grab an image and hit the delete key and it flatly refuses to delete it. Will it delete the one that it seems to know about? No. So okay, so this is new. This is new. The version of Tahoma I was using yesterday before I got the latest version did not do this. The Tahoma I was using yesterday, if I grabbed an image in the level strip, or the level strip, and I hit delete, it would be deleted. Now, nope. They have to stay forever, apparently. Okay, so I'm going to take Darren's advice, I think, just to be, just to be a little gracious here to Tahoma. I'm going to take Darren's advice. Because remember, it's not as if I don't bump into like bizarre behavior here and there with Krita as well, right? So I'm going to kill this and just reopen it and hope that maybe that sort of solved the problem. Are you guys following along with Tahoma? And on top of all that, okay, I'd have to go back and look at the video to know for sure, but it seems to me that a moment ago, before I closed Tahoma, I specifically hit Control S to save all. I'm really sure I remember doing that, because I'm thinking to myself, okay, I want to just save my work, then close and reopen Tahoma. Okay, so I saved my work, and then what happened? The other drawing that I did is gone. Perhaps gone forever. Now, that's the bad news. There is good news. The good news is it's probably not gone forever, so if you're a Tahoma person and you're wondering what the heck you do in this situation, I will tell you that probably this is going to be our answer. If we go in the project extras folder, probably those drawings are still here. And look, here they are. And here's those orphan drawings that it didn't know what to do with. And here's the duplicate that I really didn't want because I was experimenting. So here we go. Okay? So I can't really criticize this per se. My suspicion is the following. If I go ahead and bring this into Tahoma but do it through Tahoma's browser, maybe because it's got a .0003, in other words it's got a 4-digit numeric characteristic to the file name, I suspect Tahoma will properly understand it to be an image sequence. Here's hoping, folks. Streaming for an hour and 20 minutes. And in working with Tahoma, a piece of software that I am very familiar with. I've done a lot of work in Tahoma and OpenToonz, especially OpenToonz, but they're basically the same. And yet, in the hour and 20 minutes that I've been sitting here working with Tahoma, how much actual work have I gotten done? I would say it would be fair to say we can throw away a half an hour just to blabbing, for sure. But if you're going to poke at software, this is what you're going to do. So your time is not going to be spent animating. Don't kid yourself. You're not going to be animating. You're not going to be creating anything cool. You're not. You're going to be figuring out both how to use the software, and worse, unfortunately, you're going to be spending a lot of time finding out that the software has serious issues that you have to simply either deal with or go try the other software. Okay, so here is that drawing, and the question is, if we drag it in here, does Tahoma now understand that this is in fact an image sequence? I hit the D key, and yes, it does. So that's what I thought. So now we'll be able to work with it as an image sequence. Shoo-wee. What a crazy situation. And since Tahoma is properly paying attention to this as an image sequence, I'll bet you if I delete this, yes, now it can be deleted. We still have to delete it here, and that's not a bug. That's Tahoma does what's known as exposing images in the X sheet, and that means that these cells are really not, they really don't map directly to drawings. They're essentially placeholders through which a drawing is revealed, if you will. It's probably the best way I can think of to describe it. So it's kind of a, yeah, as I say, a placeholder. Okay, so this is good. I am going to, actually I'm going to make a duplicate. And I would say, in this case, I'm just going to basically draw the keys. So I want Asher to tilt his head a little bit. And actually the tilt is to distract the audience from the fact that I'm going to redraw some stuff on his face. I'm going to readjust this tilt. And I'm going to draw in a dummy mouth, just so there's something in there. So he's basically saying, look at me, just look at me. Thus, a look of consternation. So let's get back to the fun conversation. Beauty and the Beast and Anastasia. Bottom line on Anastasia is, once I got through the whole thing, it's a badly written movie. They needed, I would say, as a guy who has quite literally written quite a few screenplays, I can tell you that they needed at least 2 more drafts on that screenplay before they ever made the movie. There's real problems at the script level that should have flagged them that this movie is going to be have issues. I found it very bizarre that, I mean, Anya is in on the scam. She knows they're trying to get the money. Now, I didn't watch it closely, by the way, just to be fair. I was doing other things while I was sort of watching it in the background, too. So I may get a couple things here on the story wrong. But it seems to me that Anya was in on the deal. And yet, when she finds out Dimitri is a scammer, she's like disappointed by him. It really doesn't quite make sense, since she was almost a full participant. Number one. Number two, why is Rasputin even in the movie? You could see the weakness of the script in the dialogue when Dimitri was trying to get the queen or empress or whatever she is to accept the fact that this really is Anastasia. It would have been pretty easy for him to come up with some language to convey to her to listen to him, and instead what he kept doing was it's a really kind of a tired scripting device that we've all used, which is but if you just would listen to what I had to say. You know, he could just say it, but instead of saying it, he says, if you'd listen to what I have. And that gives the other character the excuse to, no, I've heard enough. I've seen enough fake Anastasias. The last one was the last straw. And so Dimitri can't really get his sentence out. Well, that's actually kind of ridiculous. There's a million ways they could have written that so that it was way better dramatically. And we've all done it. I mean, I've done it too, believe me. It's what you see in actually Avatar: The Last Airbender. Not to pick on that because I love that show, but whenever you have a situation like you had in Anastasia where the main character knows something that they wish someone else knew too, because the solution to the problem is found in that secret information, but dramatically, because the script really isn't quite up to scratch, the timing of it doesn't really make sense. So if they just revealed it right now, the whole story would be over. But you still have 7 minutes of movie or half an hour or whatever that you have to fill up. So you have a dramatic problem. In Avatar: The Last Airbender, the classic quintessential way they solve that problem is Sokka, or whoever, would say, "Don't do this! Please don't do this!" Don't do this is always the line that you use when you don't want to actually spell out exactly what it is that you don't want them to do, because if you did, it would ruin the dramatic flow of stretching the show out. It's just a tool. Again, as I say, every writer's used it. I certainly have. Don't do this. You don't have to do this. How many times have we heard that in a movie or a cartoon? Anytime someone says that, it's always for the same reason. It's because the writers have painted themselves into a corner, and the easiest way to get out of being in the corner is pretend that the characters wouldn't be able to just simply say what they really mean and just get the solution to the problem right now. Not even kidding, folks. That's how it works. Look at me. Okay. I'm going to jump back. This is not bad, but I'm going to jump back in my storyboard and check. I feel like Asher... Actually, speaking of Avatar: The Last Airbender, let me show you guys something. This is really quite interesting. One thing you see in Avatar: The Last Airbender... I'm going to draw Asher right now. Okay? I'm just going to really spitball this out like this. Okay, so as you can see, he looks in this cartoon more cartoony. Okay, this is something I noticed in Avatar: The Last Airbender as well. When they switch between animation studios, you would see this kind of thing from time to time, where this version of Sokka or Aang or whoever looked this way. It would look more cartoony. And then in another part of the show or in a different episode, it would look a little more straight ahead. Just not quite as cartoonish and exaggerated. And you see that here and there in Avatar. It's not exactly a federal crime. I mean, the audience knows that this is Asher, whether it's a slightly more cartoony version of Asher or a slightly more straight ahead version. But I've been trying to get away from that. I've been trying to get more towards, okay, let's be consistent with our characters. And I'm going to keep going with this because this might actually be a useful drawing in this shot. But what I need to do is, I'm going to do that. I'm going to pull a Don Bluth. Don Bluth does this all the time, and you saw it in Anastasia, as a matter of fact, with the secondary animal characters, with the funny characters. He's always offsetting the eyes like that. It creates an arc of direction, towards what they're seeing. So here, this is okay because we're really not seeing his eyes. But right here, we got to really. He is off character right here, and I'm going to see if I can fix it with just a simple manipulation like this. Yep, I think that'll work. So. Oops, I don't want the animate tool. I'm used to that in Krita. In Krita, I have to, after I hit the selection, I have to then hit the A key for the free transform tool, whereas in Tahoma, so this is what I want. There's a slightly Asian, angle to Asher's eyes. And probably, if I'm really going to get this right, we probably should stretch his mouth out a little bit and probably lower it a little bit. See, this is the more cartoony version of Asher. They both kind of sort of work, but I really want to A, keep things consistent, and B, move towards a slightly looser. I'm going to try to favor the somewhat looser styles. Yeah, that looks pretty good. That looks pretty balanced, although one could argue that you'd still... by the way, and this is a plus for Tahoma compared to Krita. In Krita, if I use the selection, I have to always hit Control-Shift-A to unselect everything. Whereas in Tahoma, once you're done working with the selection, you can just go right back to drawing. It's definitely cool. Yeah, I'm using OBS Classic right now. How's the connection been? I think it's been like... It's not perfect, but it's been kind of a lot better. So, Yeah, I'm using OBS Classic even as we speak. What's funny, and this is where the live stream might be at risk slightly, again maybe tomorrow, is that it's actually a variable frame or compression rate. And I was doing most days about 2500 in OBS Studio, and then I switched it up to 4500 because that's what YouTube recommended. Obviously that's more bandwidth, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to lose your connection. I mean, we've got 30 megabits up and down. Okay, and all other applications work fine in terms of maintaining an internet connection, 24/7. We have no problems with anything ever, like ever, except OBS streaming to YouTube. So why? We're not quite exactly sure yet, but we're working on it. So what I was thinking is, since OBS Classic is actually streaming at much closer to about 1200 kilobits per second, so it's really low. Everybody's telling me the visual imagery as far as the screen looks fine. So I'm wondering if I knock the bandwidth way the heck down, if Walter, when you say you can use that table, what table? I don't know what table you're referring to. So while I wait for that explanation from Walter, yeah, I really like that. I'm going to use this. Holy cow, actually, I'm going to definitely use this. This is what Asher's going to do. I'm going to put his eye line on the rule of thirds. Actually, no. You got some flexibility in how you use the rule of thirds. I think what I'm going to do is anchor him like I did here. And when there's the knock on the door, boom, we'll go to that shot. That's awesome. That works. We're going to just keep moving forward now. Happily, we're getting away from software complaints. Tahoma, I mean, at the basic stuff that Tahoma does, which is you draw and you animate stuff, it works pretty well. And I'm also very impressed with, cutting a character into pieces and using the animate tool by setting up a schematic of pieces. In other words, to create puppet animation is really easy in Tahoma. You don't even have to use the plastic tool. You can oftentimes get the result by just connecting layers together with the animate tool. And it has, doing it that way, in other words, here for example, if I wanted to do a puppet animation with his arms, I could cut his arms out here, cut this to another level, and then just parent one level to the other and use the animate tool to animate them. In that scenario, I can also then use the not the plastic tool, the bone tool or the skeleton tool to do inverse kinematics on the linked layers. But the big advantage of doing it that way compared to the plastic tool is that you can still draw on the layer. So you could actually animate a character in layers and then change the drawings for, as you go forward in time, maybe to change facial expressions or whatever. So it's a very flexible way to draw and animate. So now in this drawing, just for the record, Mel is here in the foreground in silhouette. So I'm going to try to get back to my story here. So when you said, Walter, you said you can use that table, I still don't know what you meant by table. What table? When I use it, normally don't have problems. YouTube normally don't complain about... I don't know what table he's talking about. Anyway, I'll keep going and maybe there will be an explanation on offer at some point in the future. Or maybe not. Okay, so we don't really want to be here. We want to be in the scenes folder on this link. The table on this link. I know that I'm being really slow. What you mean is probably obvious to everybody else out there, but for some reason I'm going, You can use that table on this link. I literally have absolutely no idea what that means. And I'm sure the answer is right in front of me. And so I apologize for that. Okay, so he says, look at me. All right, so you can see the cartoony progression here. And here we're not quite getting it. This is, by contrast, pretty lame. Okay, there's a rule for me. There is a rule. Here's the rule I've been learning, and it's been really coming back to me time and time again. If it's not popping, just redraw it. Just stop everything and redraw. When I do this, this is when I'm doing my best work, and frankly, if I was watching this on YouTube, this would probably be the thing that's by far the most entertaining. So I'm going to actually try to do more and more of this, because it's more fun for you and it's more fun for me. But I kind of needed to kind of get through breaking into Tahoma a bit this morning in order to do precisely that. So I really want his eyes to be, so I'm hitting the M key also so I can flip the canvas and keep it from getting out of balance. He's got this crooked little nose thing going on. And I'm going to show his nostril, by gum and by golly. Okay, and I want to look at the, yeah, in the storyboard. It's basically something like this. Look at me. Alright, so is he, I wonder if he's got the, yes, okay. This is what we're missing. It's kind of the eye wrinkles. Yeah, it's definitely got way more life to it. When in doubt, just freaking redraw. I have been learning that over and over. Well, and when you do it and it's, you get in the zone, just make it come to life kind of thing. Man, you almost can do it, you know, it's almost real time. You know, it really, look at me. I like that. I like the acting. When I work this way and just focus on the fundamentals, which is draw, I've been finding, I think that's why some of the recent work has looked better, is because it's a little looser, it's a little more lively. Okay, compared to that, ugh. Ugh. This is not horrible, but I mean, you can see obviously that's an exaggeration, and we're going to come out from that back a little bit, but not this much. Now, I think I can actually fix this though. Whoops. I'm gonna see if I can make some slight mods to this that'll actually make it work. Because the only thing that's really egregious is his eyes. His eyes are not quite right. So I'm going to zip in, and in just a minute I'm going to get his eyes repositioned a bit, and then I'm going to go get Zuko up, because he's over there getting pretty anxious in his cage. If you're new here and you don't know who Zuko is an African gray parrot. A very talkative one too. He likes to imitate Professor Farnsworth from Futurama. Every once in a while Zuko will say, "Good news, everyone." I'm not joking, by the way. I'm totally serious about that. I taught him to say it, obviously. Look at me. trying to actually really, that doesn't seem to bother me, although this part of his head does seem a little large. I get the exaggeration thing, but at 8 frames a second you do have to be a little bit careful how far you go with that. So if you're out there going, wait a second, those drawings don't like flow together at all, believe me, I'm seeing what you're seeing. I'm just kind of thinking about what we can do here to really get some exaggeration into this keyframe. And I would say I'm going to get rid of that completely. Again, when in doubt, just redraw things. What the heck is wrong here? I'm going to erase this as well. I'm also going to hide his eyes on that frame. Look. So he's going to go. So everything about his head just feels a little too big on that key. Okay, so if we were going to follow that through, he would have a pretty big pouting look here. Ooh, that didn't work. Got to be careful. Asher's got a really specific shape to his nose. Okay, and then let's maybe kind of pull back a little bit on this thing. That would be fine for some characters, but it doesn't really look like Asher. That looks more like Asher. Okay, so I'm going to disappear for 1 minute while I get this to go up. Be right back. Okay. I probably need some sort of screen I pop up here that says back in 5 or something. But okay, and now that I've gotten away from it for a moment, I can see something I could do here that would actually help a bit. Whoops. That's not what I intended. Nope. We're gonna just keep playing around with this a little bit. Trying to think about what's the... What is the expression that I'm... Yeah, okay. Okay. Okay, that's probably more like what we really intended. Look at me. Yeah, I like that. I like that. That's working. Okay. Well, getting up and taking care of Zuko kind of helped. Gave me some perspective. Tahoma it is today. Yeah. Well, as much as possible, Ineo-san, I am trying to actually work in Tahoma the same way I work in Krita. So I've sort of adjusted the hotkeys so they sort of match up. And we've uncovered a couple bugs. Certainly the undo system in Tahoma is more than a little problematic. Okay, so we got to go to this pose. So I'm going to go ahead and just continue on this. Okay, that was dumb. I didn't mean to make a copy, but that's alright. I'll just hit the erase key and boop, get rid of everything. Okay, so now what we're going to do, yeah, okay, following somewhat the rule of thirds type of approach, we seem to have Mel anchored around this third. Asher's ears would be sticking out here a bit, right? And we see that little bump in his shoulders. Okay, we'll just kind of do this and flipping the canvas because, as suspected, the drawing was actually off a little bit. Well, you see it here too. Right here, this ear is actually slightly high. I do that all the time. I mean, I do that all the time. And that's got something to do with being right-handed. And so he's got his little hat thing he wears. Let's just stop with Asher for a moment and see what we have as far as, yeah, Mel. So the thing I'm doing here in Tahoma, once again, risky behavior perhaps, is I'm going to actually pile up a number of drawings into a single scene. I'm boldly going to push the envelope a little bit. So, probably not the smartest thing I've ever done, but you know what? I'm feeling frisky. I'm feeling like going for it, baby. And it's not as if we won't have all these images quite readily available if we have to jump back to Krita. Okay, so I don't remember really what the expression on his face really is pretty much that. So what I was wondering is what's going on with his eyebrows. I think that's probably pretty close. So you got this center point and then okay, yeah, and in the storyboard, what we really want to do is go kind of squish his shoulders up there. So he's actually leaning on his knees. He's leaning over like this. So we'll just kind of put the hands right there. There's the arm bands. We want to just keep this loose. Keep it loose. And we will not see any of this. E key. For the obvious reasons. Okay, now let's go back here. Okay, this is kind of important. Back in the background is the doorway. And I'm not going to think too much further about the background at the moment. Although I do want to think about it a bit, because technically the building, that's the building. It's actually a round building, and it's not that tiny either. Originally it was sort of a compound where they keep some orphans and feed them and, you know, do their good deeds. And I think it's sort of evolved into just a little hut, actually. So, well, there's no rule, you know, it can be whatever I want it to be, and we're not at a place in the story where it matters. So, anyway, I think I've probably made my opinion about Anastasia clear. If you want to see gorgeous visuals and gorgeous compositions and great color, Anastasia's a good movie. If you want a good story, good characters, it's a little anemic. And in my view, completely lacks charm. It doesn't have any of the humor and charm that I was contrasting it with Beauty and the Beast. The thing that, this will be my socio-political commentary for the day, so get ready, folks. Strap up, because it's going to be a wild ride, right? I found it interesting that at the beginning of Beauty and the Beast, the last line of the narration, the narrator says, "For who could ever learn to love a beast?" Okay? So that's the setup for the show. A narration that says, who could ever learn to love? I think that was what the line was. It might not be exactly that, but I think that was it. Who could ever learn to love a beast? It might have been who could ever love a beast, but I think it was who could learn to love a beast. Anyway, think about it. Think about it. The implications of that statement, or that question. Yeah. Who could ever learn to love a beast? Okay. Well, why do I mention that? Because it pertains directly to what we're seeing sociopolitically today. Why? Because the question, who could ever learn to love the beast, or love a beast, is a rhetorical question to which there is an answer, and the answer is in fact the incorrect answer. So it's a rhetorical question where the answer is, well, nobody. Nobody could learn to love a beast. But that's actually not true. What's actually true is that Beast believes that that's the answer. And because he believes that that's the answer, that informs his behavior. So in other words, Beast's entire view of the world is framed by a lie. The question that no one could love him. Or, you know, who could love him, which implies no one. Which is, in fact, not true. But because he believes it, that informs his behavior. He believes a lie. Because he believes the lie, you could say he treats people like dirt, you know, and he's basically a really cranky dude. But actually, that's not true, because remember, he was acting like a jackass before he got turned into a beast. That's kind of an important point, too. So he was always that guy. But the point is, it's likely that his life revolved around a worldview built on lies his entire life. Who knows why? Maybe like some national leaders one could name, maybe the prince lived a life of privilege, never had to really work a day in his life, maybe had a bit of a screwed up moral compass. Who knows? But the point is, he was a jerk even before he got turned into a beast. But then it got amplified once he got turned into the beast. And think about what happened. Think about Lemire and Cogsworth. The beast is surrounded by a staff of enablers who outwardly support him, outwardly actually stroke him on a regular basis, outwardly feed the beast, as it were, by giving him all kinds of deference and respect, while privately, amongst themselves, they all know that the guy is an unhinged lunatic, and most importantly, that every single problem he has was created by himself. He caused it. This is what I talk about emotional health a bit at times. The proclivity of people to create exactly what they fear is almost proverbial. It's almost like an iron law of the universe, almost inescapable. If your life is ruled by fear, it is almost axiomatic that you will, not even maybe, but you will create precisely what you fear. So what do the people that support the beast fear? Well, one thing they've been talking about fearing, and obviously this is where I'm going to relate it to the current socio-political scenario, one thing they fear is being censored, that their voices won't be heard. And because they're afraid that's going to happen, and because they have believed the lie that no one could ever love a beast, in other words, their whole worldview is framed by bad information that feeds their fear, and because that has happened, that informs their behavior and their responses and their interpretation of what happens. Thus, you have a scenario right now where the people who are the most afraid of being censored, what do you see happening to them? They're being censored. Right? They're all running to Parler because Facebook and Twitter, they don't have the real truth. They don't know what's really going on. They don't know. Only we know. Only Donald knows. So the people who drink that Kool-Aid need to ask themselves a very, very important question, and they need to preface a lot of the questions they ask with these words. Is it even possible that? That's it. Is it even possible that? That what? Is it even possible that you've been believing a lie? Is it possible that your entire worldview is actually being framed by bad information? Because that's what happened to Beast. Beast believed the lie that no one could ever love a beast. Do you find it a little ironic that the parallels between the Beast character, who is, as I said, surrounded by enablers like Lemire and Cogsworth, who stroke him outwardly, but privately know that he's unhinged, that he causes all his own problems. They know this. But because their position of power and, prestige in the household has sufficiently persuaded them to go ahead and become enablers of the insanity. Interesting. Interesting mostly to think that the parallels I can describe here, has anyone noticed that those parallels happen to be in reference to a freaking fairy tale? It's a fairy tale, people. It's a fairy tale. You think that the election in the United States was fixed. But not only do you believe that the election in the United States was fixed, but you also believe that about 80 federal judges are all they've all either been threatened or bought out by the Illuminati. Well, okay. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Maybe that's why 60 court cases all went down in flames. 60 court cases, many of which I read the filings. Okay, I kid you not. I read the filings and I read the relevant statutes. And I made predictions about what would happen in the courtroom. Because you don't actually have to be a lawyer. You just have to be, maybe a little bit smart to actually read this stuff and go, okay, I can see where this is going to go. I can see the problem with all these affidavits and blah, blah, blah. It was pretty easy to see. You don't have to be that smart to okay, I know what's going to happen. And I'm happy to say that in almost 100% of the cases, every prediction I made came exactly true. Exactly and precisely. Because I was building my opinions on clinical data, not second and third hand opinions I was getting from other people. So anyway, the metaphor is quite apt. Because the most significant thing you can say about Beast is that his entire way of looking at the world was built on a lie to begin with, and because of that, every decision he made was 180 degrees wrong. He did everything wrong. Everything. You go, oh my goodness, this is so sad. So preventable. So predictable. So easy to see coming. Because that's what mature, reasonable, rational people do. They just look at the data. This is the thing that the people on the other side of the I guess on the other side of the aisle in this case, I don't like to use that term because I'm not a hardcore Democrat, progressive, liberal, whatever you want to say. I'm actually not. I'm more of a centrist. But how pathetic is it that the freaking movie Beauty and the Beast is actually an apt metaphor for exactly what's going on in our culture? Crazy. But it actually is. It actually is. A very apt metaphor. Pretty scary, huh? Pretty crazy. And the only reason actually I got is involved with these issues is because I have a very close friend who is just, he drank the Kool-Aid. He's in that camp. And I've mentioned this before, is that so yesterday my friend posted something that was essentially okay, getting off Beauty and the Beast, getting explicitly to the socio-political conversation. Okay, so we want to cut to a close-up of Mel. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. Are you guys okay with this discussion? Are you okay with maybe I'm kind of sort of maybe trying to prompt you to think outside of the box a little bit, maybe? I hope you guys are okay with it. Because the key thing about it is, the key distinguishing characteristic between people who are healthy and balanced versus people who are maybe not, is that the people who are healthy and balanced do have the ability, and hopefully the habit, of prefacing their opinions with this question. And the question is it even possible that? Okay? So I'm very serious about this question. Is it even possible that the election was rigged? And the answer is absolutely. Of course it's possible. It is possible. What my Trumper friend really doesn't understand is that if there was fraud, I wanted Donald Trump to win. I really did. I want the fair and correct winner to win. If there was evidence, I wanted it to be uncovered and dealt with by the rule of law. I really did. Who's president doesn't affect me very much, truthfully. It doesn't really matter to my life. So, but what we saw last week speaks to what happens when you actually become irrational. When you've drunk the Kool-Aid to such a degree that what happens is the inconsistencies and duplicity in the movement that come out of the fact that it's built on lies just comes to the surface, and there's just no getting around it. Think about it. The people who most severely broke the law last week are people who assert that they are the ones who are all about law and order. Law and order has been key to their platform from day one. And yet they committed the most severe law breakage in my lifetime. I mean, unless you want to count 9/11, right? And the point has been made that if the same thing that had happened had been carried out by people who were, let's say, Islamic or black or whatever, that would have greatly affected the response. And I believe that's true. The problem is, and this is where being rational helps again, the problem is we can't prove that. We can't say definitively that that is true, and so it's not really fair to say that because it really polarizes the conversation, right? Because the people who are kind of in that camp that I feel have drunk the Kool-Aid, you know, I'm not trying to start a fight with them. Not at all. In fact, actually, I'm just trying to figure out, is it even possible for us to have a rational conversation? That's my question. So, what did I do? Well, yesterday, my Trumper friend, okay, why did Tahoma just delete my entire picture? Okay, so now we found out earlier that if we hit undo, that it actually is the strokes of drawing that get undone. So maybe if I hit Z, nope. Okay, so now just a moment ago, I don't know what I hit. It looks to me like it was either, okay, that's weird. Okay. Now it's undoing. It is undoing, but look at that hellacious mess. Okay, and you guys think Krita's buggy. Okay, folks. So it's doing all this. It looks like it's kind of undoing, so we'll go with that. Let's see if anything else is. Yeah, that's not good. That's pretty ugly. Okay, so yesterday, my friend posts a statement, and the statement is from the president disavowing violence. Okay? So I'm like, okay, I mean, we're going to get into, it's just going to turn into a shouting match if I say, well, yeah, but what about all the times where he's acted too? Tahoma, I think what I'm learning today is that the workflow that I had kind of arrived at is probably what I'm going to stick with, which is I'm going to be doing most of my works can be done in Krita, but if I really need to use puppet animation or the plastic tool, then I'll just cut and paste into Tahoma. It's kind of weird because for drawing and stuff, like what I'm doing right now, Tahoma really works pretty well. I love the My Paint brushes. Of course, they're not really better than what you get with Krita, but anyway, so my friend posts a statement that the president issued. And the statement is basically saying that violence is bad. So now some people would look at this cynically and say, well, okay, now you're throwing your most ardent followers under the bus because you're the one who wanted them to go do what they did, one could claim. But once the heat became a little too hot, you immediately told them, you know, he says to them, remember, the only reason he made the initial statement on video was because he had to do something, I guess, right? So he comes out and he says, go home. We love you. You're very special, but go home and be peaceful. Okay, so he did that. So there's no way you can rationalize that that statement was directed to anybody except those who were committing the violence. Why would you say, we need to be peaceful, go home, if it wasn't for the people who were breaking the law? So then the question one asks, if one is rational, is, well, what exactly does this guy think of these people who are breaking the law? Well, he told you in the video. He said, we love you. Okay, so you love them. 3 hours later, when the heat got even hotter, he puts out another video that says, these people that did this do not represent the Make America Great movement. And he basically, the people that he said, I love you to, 2 hours earlier, He's now saying, you do not represent us. We want nothing to do with you. You are bad. You are lawbreakers, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Kind of feels like maybe you're adjusting your story to suit the situation. Maybe. Right? So I find that just a little bit disingenuous. Little disingenuous. So my friend's perspective is, and he said this in his post, this was on Facebook. What he basically said was, you guys need to all stop listening to the fake news media and deal with some real truth. You need to deal with the truth. Well, what's the truth? Well, the truth is this statement from the president disavowing violence. Okay, so now keep this in mind about what this guy posted. Just a few days earlier, when the whole situation went down, he was literally the first guy I know who posted on Facebook that the violence was actually not Trump supporters, it was Antifa. So he made that claim. The next day the post was gone. I don't know if my friend retracted it or if Facebook took it down. I have no idea, don't really care. But the post was gone. Well, the significant takeaway was that my friend, who I think has drunk the Kool-Aid, was very quick to believe the myth, the lie, that no one could love a beast. Oh, no, I'm sorry. The myth that if there was violence, if there was law breaking, that wasn't the Trump supporters. No. No, that was Antifa. He really, truly believed that. And he posted it on Facebook. Within a couple hours of that rumor going around, it was thoroughly and completely debunked. Did my friend come back on Facebook and say, you know what, guys? Man, I screwed up. I called that one wrong. Oh, my gosh. I was wrong. In fact, because our party is the party of the rule of law, I just want to say, you guys, that, this was beyond the pale. I admit that I sort of empathize philosophically with the people that did this, but I do not agree with their actions. And I apologize for posting a lie on Facebook that it was Antifa that did the dirty deeds, because we now know that it definitely wasn't. Did my friend post that? Did he post that apology? Because remember, this is the party that's all about the truth. We're all about Christian values. We're about making America great again. We're about getting back to the good old days when you could really depend on that old-time religion. Did my friend do that? No. What did my friend do? Absolutely nothing. And this is what I've seen my friend, my Trumper friend, do repeatedly. Yeah, exactly. Wow, you're about an hour and a half behind on the... Yeah. Right, exactly, yeah. Thank you, Darren. Yep, I did that, and that worked fine, so... I gotta hit escape. So I think my picture of Mel here is a little bit too big. So yeah, my friend did not eat crow. He did not correct his mistake. Nope, he didn't do anything. And this is what I've seen him do repeatedly, over and over and over again. He'll post misinformation, and then when you simply provide some clinical data to say, well, you might want to just ask yourself this magical little question. Is it even possible that? Is it possible? I'm willing to do that. Is it possible the election was rigged? Yes, of course it's possible. I'm willing to entertain the possibility. What I'm seeing on the other side of this stuff is not that sort of openness. Well, guess what? That's what religious cults are about. You are not open to new information. You're not open to possibilities. You're not drawing your imported drawing. That's kind of more or less what I did. Okay, so something's wrong with his... Yeah, we need to crunch his shoulders up here. Actually, I think I'm going to erase all this stuff. I'm drawing a little too detailed. I need to be looser. Looser and slower. I mean, okay, dyslexia moment. Looser and faster. Yeah, there we go. So here's what I posted in response to his post about the president's statement, because my feeling was, look, the thing that I know for sure, I'm a rational guy, so what I know for sure is that the president did issue this statement. That's the only thing I know for sure. I'm not going to judge it. I'm not going to tell you if I believe the sentiment that is expressed. I don't care, because you're not going to believe me anyway if you disagree. So, but what I did ask him was a couple questions about Georgia. And I said this. I don't know what his answer is because I haven't looked. But I said this. Okay. A couple questions about Georgia. I'm basically trying to find out if we can even have a rational conversation. And I said, okay, you think that the news is fake news. It's all, you can't believe anything that the mainstream media is telling you. Okay, can you explain to me why, in the 2 weeks leading up to the Georgia runoffs, the mainstream media was aggressively and repeatedly pushing this story? And the story they were pushing was, if you're a Republican, you better not believe the myth about election fraud in Georgia. Why? Because if you believe the myth and you believe it's all rigged, you might not vote in the runoff. And if you don't vote in the runoff, you're going to, again, create what you fear. You're going to actually lose that election, and you're going to lose the Senate. Don't do that, Republicans. Get out there and vote. Believe your vote matters. Don't believe the election fraud myth. I'm not joking, folks. This is what you were hearing on MSNBC, let's say. For the 2 weeks, I heard this expressed in different ways over and over and over for the 2 weeks leading up to the Georgia runoffs. And I said to my friend, I said, if the mainstream media is all just leftist propaganda, why in the world would they push that story? Why would they be encouraging Republicans to vote in the runoff election? So that was question number one. Question number two was, if you've asserted that Trump losing in Georgia was literally, quote unquote, impossible. Impossible that he could have lost Georgia. Okay, well then how do you explain the result of the runoff? How do you explain the fact that the Democrats won both seats? More fraud? More mythology? More Kool-Aid? More lies? More conspiracy? I didn't say all that in my post. I just asked the question. But I'm sitting here going, how do you explain that? If it's impossible for him to have lost Georgia, then it would have been impossible for them to lose both Senate seats, too. That could not have happened. And the ironic thing about it is, just like I said, you always create precisely what you fear. That's why fear is such a toxic emotion. It's usually irrational, actually. There's very few situations in life where you are actually in real, literally in danger. It's very rare. It happens, but it's very rare. Yeah. Okay, so I want to think about. He had, I'm going to just make another drawing here. I'm going to actually dupe this. Actually, I believe I did create, and besides, I checked it. Look, I'll show you. Save all. I went into the extras folder and determined that everything's there. So there it is. You can see all the drawings that I'm working on right now are all right there. So yeah, it's all saved, and I've already double checked that. We're in good shape. Can't you see I'm trying to rant? But it's just been really, really vexing for me to when I relate this to Beauty and the Beast, I am not joking. I am not joking at all, because this type of the type of mythology that has been embraced in the Trumper crowd is in fact just that. It is actually a mythology. It is a story. And so it's actually not surprising that there are eerie parallels between, oh my gosh, I'm wagging my head in disbelief to contemplate it, but parallels between freaking Beauty and the Beast and what's going on in our country right now. To recap, here's the summary. The introduction to Beauty and the Beast ends with the line, "Who could ever learn to love a beast?" And my contention is that that line expresses exactly what Beast believed. And because he believed it, that informed his behavior. And because he believed the lie, his behavior resulted in every single one of his problems. In the story, in the fairy tale, it almost but not quite resulted in him actually creating exactly what he feared, which was being a beast forever. It almost happened. What's so sad... Oh, it's going to load properly, dude. We're going to find out right now. What's so sad is that in real life, that's not what's going to happen. In real life, it's a disaster. And the difference between Beauty and the Beast and the United States of America is that our beast refuses to realize that he can be loved. You know, by Belle. Ta-da! Everything's okay. Everything's okay. I like that expression. So I'm going to have to animate his eyes kind of like this. This is what we're supposed to be seeing. So how we're going to express that, I'm actually not sure. I'm not really sure how to express this in animation very well. You could, of course, draw the... I don't know. If you drew this type of thing and animated it, I don't think it would do the trick. So I'm going to have to really fiddle with that. But isn't it the stuff I'm saying? I mean, if anyone disagrees at all or thinks this doesn't have any application, feel free to weigh in. I mean, unlike some people that I won't name, because it's like the guy I'm referring to, my friend. I wouldn't want to name him. I would not want to embarrass him. I would not want to hurt him. I just feel bad for him because the cult of personality worship, it's just gone too freaking far. And the crazy thing about it is that the results we're seeing were absolutely predictable. Completely. I mean, all kinds of people saw this coming. And before it happened, everyone on the other side would have said that, you're just being an alarmist. You're being ridiculous. Our fearless leader would never do that. You just hate him so much. You just hate him so much that you just don't think he could ever do anything good. And so now, like my friend in fact did on Facebook, now I'm going to give you a list of a dozen really, really good things that the president did. Like a peace accord in the Middle East. To which I say, I agree. I agree. I mean, I think you have to chase down every single one of those accomplishments and see whether they, are all they're cracked up to be. But basically, I agree. I've never said anything negative about anything the guy did. In fact, initially, until about a month before the election, I was actually kind of on the fence about who I thought was the better candidate. Believe it or not, that's the truth. And I just did some research and made the decision that for me, at this point in history, all things considered, I said a step to the left makes a little more sense than a step to the right at this point. That was just my decision. Okay, cool. So this is this, and then this is going to be this right here. And I'm going to draw it. I'm going to actually go ahead and draw it in here. And so this is not about being a political partisan. This is about I love my friend. I love my friend. He's one of my all-time best friends, actually. A true mentor to me. A big influence. And once he kind of went down this road, he doesn't seem to be the guy he used to be. He doesn't seem to be the open, always eager to learn, positive. He's still pretty positive in his tone, but positive in the sense that he's really, really sure he knows everything, apparently. It's been sad to me to see it happen. And I know for a fact in this particular case that his daughter finds it really distressing. Whereas his perspective on his daughter is that she's drunk all the socialist Kool-Aid. She's just he feels his daughter's a lost cause. To which you say, "Oh my God, wow, really, dude?" Okay, so in this shot, we've sort of got his hair from the background. I'm going to go ahead and put it, I mean, I'm sorry, not his hair, his headband. I'm going to put it in there because I think to sell the pose and everything it's kind of needed, even though, to be fair and accurate, usually from a front view, the way I draw his hair, it really would suggest that the hair is looped over the headband. But then again, I mean, obviously that doesn't make any sense. How do you put on a headband that doesn't actually stick out and cover up the hair, right? How would you actually get all of your hair? The only way you do it is if your hair was actually cut like this, but then this hair up here was really long, so it looped over. Hey, Joy, which could be, you may have shown up just in time, Joy, because I'm sort of coming off of a fairly strong socio-political rant, and I think my viewers are pretty patient with me, and I don't know if I suspect most of them generally agree with my position on things, but I do think that this metaphor is quite apt. So I'm going to recap it. I hope you guys don't mind. I'm going to recap the metaphor for Joy. Here's the metaphor. I was commenting on the fact that in the last few days I've watched Anastasia and Beauty and the Beast. So I basically, long story short of Anastasia is, it's really not a very good movie. Their script really needed a couple more rewrites before it was ready. In my opinion, and I'm allowed to have that opinion because I've written a lot of screenplays, some of which have been turned into movies that have been pretty successful. So, Anastasia, for me, lacks charm, and there's some serious holes in the plot that really don't make much sense to me. A lot of the drama is very forced, and the comedy is either not that funny, or else it's just kind of lacking. So, comparing it to Beauty and the Beast, there's pretty much no contest. Beauty and the Beast, on the other hand, is a very dense film, great script, a lot of really good stuff there. Okay, let's just pick here. Let's back up here. Look at me. Well, actually, it'd be more like, look at me. Okay, so my point vis-a-vis my socio-political rant was that the beginning of Beauty and the Beast starts out, and I'm recapping this because some people come in at different times and they don't necessarily stick around very long and blah, blah, blah. Who knows? So the crux of my rant, is that the introductory statement in the narration of Beauty and the Beast ends with the line, "And who could ever learn to love a beast?" And when I thought about that, I thought about the fact that the reality is the entire driver of the show is the fact that that question is a rhetorical question and has a rhetorical answer, which is nobody. Of course, no one could learn to love a beast. The problem is that the answer to the question is a lie. It's not actually true. The whole point of the story is to reveal that, in fact, someone can learn to love a beast, but the problem is that the beast believes the lie. The beast believes the lie, and because the beast believes the lie, every freaking decision, every freaking behavior he engages in turns out to be wrong. Everything he does is wrong. And every problem he has was created 100%. Not 20, not 50, not 99, but 100% his own fault. Everything that went wrong for him, he created because he believed the lie. And so I made the point that here you have Lemire and Cogsworth, who Lemire and Cogsworth outwardly, what do? Outwardly, to the beast. They are enablers of the beast. They are deferential to him. They treat him like he's still the royalty he could be. But privately, what do? They know he's a freaking lunatic. They know every problem he has is his own fault. And so they're gently and patiently trying over and over and over to get him to not be an idiot, to not behave utterly in spite of himself. Wow. And I thought about that, and I thought, whoa. Now let's think about what's happening in America right now. And the fact that this very, very, very apt metaphor for what's going on in America comes from a fairy tale? Joy's got the right response. OMG is exactly the correct response. But it's true, because this is what we do, people. We create that which we fear. Right now, the Trumpers, they've been maintaining for all these months that the problem is there's going to be all this censorship. We're going to be censored, censored, censored. And now it turns out, because actually, and by the way, you don't see, when they criticize Facebook on Facebook, Facebook does not take that down. If they were being censored, Facebook would take down the posts that talk about how nasty Facebook is and biased and everything. They don't. They only take down the stuff that's patently wrong. So when my friend posted something that claimed Antifa was the one that invaded the Capitol, that got taken down. Or he may have retracted it, but I don't think so. I think Facebook just took it down. And it was debunked within hours. I mean, but he was so quick to believe that lie. He was so quick to believe it. So I say, to be an emotionally healthy person, one has to ask this question, or preface your investigations with this preface, which is it possible that? Okay? So if I'm having a conversation with my friend, I'd say, well, is it possible that what he asserted was actually true? That Antifa infiltrated that situation, and that all the people doing the violence was everybody except the Trump supporters. Is it possible? And the answer is absolutely. Absolutely. This is important to understand. It is absolutely possible. But then you have to take the next step, which is, okay, what's the evidence? What do we have to go from considering what's possible to considering what's true? How do we get from one to the other? Well, unfortunately, you have to be willing to be open to the evidence. If you remember, what Beast did was what essentially Beast did was he said, I believe the lie. No one could ever love a beast. I believe that. Because I believe that, I'm terrified. Because I'm terrified, what am I going to do? Well, I'm basically in an irrational state all the time. And so I treat everybody like complete dirt. I treat everyone like dirt because I'm freaked out, because I'm really afraid that the flower is going to fall and I'm going to be stuck being a beast forever. Well, because he treats people like dirt, no one loves him. So I'm afraid no one's going to love me, therefore I treat people like dirt, therefore no one loves me. So whose fault is it that no one loves me? Think about it. You always create what you fear. You just do. It's human nature, and we do it all the freaking time. That's why fear is toxic. You shouldn't be afraid of much of anything. Good tip for life and everything. Kind of self-check to keep ourselves grounded, how I'm thinking of it. Yeah, exactly. You have to be willing to be open. So the problem that the people on the right now are suffering from pretty badly is that they are so emotionally committed to their mythology that they will not even consider the fact that maybe they've been drinking the Kool-Aid, and maybe everything that they've been thinking actually might be wrong, and maybe they're being deceived, maybe they're being played. Now, for me, it's not even complicated. It's obvious for me, for example, it is very obvious to me that not only is Rudy Giuliani a very dishonest person, but it's also obvious to me that he has utter and complete contempt for Trump's most ardent followers. In other words, Giuliani and Trump privately are laughing their heads off going, these people are so stupid. They're so stupid. Well, correct. And the thing is that, Walter, that's right. And the thing is that can we learn something from the fable? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we're learning right now that the sort of dynamics that drive a fable, I think, okay, let me put it this way. The big takeaway is that the psychology that's driving the right now is the psychology of a 4-year-old child. And I'm not saying that to be snarky. It's not an attack. I'm telling you, clinically, it's really that bad because it requires a lot of magical thinking in order to believe it. In other words, every time they seek, say they seek relief in court, if they, you know, as I mentioned earlier, I read the court briefs and I read many of the relevant statutes. And so I was able, with almost without fail, to predict what would happen when they went to court, because you don't have to really be that smart to figure it out. Okay. So multiple times my Trumper friends were absolutely convinced that this is it. Here's the big one. This is going to happen. The big cracking case. It's, you know, we're gonna do it. We're gonna overturn it. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. That dynamic took place, I would say, I'm looking back now over a 2-month period of time, probably happened about 6 times. And every single time I looked at what they were claiming was about to take place and I said, you know, I don't know, guy. It looks, I mean, I kind of read the statutes. I've read that executive order 1304, I can't remember what the exact number was, but I've read the executive order that you guys may not be familiar with, but the point is that what they were getting really Twitter-pated about, I looked into it. And I said, yeah, I don't think that's going to work. And then 3 days later, it would turn out that it didn't work. And then what do? Do they come back on Facebook and go, yeah, geez, guys, we were wrong. Wow, we really called that wrong. Is that what they do? No. Nope. They do actually one of 2 things, and this is really offensive to me. They either go silent, which shows how disingenuous it is, or they start just posting Bible verses. That's what they do. I'm not knocking the Bible, okay? I identify as a Christian. Anybody who knows me as a filmmaker knows that I identify as a Christian because the films I'm known for are pretty overtly Christian-themed films, right? So then they post these Bible verses, you know. And I'm sitting here thinking, geez, you know, I think the Bible says that the enemy, the adversary, the Satan, appears as an angel of light. You might want to think about that one, because maybe your savior isn't really a savior at all. Could it be? And this goes back to my preface. You should, if you're a Trumper, you should say to yourself, is it possible? Not necessarily likely, but is it possible that I am being played? Is it possible that my savior, and believe me, in the QAnon circles, they really think he's the savior. Okay, I'm not shitting you here. I'm not kidding. The Trumpers, well, I shouldn't say the Trumpers. There's a lot of good Republicans out there who just tend to vote Republican, and that's perfectly fine and good. It's no problem. But in the QAnon crowd, in the really radicalized crowd, they actually believe that Donald Trump is a white hat character who is literally the savior of our nation. They really truly believe it. So if you don't realize that that is a fact, I'm telling you, you can look it up yourself if you want. It's a fact. That's what they believe. They've been signaling for actually a couple years that there's going to be like an internet blackout, and when there's an internet blackout, what Trump's doing is he's got 100,000 sealed indictments. And when the internet blacks out for 3 days, what's going to happen is they're going to go around and they're going to arrest all of the pedophile, Satanist, child murderers. And Hillary Clinton's one of them, by the way. They're going to go around, they're going to get them all. It's going to happen. You think I'm exaggerating? Look into it. Look into QAnon. Look at what they really believe. Look at David Wilcock's channel. David Wilcock, who is actually a pretty good guy. You know, here on YouTube, he talks about ancient aliens, and, you know, he talks about some fairly esoteric and controversial topics, but he's basically a good guy. You know, you might disagree with him or you might agree with him, but for the most part, he's harmless, except he has drunk the QAnon Kool-Aid. So he was announcing back in February of this year that this big internet blackout thing was going to happen. And who's the hero of that story? Donald Trump. That's why he acts like such a, you know, he acts so, let's just say, to be gracious, let's say he's controversial. Well, because he's, you know, he's exceptional. He's a white hat guy. He's not like all those guys that are in the swamp that he's going to drain. He's not like all those politicians. He's not like them. He's different. I'm dramatizing it because I'm not even joking here, folks. This is truly what those people believe. And I know it is because I went and looked at their material, because I'm like, I'm a reasonably open person. I'm like, okay, maybe there's something to this. This was like a year ago. I'm like, maybe they know something I don't know. I'm not threatened by that possibility. Okay? I'm not threatened by it. I'm not afraid that my view of the world, my, you know, radical leftist view of the world, let's say, if that's what it was, which it's not, but if it was, you know, so I don't even want to know. I don't want to find out I'm wrong. No, I'm not going to be that guy. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It's okay. World keep turning. This really needs to be up here. Okay, let's see what we got here. I better save my work. Save early, save often. Yeah, internet blackout. Well, let's see, the irony of it is that now, because of the mythology that has led to what happened last week, okay, because of that mythology, now what's happening is the people that are propagating that stuff are in fact being censored. Because finally Twitter said enough is enough. If there had been anything, even one thing that had happened in a court of law to substantiate the claims, just one, not 10, not 50, not 100, just one, then you'd be like, okay, there's another side to this story. You'd be fine with it if you're an honest person. There wasn't. There just wasn't. It turns out the whole thing was like Beast. Who could ever... So the preface to the story is, who could ever learn to love a beast? With the rhetorical answer, nobody. Well, what was the rhetorical in the current socio-political conversation? The rhetorical was, there is definitely going to be fraud in this election. It's going to happen. They're planning it. They're plotting it. It's going to happen. Well, let me ask you something, guys. Since you guys are here and you're listening to me, I'm going to ask you a question. When things happen in your life or your culture that go a little sideways, what is the explanation? Okay? That's my question. When things go weird, what's the explanation typically? Okay, so I'm going to give you a philosophical angle on what the explanation might be. One way to explain your reality. Okay, and by the way, I back this up. I've mentioned this before, but this is an important thing to understand about human nature, is we, as human creatures, we tell stories 100% of the time. Not 20% of the time, not sometimes, 100% of the time. We are telling a story. So your very view of reality is, in fact, a story you tell yourself. You can prove this very easily. Just think about the person who's sitting next to you. Do you see what they see? No. Now, right now, because they're sitting next to you, you see something pretty similar, but it's not the same. I used the example here when I had my webcam up of holding up a playing card, and I say, what do you see? And you say, well, I see the Jack of Spades. And I say, no, it isn't the Jack of Spades. It's just a bunch of blue squiggles. You go, no, that's not true. It's the Jack of Spades. I'm telling you, it's the Jack of Spades. I say, no, nope. And now we're going to have a fight. You and me, Joy, we're going to start punching each other and calling each other names, and I'm going to call you a socialist, and you're going to call me a radical. The problem is, it turns out, when I flip the card around, now you see blue squiggles and I see the Jack of Spades. So I came up with this little saying that I invented, actually. I'm the creator of this. And maybe somebody else came up with it too. I think that's probably likely. But the saying is, people see things differently because people see different things. This is common sense. You saw the Jack of Spades, I saw the blue squiggles. Or red squiggles, depending on your playing cards. Okay, so these get shoved under the door. Okay? So your picture of what is real and what is true is by definition a story you're telling yourself. And this is very important. The example I gave to my son Kyle was, if you walked up to a door and the doorknob was like a weird triangular shape where, like, it's not like any doorknob you've ever seen before, what would you do? And he said, well, I'd probably still, you know, I kind of discern that it's a doorknob and I'd still try to turn the doorknob. I said, exactly. So the story you tell yourself about what a doorknob is and what that little accoutrement on the door means helps you in your life, because you don't have to keep relearning things over and over and over and over. You can take your past information and arrive at a assessment of what's going on in this situation, and usually it's going to be pretty accurate. Okay? So by definition, your entire view of reality is the manifestation of a story you are telling yourself. That doesn't mean the story is wrong. It's just that we need to recognize that it's a story, that's all. It's not wrong, it's not bad. You're doing it, your friend is doing it, everyone's doing it, everybody's doing it 100% of the time. It's a coping mechanism that's perfectly natural, and it's a good thing. Until it goes bad. And oftentimes the reason it goes bad is because your assumptions are based on half-truths or outright lies. For Beast, the outright lie is no one, literally no one, can learn to love a beast. So right out of the gate at the beginning of the story, he's in a state of hopelessness. He's in a very irrational place, a very frightened place. Okay? Very frightened. And this is where we need to have compassion for the people who've drunk the Kool-Aid, because they are scared. If you're a progressive in America and you're a good person, what you're saying to yourself right now is, oh my gosh, how do we get these people to understand that we want to welcome them back into the fold? We want their opinion to be part of the conversation. But we don't want them to rule us, because they cannot be trusted with power. They've shown us that. And that's something they have to earn back. But we don't want to exclude them. We don't want to wreck their lives. We don't want to take their property. We don't want to, you know, all the things they're afraid of are not real. It's a lie they've been told. And by the way, literally, if you go back and you look at some of the rallies, okay, not the stuff that generally shows up on most of the mainstream media, but if you actually look at the rallies and the things that were said, they were explicitly told, if Joe Biden gets elected, you're going to lose your health care. If Joe Biden gets elected, the economy is going to go to pot. You're going to lose your retirement. They were told this, and they believed it. Okay, so this gets back to what I was saying, and for those of you who are really paying attention, here's the takeaway. When things go sideways, how do you, I said you tell yourself this story, which you do. Okay. So now, we tell ourselves stories in different ways. So the question is, I'm going to give you two contrasting ways you can arrive at your story. Two ways. Way number one, a conspiracy. Maybe there is a group of forces, people, bad people, working together in concert, sometimes for hundreds of years, working together specifically to rob you of your freedom, to destroy your life. It could be that there's a coordinated conspiracy when things go sideways. But there's an alternative explanation that you might want to consider. Ask yourself, is it just possible that there's something else that I could look at to explain my situation or my reality other than a conspiracy? How about incentives? How about let's look at the incentives that are in play here? In other words, if you're hearing a story that could be true and it could be a myth, So the story in this case is it's not that there has been electoral fraud, it's that there's going to be. Because remember, they were talking about it for months before the election. So you got this story out there that says there's going to be fraud. So just ask yourself, let's just not be stupid here. Okay, let's just be commonsensical. It could be that months ahead of time, the good guys, which would be Donald Trump, knew. He knew. He knew things we didn't know. He couldn't prove it. He couldn't show us anything to substantiate the claim, but he knew. Okay, yeah, I mean, that is possible, actually. It is possible. Okay. But maybe incentives. Okay, this is too... I'm trying to draw this. I'm not really drawing this guy very well. It's probably because I'm yakking. What's the alternative explanation? Incentives. Okay, well, just ask yourself, okay, well, does he have an incentive to get you to believe that the election's going to be enmeshed in fraud? You know, and a kind of carefully crafted message so that if he wins, that message can just die away, but if he loses, all of a sudden it becomes the main message. Just ask yourself, did he have any incentive to craft that mythology? Well, yeah, of course he did. If you believe it, then he is laying the groundwork for what he's going to do on the off chance that he loses the election. Not a bad strategy. It worked pretty well, actually. But what's the better explanation? What's the more rational explanation? A conspiracy, which would require at this point would have required the coordination of the long dead Hugo Chavez, every governor in the country, every judge in the country, every electoral official in the country, every single person involved anywhere near the election would have had to have been in. And I'm also going to tip his head this way toward the door. Well, you know my answer. My answer is that the more reasonable explanation is that it wasn't a conspiracy, just like there wasn't a conspiracy to ruin Beast's life. There wasn't. Everything that happened to Beast was because of Beast. Everything bad that happens to you, generally speaking, yes, occasionally people get raped, they get assaulted, bad things do happen to good people sometimes. But it's actually kind of rare. Usually most of us who are complaining about our life, if we were really honest, we would step back and we go, you know what? Literally everything that I've dealt with that's gone sideways in my life has actually been my fault. Actually been my own fault. No one else's. It turns out, actually, I'm responsible. And that the only way I can actually be a successful or happy or healthy person is I have to take the attitude that I am responsible. Yeah, this is better. Do it more cartoony. You're far better off to take the approach to life that says you are 100% responsible. Is it possible that once in a great while something's going to happen that truly you weren't responsible for? That someone imposed something bad on you? Yes, it can happen. It can happen. But it doesn't. Not very often. Nope. Usually when things go sideways in your life, there's actually nobody to blame but yourself. And actually, I have to say this too, by the way. At least philosophically, this is where the people on the right kind of get it right. You know, when they talk about... It's a little wrong-headed when they talk about the idea of sort of pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, because there's so much about our culture here in the United States that you have to ignore in order for that position to be tenable. In other words, it would have to be true that, say, for example, institutional racism actually is not a thing. I don't really think that's true. I think it kind of is a thing. Okay? To varying degrees. Alright, and so this guy's helmet, we're going to redo his helmet too. We're just going to kind of have some fun redrawing this guy. Nope, actually you're responsible. So if you're poking at OpenToonz, Clip Studio Paint, or Krita, and you say, I want to make a cartoon, and you're not making a cartoon, and of course I rant and rave about software bugs. But if you're not creating the cartoon that you know, have in your mind, it's not because OpenToonz is buggy. Nope. If you're not creating the cartoon that you want to create, it's because you're not getting off your ass and making the cartoon that you want to create. Probably, that's a little bit of a harsh statement, I freely admit, because probably you need some encouragement, and that's fine. You deserve encouragement, actually. And to a degree, that's what people like me are here for. You know, you want to make a cartoon? Just do it. You can do it. It's harsh but true. That's right. It is harsh. But it is true. And the thing about it is that you just have to be rational about it. You have to ask yourself, okay, manifestly, if I spent, you know, let's say this much time working with my software, crafting my story, pounding out my script, which, by the way, we have a script. You know, it's a 54-pager. Would you, in fact, be making progress? And the answer is yes, you'd be making progress. Will there be setbacks? Absolutely. In fact, there's going to be setbacks every step of the way. At this point, actually, I'll say this is a bold statement, but if you're here and you're using Tahoma on your computer, the odds are extremely high that your OpenToonz. Thank you guys. Thank you. Yes, intentional. Oh, joy. Excellent. Intentional is such a good word. We all need to be intentional. We need to decide exactly what we're trying to accomplish. That way, when things go sideways, we can just ask ourselves, okay, what went wrong here? What went wrong? Just so you know, Joy, it's important to note, what I'm doing today is a bit of an experiment. I'm using Tahoma. Tahoma is just a forked version of OpenToonz, okay? Usually I'm working in this software called Krita, which you know, is what I've been using for most of the work I've been doing lately. And so I'm kind of just giving Tahoma a bit of a shot today, just seeing how it's going to work. And for the most part, my workflow would be to do most of the work in Krita, and then I can just cut and paste art from Krita into Tahoma. So, but today I'm going ahead and doing the drawings right here in Tahoma. Okay, so we basically have, I would say once we cut to the soldier, we probably should, well actually let me check the storyboard again. Yeah, and by the way, gosh, I really like the way I drew that better. I feel a little guilty. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I got to be bold. I got to be bold. I'm just going to, redo. That's what I'm going to do. The thing I liked here, I'm not moving quick enough, and it's because I'm blabbing too much. So let me just start speeding this thing up a bit. Okay, let's just kind of go here. And let's get this blocked in, because what went wrong here, yeah, talk about when things go wrong. Well, here we have a live example. What I missed was this arc on his face. Okay, here when I did the storyboard, which obviously is a very quick sketch, it really had more sparkle and life to it. And now I'm actually almost taking the concept even a step further, but this is better. Yes, this is much better. So I'm going to go ahead and I apologize for wasting everyone's time by doing a crappy job. But I'm just going to try again. Okay, so here we've got this border here, and then of course this helmet has kind of a thing, little a bill, I guess you'd say. And then this is kind of going back in perspective like that. So no, it did look good, but it wasn't. This is where you have to make a distinction between good and right. It looked good, but it wasn't right. Let's get it right. He's tilting his head towards the door because he's hollering into the doorway. So this attitude with his eyes, for example, in particular, is far better. This is actually way and way more consistent, by the way, with the overall aesthetic of the cartoon. Philosophical bent is what I call the alternative center. Usually the truth and the wisdom is in the boring middle. It's one thing people really do not understand about a republic. One of the people complain about gridlock, for example, in Washington. All those guys, they can't get anything done because they're just all bickering among themselves. What they miss is that the bickering among themselves is actually the whole point. It's the whole point. The whole system is structured to force these people who are vehemently opposed to each other philosophically, forces them to work together. And so what happens then in practice is that the solutions that they arrive at are never fully satisfactory to anybody. And then we complain about that, when in fact that was actually the whole point. You have to have this negotiated centrist solution, otherwise, quite literally, nothing can get done. And that's really, really, that speaks directly to the problem that we have right now. And you're going, oh, how do you mean? Here is what I mean. If you are convinced that if you were king of the world, if I was king of the world, man, everything would be great. We would have utopia. If I was running the show, if we were doing things my way, if we could make America great again, why, everything would be great again. You're missing a key, actually you're missing the most important point. And it's about the playing card. The reality is that the person across the aisle from you who believes 180 degrees the opposite what you believe sees things you don't see. And that in point of fact, to actually do a good job, to run things well, you actually need that person. I mean, I can't emphasize that enough. You're actually utterly, you need that person desperately. You need that other point of view. You're not smart enough. Your so-called value system isn't pure enough and good enough for you to actually do a good job of running it. You need the person that disagrees with you vehemently to help inform your decision-making process. And by the way, they're not that smart either. It's an important point. You actually need each other desperately. When you are insisting that only my way is going to be the way that's going to be wonderful for everybody, you wind up in exactly the situation we have right now. You wind up with people who are so adamantly committed to their mythology that you can't even have a conversation with them. You can't even present to them the potential of contrary information because they don't freak out. Actually, in practice, what I've found with my friend on Facebook is he doesn't freak out. What he does is he goes silent. Whenever I present him with just clinical data that says, I don't know about your point on this. I'm thinking this makes more sense. What do you think? What he'll do is not answer at all. In other words, if it's really a well-reasoned answer, he simply won't answer typically. And by the way, that's exactly what I'm seeing right now. I'm actually looking on Facebook to my questions about Georgia. And what's really interesting about it to me, I'm not going to recap the questions that I had. Well, okay, I'll recap them this way. My question basically amounted to this. If the mainstream media is just a tool of the left, then why did they spend 2 weeks leading up to the Georgia runoffs talking about the fact that it's really important for Republicans to not believe the lie about electoral fraud? Because if they believe the lie, they might not vote. That was all over the mainstream media, over and over. I heard that story over and over. Well, if they're just a leftist fake news tool, why in the world would they push that story and encourage Republicans to vote? That's insane. And number two, grader would understand those questions. They go, yeah, what about that? And yet we're dealing with a large population of people that can't seem to wrap their heads around those simple questions. Now, there might be answers. They might have answers that deserve consideration to explain, you know, the stuff I'm asking about. I'm totally open to that possibility, but so far what I've seen is they never answer the question. And that's what I was saying has actually happened here. I posted that last night, and usually if my friend thinks he's really got the thing in the bag, he'll be quick to post. But whenever I post something that's like just a really diplomatic, well-reasoned question, I'm saying, I kind of see a hole in your logic here, so can you explain to me from your point of view why I'm wrong? Help me out here. What he does is he doesn't answer at all. He just goes quiet. Or as I say, sometimes he posts, the next thing you see is he'll post a Bible verse, which I find really, really frustrating. Only because I really, really love this person. He's like a brother to me, you know, very tight. And I want him to be bigger than that. I want him to be willing to think. I want him to be willing to consider that maybe there's another side to the story that he's not considering. And in fact, maybe he has drunk the Kool-Aid. Okay, and I'm actually going to put the paper right here so that when we cut close, we see it push under the door. Here's the guy outside the door, so we'll say here's the wall. And then in the storyboard, I just want to put this in here because I think it looks cool, but in the storyboard, I had another soldier right here who's kind of in the background. Sort of examining the papers that they're handing out, like this. Okay. So shoulders, forearm, a little bit high. How about that? Yeah, that'll work. Okay, so the soldiers are here, holding, handing out these flyers. And I think we will go ahead and put his other hand here. So normally, I will tell you that going forward, I expect that these socio-political commentaries are going to become less and less. It's been such a big deal lately that I just can't help talking about it because, I mean, it's affecting everyone's life. It's just a big deal. But hopefully, it'll all be somewhat behind us soon. And I think in terms of balance, this is probably okay. If we were going to maybe follow this through a little bit, we might put an indication of a building down here and then maybe some other buildings along here. But remember, by the way, I have to remember that if we go back to our storyboard, this is where we're actually at. So this is the town down here, and up here is the monastery. So there really aren't a lot of other buildings around other than the one main big building that they're in. So this would actually be part of the same building. So it might have like an archway here kind of going around it. And then way off in the distance you might see some indication of like the palace, which is kind of based on the Taj Mahal kind of thing back here. And gee, why don't we put a happy sunshine in the sky too? Alright, what's next? Okay, so, alright, so this is essentially this shot. So I'm going to go D key, and then I'm going to take this and move it down here, and move these guys up. Okay, and so what we're going to do here is just make a couple little changes. So I don't know, this whole metaphor of Beauty and the Beast, because I just watched it, occurred to me and really freaked me out. I'm like, oh my god. Donald Trump is the Beast. It's kind of funny if you look at it biblically, right? The Beast. Okay, that's bad. I'm not saying that. I don't think the guy's the Beast. I think the guy's kind of a sad character in a way, for sure. But unfortunately, he's crossed some lines recently that you can't just excuse away. Well, you know, hey, the guy's controversial, and you know, let's cut him some slack and let him be controversial. I kind of feel like that's what we've been doing for a while, kind of a long time. And for the most part, I've been fine with it. what took place last week kind of crossed the line, and the problem is he's not really walking it back too well. Well, it's probably going to get worse before it gets better, unfortunately. We've got one more week. That's the deal. We got to get through the inauguration. This little knobby here really doesn't belong. Let's zip in. So I'm hitting Shift Spacebar in Tahoma to zip in close, and so Asher is kind of an old coot. So let's look at what might have happened in an alternative universe. In an alternative universe, Beast would have said, "No, I don't believe it. Who could ever love a beast? Who could ever learn to love a beast? I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all." Hey, Cogsworth. Hey, Lemire. Listen, you know that little old lady that showed up last week? Remember when I kind of treated her like dirt? I was really mean to her. I gotta tell you guys, I gotta confess, I gotta admit. Do you have any videos where you walk through the process of creating a script? Which software you use? Yeah, I mean, I would say this. I've used a lot of different scripting software. I have used the software called Dramatica as a bit of an aid in pounding out a story. And just making sure all the loose ends get tied up and stuff. But as far as the actual writing of it, I've been using, the last few years, I've been using OpenOffice because it's got a nice navigator that lets you jump between scenes. And also, I created style and formatting hotkeys to create, character name, dialogue, parenthetical, all this stuff. So basically, I just use OpenOffice. There are Trelby is one. There's Celtics. There's a bunch of free software for writing scripts. But honestly, Joy, just write. Screw the software. Forget it. Don't worry about it. Use whatever you have. I do recommend. The only caveat I would say against what I just said is that it would be wise, whatever program you're using, which you can use your standard word processor, I'm sure, but OpenOffice, again, is free. Make sure you use a Courier font at 12 point. And the reason for that is that in traditional film screenwriting, it's usually pretty much assumed that one page of screenplay turns out to be 1 minute of screen time on your show. And right now, with this thing, I am at, here on the front end, these are some of the shots I've done the last couple days. I'm at 1926, whereas in the script, I'm on page 22. So in terms of editing, it looks like I'm 3 minutes short, but I know that I'm not quite 3 minutes short because the script is actually 54 minutes, and I'm targeting a 48-minute show. Okay? Because the ultimate goal is to have 24-minute episodes, and so this is a double-length pilot, is what it is. So if you use 12-point Courier, you're going to wind up with a script where you've got a pretty good picture of how long your show's going to be. And by the way, with all the films I've done, I've found that to be the case. If I write a 90-page script, it's going to be a 90-page or 90-minute movie. You can stretch it out or you know, punch it down a little bit, obviously, with editing. And when in doubt, you want to favor making things shorter, not longer, that's for sure. But basically, it works. Okay, so I'm going to go like this. And I'm going to zip in here a little closer. Just kind of get the old what look going on. That's about right. Alright, zip out here. So these guys, we're going to actually go from this pose to this pose, obviously. Cool. Cool beans. Cool beans. That's wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. Alright, let's go back here. Let's look at the storyboard in Vegas. Got that. Oh yeah, close up. Okay. I'm just going to keep rocking. I'm going to keep rocking, and we're going to expand this out. Let me see. Yeah, I mean, this is all just dialogue. I mean, we're just going back and forth between pretty much the same shots. So once I get the next 2 shots drawn, we're pretty much done with the pencil test stuff. Then we just have to start looking at timing, and so we'll do the close-up here. Somebody asked me yesterday about how to draw hands. Here's how I draw hands. Typically, I kind of have this. You could actually probably best think of it as a kind of a pentagon. So you want to have the fleshy area for the thumb, and then you want to have kind of a base here, you know, almost a bent cube, or not cube, but I mean, you know, it's kind of rectangular for the fingers. And then, you know, we're talking about cartoons here, so generally you're going to see fingers handled rather simply, but, you know, you can get as detailed as you want, you know. Now, this is Asher's hand, and he's an old guy, so maybe we'll put a little bit of knottiness in his fingers. So I'll go ahead and bend these 2 fingers, and then for the thumb, you know, what's the real structure of a thumb? You know, you've got the... Look at your own thumb, you know, and you can see. So there's a little bit of this, everything crunching together when it bends, but I mean, that's pretty much it. Okay, so what we're going to do, I'm not going to use that. I'm going to actually grab this. We want to make his hand a little smaller. If you're like me, you're going to find that you have a tendency to draw things actually bigger than they should be. So the idea is that he's going to reach his hand down like this. This is where vectors would be useful. I should probably ink the hand as a vector shape so that I can then move it off screen, because your vector layers in Tahoma kind of have infinite resolution. So actually, let's do it this way. Let's put the hand over here a little bit, just so it's kind of not bumping into the paper. So let's just put where what we might do is have Asher snap on a pair of reading glasses real quick, actually. But I think this is right. He grabs it. Yeah, exactly. And actually he's angled this way. So I'm sticking with my story today, Beauty and the Beast. Who could ever learn to love a beast? The rhetorical question with a presumptive answer of nobody. Which beast believed? And as a result, created 100% of all of his own problems. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy how that works. This is horrible. That looks stupid. Okay, let's just kind of see the silhouette here. Let's kind of. There we go. There we go. I like that. That's actually an improvement over the storyboard. I think that's definitely got some. It's got it going on. We got it going on, people. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. So here, he's looking at the paper. So let me pull back here a little bit and hit the E key to erase. And now let's just say, where is this going to be? It's going to be here? Kind of, sort of. Kind of, sort of. So we'll just kind of go like this. We'll keep the hands on the simplified side. May change my mind on that later, but I think for now we're probably okay. So I'm going to have his shoulders be a little bit crumped up this way. Yeah. Drawing through the character. Yeah, so I could probably do one really quick tween where he's going to like literally go and snap up into place, and that'll probably look fine. Being's how we're working at 8 frames a second here for this modestly budgeted cartoon. Okay, so this might be fun to, after he comes up, to maybe give one frame to having his hands snap closer together and pop the paper, kind of snap it apart. Might be okay. Let me see. Better check the script. So, soldier says, proclamation by the noble, honorable Nolan. Read it. He picks up the letter. He's not pleased. Mel says, what is it? Ah, got it. So now we're into the back and forth. So this is actually pretty much the end of the pencil work. Let's get Mel in there. But this is really, we're going into a dialogue sequence here. So I've pretty much gotten through the hard part. So Mel's like, what is it? And he's like, and so his eyes will just kind of shift, and he'll glance over at Mel and say, it appears that the prince is to be married to the maiden Tianara. Mel says, oh, well, who's Tianara? Tianara is Carliana's daughter. What? That girl? The girl that Mel's been kind of thinking about. He's been kind of thinking about her because he saw her a couple times. Jump back here. Okay, so this, by the way, is a Tahoma bug. If you flip your canvas but rotate it, okay, if you rotate your canvas like so, then you can reset it with the N key, but then when you flip it back, now it's wrong in this orientation. And you keep flipping and flipping and flipping all the time. So I think the only cure for that, we'll see, is maybe reset rotation. Let's find out. Edit. Where the heck is that? View. Reset shift. Where's Darren when I need him? Where is the... Oh, thank you, brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What are you doing? You're like lurking, man. That's funny. Okay, right mouse click. Fit to window. Flip view. Reset view. Reset rotation. Whoa. Dude. That didn't work. That's weird. Let's just see here. Reset view. reset rotation. Okay, and we go like this, and it's still wrong. So now let's hit N, and I'll bet you now it's right. Yep, there we go. Okay, thanks, man. Nice. Darren T. Joy, if you want to learn more about this software that I'm using right now, Tahoma, you need to subscribe to that guy's channel, Darren T. He is the premier authority, and I'm not joking, on learning how to use this software and all of its quirks. And I think it's safe to say, I mean, he does have a course he sells as well, but I think it's safe to say that if you refer to his YouTube channel, you're going to be able to very much come up to speed with this software. And I, on the other hand, am pretty much useless when it comes to explaining how to use it and stuff. That's not really my purpose here. My purpose here is, my focus is on the cartoon, the story, the actual work, as opposed to any given software. And, you know, I favor Krita and this software, Tahoma, for most of what I do. But Darren is the teaching guru in a big way. Alright, yeah. Yep. He's the man. Darren T is the man. And that's a Darren T. Hello, friends. Hello, friends. Darren, you say I don't sound like you when I say that, but I kind of think I do. We should take a vote here. When I say hello, friends, like Darren T, do I actually sound like Darren T? You guys weigh in with your opinion. Hello, friends. If you're not sure if it will work for you, give it a try. I'm sure you're going to thoroughly enjoy using Tahoma, and that's a Darren T. That's pretty close. It's not completely exactly right, but it's pretty close. Darren's a good guy. All right, back up here. What is it? No, I like plugging Darren's channel. He needs lots of subscribers, because the more people that pay attention to his channel, the more people there are going to be who are good with Tahoma, which means that more and more of us will be able to work together on things maybe in the future, right? That'd be cool. Very much it would be cool. Okay, guys, this is pretty much it for the you know, kind of re-envisioning the storyboard, bringing it in here. And now what I think I'm going to do is begin to expand from a tweening standpoint, okay? Now, I'm not huge on onion skins. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hit the B key and go and create a blank. You're not sure. What are you not sure about? Whether you're into, like, wanting to learn this software or something? I don't know what you're not sure about. Okay, now we're going to move fast. Boom, boom, boom. I want to zip in here, and we're just going to tween it the old school way. We're tweening the old school way because it's fun, I tell you. That's why. Okay, here's his eye line. There's his eye line top. Whoops. So we're going to go right about to there. We're going to actually split the difference. Yep. I'm hitting the period and the comma key to toggle between the keyframes. This is the part that's fun. This is what I just need to do more and more of. Quit talking about politics and just freaking draw, dude. Yeah, I know. That's what you're all thinking. I get it. But see, my insights are just so freaking brilliant. I'm being facetious only to a degree. It's actually something I have been told a number of times throughout my life. I tend to see things from an angle that other people don't. You know, with the caveat that invariably it turns out that other people see things from an angle that I don't. I recognize that as well, so it's all good. It's all good. Ooh, that looks pretty. That looks pretty. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. So what I'm doing is I'm actually doing, I guess you could say, sort of Disney-style tweening. I am doing traditional Disney-style tweening. Because it's cool. But with the caveat that it's going to be 8 frames per second. I'm not trying to do 24 frames per second smooth as silk Disney animation. I'm not. Okay, I am going to skim. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Hello, friends. It was in reference to the voice comparison. I think my chat is delayed. Haha, we're not one-dimensional. Always be yourself. I like Joy. Joy is... I'm glad Joy's here today. She's bringing sunshine to my YouTube channel. Joy is bringing sunshine. Yep. Well, it is true that my viewership tends to skew pretty heavily male, and I'm assuming based on the name that you, Joy, are female. And when the girls come around, they tend to bring a certain... Yeah, it's like Maria. Maria's been great to have around the last couple... Whoops. That's not what I wanted to do. So I definitely appreciate the... oh, for crying out loud, Dave. I'm using my Krita hotkeys that I don't actually need to use. And what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to stretch him. Because this is a tween, I'm going to go ahead and stretch him a bit. It is actually my contention, and this is a controversial statement, it is my contention that if women ran the world, we would have way fewer problems. Now they still need the male influence too. They still need that perspective. But without getting into a big explanation or rationalization of why I think this, it is my contention that the world would be a better place if women were running it. Yeah. The thing about the women's side of it is you're going to have a lot more reasonableness, a lot more negotiation, a lot more grace, a lot less posturing. And so you're going to be able to get a lot more done until you really piss them off. And when you do, they're going to turn mean as a snake. And quite appropriately, one might add, in most cases. Usually when they get mean as a snake, you, just like Beast, you kind of brought it on yourself, probably. Probably it's your own fault. Yeah. Joy, am I right? Am I right? Is this not true? You're going to be as loyal and kind as the day is long. Until they finally just cross one line too many and really betray you and really hurt you. And then you're going to get tough. You're going to get maybe mean even. And in your own mind, it will be completely justified. And if one were to look at all the available data, in other words, if you could get the man in this situation to not be able to lie, okay? So in other words, the man can't sort of make up a story to sort of rationalize away or gloss over the, you know, the real honest truth of his own behavior. Okay, let's say it's impossible. You cast a spell on him and it's impossible for the man to lie at all. He has to tell the complete truth about what he did to get us here. What you're going to find out most of the time is, yeah, if she got to the point where enough was enough, it's probably his own fault that we got there. Now, it's not a 100% rule, but it's probably 90% rule. So this gets back into what I was saying about the fact that we actually all need each other. We need that other perspective to keep us sane and keep us reasonable and balanced and healthy and all the rest. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Okay, he swings out like this. I'm going to say this is going to be a tween that's going to favor a slow out, right? Darren, have I got that terminology correct? So if I'm putting the tween closer to the starting point, that would be slow out because I'm moving slowly from my starting point out to my destination. Is that right? Slow out. I only ask that because intuitively, to a degree in my head, it seems like slow in. In feels like that would be the beginning of it, even though actually slow out makes more sense. So help me out here. Hey, there's my beautiful woman. Hey, Val. Valerie just walked by. So you guys know what I'm about to do. I'm going to take a 5-minute break and go confer with my beautiful princess, my love, my adoring queen. While you guys all sit and, oh, I don't know, you could go give attention to your own adoring queens, I suppose. Slow out or he's out. Okay, cool, I thought I had that right. Alright, so I'm going to duck out for 5 minutes. I'll be back in 5. And I'm just going to keep working, man. Got work to do. Keep rocking. I am back. Okay, everybody who's still here has to put something in the chat and say, like, identify themselves. So I'm sharing my socio-political commentary with Valerie, and Valerie says, well, yeah, duh, you reap what you sow. And I thought, whoa, wait a second, that's interesting. Why is that interesting? Well, because vis-a-vis the socio-political conversation, the people that I'm postulating here may have, just may have, drunk the Kool-Aid of believing a lie, happen to be the group of people who are claiming to be the really strong Bible believers. They want to make America great again. They want to go back to a better time, a simpler time, a more peaceful, loving time. Now, those who don't really like them very well might say, yeah, you want to go back to a more racist time. Okay, maybe that's fair, maybe that's not fair. That's a conversation for another day. But what is interesting about that is that those people do, by and large, to a very large extent, I can say with great confidence, claim to be kind of all about the Bible. Bible. Okay. Well, the Bible says you reap what you sow. So, is that true? Because if that's true, then does it conversely mean that whatever you've sown, you reaped? I'm sorry, whatever you're reaping, you sowed. Well, when you have to deal with the stark reality of facing the fact that you've caused all of your own problems for yourself, what are you going to do if you're an unhealthy person? You're going to expand the conspiracy. You're going to expand the mythology. The conspiracy is going to be even bigger. No, it can't be possible that I reaped what I sowed. No, this can't be my fault. It can't be that I'm the bad guy. No. Nope. So the lie gets bigger and bigger and bigger because you got incredible cognitive dissonance between what is patently true to a child and what you're claiming is true. So you have adults, you know, for me, I'm going, yeah, we've got adults that are really acting like children. Yikes. That's pretty scary. So the last thing you want to do is give a 4-year-old power. Okay? Can I say, you probably don't want to give somebody that thinks like a 4-year-old that they run the house. You're not going to have a very stable house, probably. You might be asking for trouble. By the way, this should be 8. We don't operate at 24 frames a second here. No. We operate at 8 frames a second. Yeah. What just happened? Okay, so now what we have is this situation. Yeah, where Tahoma got really confused, and Darren's out there going, oh, Dave, you better just, like, save your work and reopen Tahoma. Yeah, I'm agreeing with you on that one. I think it's time. Hey, Maria. And the script for my awesome, glad to hear it. Maria, see, I just mentioned Maria a little bit ago. That's what I said. I really like having the balance of the... I'm actually really... Oh, phooey kablooey. Okay, so this is probably fixable. I'm going to just delete that. It didn't delete the image. What it did is it deleted it from the X sheet. This is my own fault because I made a duplicate of this drawing, which is basically kind of sort of is disconnected from the rest. Joy. Hey, that's hilarious. No, I like that. There's a little bit of a sense of community here, I think, going on. That's pretty good. Which is kind of amazing, considering that in a different situation, a lot of people would say, Dave, you know, you're just like acting like a complete jerk today. All your rant and raving. So now what I'm doing is I'm looking for the picture that kind of sort of disappeared, and it looks like it really disappeared. That's not good. Oh, no. Okay, so that means I need to redraw it. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to go down here and boop. Just create a new drawing, and I'm just going to take 18 and stick it up here out of order. That's okay. It's a tween. Again, like I said, I know I'm asking for trouble here, but I'm a little bummed out that my my tween got killed. Yeah, this is coming along quite nicely. We'll see if it works as far as, you know, because we got to expand this out and we got ink and paint to do and the whole thing, right? So there's a lot of work to do here. So let's just do this. We'll do the same thing again, but in a little different way, because it's going to have to be drawn anyway, no matter what I do. So okay, so we were going to do a slow out, so we'll just kind of go like this, and I'll keep this in a little bit sketchier this time, just so it doesn't take forever. And then from here on out, this is actually kind of severely damaging my flow here. So I think what I'll do also is I'm actually going to go like this. I'm going to hit the B key. Now here's how I'm going to heal what's broken. I'm going to go here. I'm going to control C. I'm going to go in here, hit the S key, and then control V. And I'm going to actually take this image out because this is not really part of the image sequence. So I can rearrange them here. That's no problem. They'll be in the correct order over here. So this is not going to follow the timeline correctly. This will. But at least that should solve the problem that I just had. From now on, I should be able to smack tweens in there and have everything show up where it's supposed to be. And if I hit the save button, all my drawings will still be saved. So back here, I will find that probably, where is it? Let me do this again. Save all. So this, oh, I know. I'm sorry, my bad. I got to hit F5 to refresh it. I'm still not seeing it here. Well, there, yep, there it is. Yep, it's there. We're back in business here. Okay, so now I'm going to jump back here to the storyboard, just because that's kind of where I prefer to leave this. And now we're back in business. It's all good. You know, I could complain. I could say, you know what, there's a conspiracy. There's a conspiracy to make my life miserable by having me lose work. Or it could be that, like an idiot, I didn't really save my images and organize my data properly, and maybe that problem was my own fault. Yeah, I think it was my own fault. I think I caused it. So, yeah. These things are interesting to me. The only part about all of it that's scary is the degree to which the socio-political commentary is following a storyline, if you will, that is eerily similar to a freaking fairy tale. That's a little disturbing. Makes me a little uncomfortable. Yeah. The boys are back in town. Boys are back in town. Who did that? Was that T-Rex? The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town. All right. Okay. Better get the size of this circle right. It's probably more like that. And what we said was we were going to just turn it up a little bit. Right there. And then it kind of, so it's kind of a, it's actually a bit of an anticipation because his head jerks up, but then settles back down a bit. So that's all good. J.P. Parks. It's a traveling five-ring circus. Oh man, ain't that the truth. Amar. Well, the impression I've gotten, I'm gonna take the risk of spitballing here a little bit, Amar, as a man of color from an urban area, which I will not identify here on YouTube. My impression is that your overall leanings are somewhat sympathetic with mine, but you've actually got a little bit of a... You bring a certain balance to that perspective, which I kind of appreciate. So you're not a hardcore... Is that right? I mean, tell me if I'm wrong. I'm just kind of interpolating just from little things you've said over the months. Excuse me. And you know, and you don't have to say anything if you don't want to, obviously. Tahoma TD. Ha! JP! Was it you who asked about drawing hands a couple days ago? I can't remember if it was Max Power or if it was JP. Maybe it was Walter. One of you guys said you were here to learn about drawing hands, and I was like, well, not really going to be drawing hands today. You are a political... In other words, especially people on the right would just assume, well, you know, he's black, so he's like progressive all the way and blah, 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 blah. And I get the impression you're actually a little more balanced than that. That your views are somewhat more eclectic than maybe the stereotypical caricature of what a person believes just because they're a person of color. Apolitical? Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Right. Okay, that would jibe. Yeah, that would definitely jibe with what I've noticed. Well, you know, and the thing that... When I was talking to Valerie just a few minutes ago, that's what... She kind of said that. She's like, look, this has always been true. I mean, it's been true that leaders who are in a... Oh, what do you want to say? I'm trying to think of how to say it. You know, kind of like the idea of they've had everything handed to them in life. It's one of the strangest things actually to come out. I've been hearing a bit on the mainstream news about the insurrectionist. And this point had never really been made previously, so it's been an interesting point that's emerged just in the last week. Is people are noticing, and maybe rightly and maybe wrongly, but this is something that's been observed and I've caught it a couple times here and there, is that the people that did this are not the poor, disaffected whites, by and large, that we kind of sort of thought they were. In fact, most of them are like my friend on Facebook. My friend on Facebook, I can tell you this. He's probably a millionaire. He's definitely very successful. He has had a charmed life. I've known him since I was in my early 20s. I worked for him. He was one of my first employers right out of college. And I mean, he's got everything, man. He's had a really, really good life. And it's been a little bit mysterious to people. Like, what the hell are these people complaining about exactly? You know? So what you usually hear is that socialism is going to destroy our country. Okay, I mean, I'm willing to hear that argument. Maybe socialism is going to destroy our country. But the problem is that the very word socialist has just become a weapon. It's become a weaponized word. So if I don't want to actually have an intelligent conversation with you, if I can get everyone in the audience to believe me when I call you a socialist, what that really means is anything you say can just be dismissed out of hand. Well, because you're a socialist. Therefore, you can't possibly have any good ideas. So it's been a totally weaponized term. Again, I encourage people, if you disagree, feel free to disagree. We can have a conversation here. Nobody's going to get mad at you. I love it when people show me that I'm wrong. Well, actually, Dave, here's this data and that data that shows you're kind of mistaken on this point. Oh, okay, cool, thank you. No problem. And that's because of the fear thing I was talking about earlier. I'm not afraid to find out that I had some bad information. And by the way, that's also why I'm a little bit slow to assume that I know the full story. That's why I really didn't have a problem with the whole legal process, all the court cases. I'm like, that's fine. You know, I felt pretty confident about the way it would turn out because, as I said earlier, I did something that very few people do. I read the statutes and I read the filings. I read the Kraken case. Sidney Powell's case. I read the damn thing. And I looked at it and I laughed. After I read it, I'm like, okay, yeah, she's not even going to get to first base in court. And I told my friend that, and he said, no, you just wait. You just wait. You're going to see, man, it's going to be as Sidney Powell said, it's going to be biblical. Okay, we'll see. But I don't know, because I mean, I kind of read the case, and I'm kind of seeing that if I was the judge, this is what I would do. And then, you know, a day later, maybe 2 days later, the judge would do exactly that. And I'd go back to my friend and say, well, you know, I mean, what are you thinking now? And he'd go silent. He's not going to answer that question. But gee, dude, you know, you were like so confident, and you thought you knew everything, but yet, when I told you might want to think twice, you kind of laughed at me, and I know it sounds arrogant to say it, but this is actually true. It actually is true. In regard to these issues that we're talking about, and the conversation that has taken place to a degree on Facebook, I have been 100% correct on almost everything. Not 100%. I've been basically 99% correct, and my Trumper friend has been 100% wrong. Every single thing he predicted would happen didn't happen. 100%, not 90. I mean, he literally was wrong about every single thing he said was going to happen. And so the truth is, the emotional truth is, this friend of mine has disappointed me. That's the truth. The truth is, I love this man, and he's disappointed me because I want him to have the character to just admit it. Just say, dude, I'm wrong. It's like the guy that gets caught cheating. The guy that gets caught cheating, but his woman isn't ready to divorce him, okay? Let's say. I mean, this is a bit of a stretch as a hypothetical, but just take this for what it is. It's just a hypothetical. Okay, so the man got caught cheating, but she's not ready to divorce him. Okay, she's just really, really disappointed because this thing's been dragging out for a while, and he can't just admit what he did. He's still trying to rationalize it. He's trying to explain it away. Joy or Maria, you guys can weigh in on this one if you want and tell me if I'm wrong, but that's really got to be frustrating because it's like the truth is so obvious. Just tell the truth, and you'll find out that I still love you. You'll find out that I will, in fact, forgive you. But you're so afraid of admitting what you really are and what you really did that you just cannot bring yourself to tell the truth. And then, this actually goes back to Beast. Because he can't tell the truth, ultimately, she can't trust him. Because she can't trust him, what happens ultimately? Actually, they wind up getting the divorce. Whose fault is that? Now, this is not the same as the guy that's cheated on her 5 times, okay? That's doing it habitually. That's not what I'm talking about. We're talking about a one-time case, and it's mostly an emotional disconnect. You guys are smart. You guys know what I'm saying. You know what I'm trying to say. Okay, so now, that tween is probably adequate. So Mel looks at him, kind of glances up. It's probably going to do this. Okay. People got caught in the fame of Trump. They ignored everything he stood against and didn't tolerate from anyone else. Let me backtrack and look at the chat, because this is really, I'm enjoying the fact that people are willing to indulge this conversation. Important being able to learn. Dietrich said, doubt is the beginning of wisdom. Well, that there was widespread fraud. It's possible. I don't think so, but it could be. So let's find out. Let's do the court thing. Let's go through the process. Well, if we go through the process and we find out, well, actually it turns out that this story of fraud was not really about fraud. It was really about the people propagating that story had a really strong incentive to propagate that story. And you're still seeing it play out, actually. They're still clinging to the story. It's like comically crazy. Okay, so now what we're going to have is we're going to essentially have this. I'm going to draw one more Mel because I want to have him be able to sort of stand up and back off so that we've got this contrasted with this. So these guys are It's, you know, essentially it's a two-shot. As you can see, we're kind of on the rule of thirds. The reality is, right here, what we really should probably do to balance this out, and I'm hitting the shift key, let's lock him on the rule of thirds so that when we toggle between these guys, we're going to get a nice balance between them. You see that? So when Mel kind of stands up, he's a major historical hero for me. He changed paradigms throughout his life and he learned from them. And he had a sense of humor, which is also vital to survival. Oh man, I've been thinking that the last couple days. I mean, I'd like to hope we're all going to look back on this, even with my Trumper friend, you know, 2 years from now, maybe 10 years from now, we'll see, but, and just laugh and go, you know, it turns out, gee, my friend, who again I won't name, I'm not even going to say his first name, gee, friend, was it worth it? You know, it turned out that you didn't lose everything. It turned out that the country didn't go down the toilet. And it turns out you guys were kind of wrong, and actually we did take a few steps in a progressive direction. And the world kept turning, actually. It turns out it wasn't that big of a deal. Can we laugh about this now? Can we realize that, yeah, maybe we were kind of a little out of control there for a bit? Bon Jovi? Okay, are you saying Bon Jovi did a remake? Ah, Thin Lizzy. I was saying T-Rex. Yes, Thin Lizzy. Thank you. Yes. I don't know that Thin Lizzy was a better band than Bon Jovi. John Bon Jovi, particularly in his prime, pretty talented guy. I think he embarrassed himself though here. I don't know if it was a couple years ago. He went out and did a tour, and oh my gosh, you know, his voice is gone. I mean, his voice is more gone than Steve Perry's voice. He cannot even. I mean, it's worse than watching Bob Seger. You know, and Bob Seger you can forgive. The guy's like 75 years old. I mean, okay. You know, come back, baby, rock and roll, never forget. You know, you can't quite hit those notes anymore. It's understandable. If you train yourself correctly, if you do it right, you can, in fact, keep your voice good even into your 70s. And Brian Johnson proves it. Brian Johnson from AC/DC. I know exactly how he does what he does, and his technique is actually quite. He really has a very what do I want to say? He has pretty good technique actually as a rock vocalist. And the way he sings sounds like it would tear your voice completely up, and in fact it doesn't. It actually keeps your voice from getting torn up. I can't explain. I can do it, but I can't explain it. If you want to see it, look on my YouTube channel here. Look on here for a voice of, if you search on my channel for one of two things. You could search on my channel for Man on the Silver Mountain, which is, of course, originally sung by Ronnie James Dio, but I've got actually a remake, karaoke version, here on YouTube, on my channel, of Man on the Silver Mountain, as sung by Ronnie James Dio, and I also have an acoustic version of Kathmandu by Bob Seger. And you'll see that in those videos, I really use the same technique that Brian Johnson uses. It's literally the same technique. And for most of his life, it was really the technique Bob Seger was using. They were using their vocal cords in the same way. The only reason I know that is because I've been singing for a long time. I mean, I told you guys yesterday. If you go to jingles.us, you can. I mean, most of the demos on that jingle reel are actually me singing. Not all, but most of them actually are where I sang all the parts. In fact, the demo starts out with that same technique because there's a jingle I did for a car dealer here. Variety. I can't really do opera very convincingly, frankly. Don't really know if I would even want to particularly, but I certainly respect what they can do, man. That is for sure. I'm more from the rock and roll school. Okay, so this is cool because this gives us the ability to sort of have this conversation between Mel and Asher. However, I do want to check something about the timing of the show, because basically I gave Mel two wardrobes. And actually, let's look in Vegas. So let me see what happens here. So he gets sent out on a mission after we go back to Tianara. She's in prison now, waiting to be essentially married up to the prince. But they had to imprison her, because this is all part of a nefarious plot. Okay, so we come back here, and here is... This would ostensibly be a different day, actually. So I think we'll change Mel's wardrobe here, so we're good at this point. We're going to be still in the same wardrobe he was wearing in the fishing scene. Or not... Well, yeah, fishing, laundry, studying scene that we did a few days ago. So this would be sort of a olive green. So, yeah, Kathmandu, what a fun song. What a fun song. Not going to do it here. Okay, I'm going to go back and look at the chat. Yes, exactly. And actually the way those guys do it is kind of more similar. I'm not sure why, but it could be a genetic thing, but I think that white singers, for whatever reason, have a hard time in more of the time tapping into the way the vocal cords are used to achieve that sound. I'm not sure that okay, boy, I gotta go back here. Dancing in the Moonlight was not Thin Lizzy, I do not believe. Thin Lizzy was the best. Couldn't make a bad song if they tried. Yep. People look at Trump changed nothing. He really made it worse in some ways. Yeah, a lot of people are expressing that opinion at this point. Angela Lansbury had a heck of a career. James Brown and Ray Charles kept their voices well into their 70s. Yep. Mentioning it in Connect, actors in live theater relying on mics to get their voices on to the back rows. Yeah, right. Well, I spoke a few days ago. I'll kind of make a transition now as I'm thinking about it here. But I was talking a bit about vocal technique as it relates to voiceover. And there's a certain kind of... There is a way that you essentially lift your innards that results in a change in the way your vocal cords are used. And I actually just did that. I actually just made that change. So right now I am actually speaking in a much more conscientious way, the way I would when I am in fact doing a voiceover, which I actually do kind of a lot of, because I got clients all over the country for which I am the voice of their telephone system. Yep, somebody's got to do it. I'm that annoying guy you hear when you get put on hold and they say, thanks for calling, XYZ company. Thanks for calling the Ingersoll Rand Air Center. Have you heard about Nirvana? These air compressor line. Yeah. Been doing the voiceover thing for a lot of years. Baby. Alright, going here. Then Lizzie and Cheap Trick and the Pixies. Yeah, and I would say Robin, what's his last name? Zander? Good vocalist. He's held his voice quite well. It's the diaphragm. Well, yes. If you breathe from below, you'll find your diaphragm pulsing, and your belly sort of expands as you breathe from below. Okay? And what happens is, if you do it correctly, you can be humming along like I am right now, and you can take a fairly significant breath, which I just did, and you cannot hear it. It doesn't sneak into the microphone. So breathing from below not only gives you good support, but it also allows you to get a breath without having a, you know, which I would say that poorer voice actors or voice talent people, I shouldn't say voice actors, tend to get a lot of breaths, and that's completely avoidable. It's because they're not using their... Yeah, Creedence Clearwater Revival. Yeah, that's right. Well, Dancing in the Moonlight, everybody here is out of sight. That was Thin Lizzy? I'm thinking it was... Yeah, King Harvest. It's the one-hit wonder. Maybe Thin Lizzy covered it. I don't know, but I don't remember anything about Thin Lizzy doing Dancing in the Moonlight. Simon and Garfunkel, yes. I am just a poor boy. Oh yeah, there's a controversial line in that song. The whores on 7th Avenue. I do declare they were turning. I'm hitting the harmony. Actually, I gotta find the melody. Da na 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 na. Okay. Simon and Garfunkel, absolutely. What was the other one I heard the other day? That was actually Paul Simon. 50 Ways to Leave Your Lover. The answer is all inside your head, she said to me. Is that right? The problem, not the answer. The answer is easy if you take it logically. I want to help you with your struggle to be free. There must be 50 ways to leave your lover. Alright, okay, looking up here, you're an alto. Yeah, that's good. Love altos. Well, the thing you find with altos is the following, and it's actually really good news, Maria, because it means I could probably use you as a voice actor in a cartoon sometime. What I found over the years working with like jingle singers that were altos, it's really funny. Something no one else, I've never heard anyone else make this observation, but I saw it over and over, is that if a girl is an alto, she's also going to have a beautiful, rich speaking voice. So it's often the case that the girls who have really good speaking voices are also good singers. With guys, it tends to be the opposite. The guys with the really rich baritone voices actually are often sucky singers. Don't know why, but I've found that to be the case. Beautiful, simple. Yeah, I mean, I was a really big fan of Lennon. I was pretty devastated, frankly, when he got shot. Alto was easier. Okay, let's see. I wasn't even able to do second soprano. Yeah, I mean, there's two ways to do the high notes. You can do falsetto. So you can kind of go up like this, and how does that go? I'm thinking I got a song coming into my head. It's pure falsetto. If I was a businessman, I'd sit behind a desk. That's too low, I think. I think it's up there. I would scare Wall Street to death. I would call a meeting of the press to let them know. Boo-a-doo-doo. I did it all 'cause I'm stone in love with you. So you can do a falsetto, or you can do a head voice. But I did it all. You know, that's actually head voice. That's not falsetto. 'Cause I'm stone in love with you. then you got to screech that last note. Just saying. Just saying. I like that. I really like that song, actually, Stone in Love. By the Stylistics. Man, they were good. How's this looking, guys? Looking okay? Sorry, that was the vocal training wasn't anything I mastered by now. I love basses. No, I haven't. I just joined. What? Sebastian! Yeah, right on, Sebastian Rock. Hey, that's a cool name, Sebastian Rock. What are you all about, Sebastian Rock? What are you doing, man? All right, it seems to me we've got most of our keyframes in here. Now, this is a little questionable. Probably on this one, we're going to just have a static shot. Yes. This is just going to be a static shot. It's just going to be the mouse. So I'm going to go through and just kind of think about what the planning's going to be on the actual animation stuff. Here, he's going to change pose, and that's all just voice, lip sync. Okay, yeah, we need another key here. Actually, this is kind of important. So I'm going to hit the D key and make a dupe. Doop and group. Group and doop. Yeah. I think I'm going to put them both in there. Yes, 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 yes. That's going to be good. Yeah, my problem is, once I get actually pretty warmed up, especially like this after live streaming, and I've been doing a lot of talking, I find it really hard to hit the low notes. Actually, the low notes become really, like to do a a deep baritone voiceover voice is a lot tougher after talking for a long time. You just get so warmed up that you can't do it, man. Let me see here. Joyce, thank you for hosting entertainment. Catch you in the next live. All right. Be sure and subscribe. Subscribe, Joy. Put yourself on the subscriber list. Okay, so, yeah, I wanted to kind of have this pose where Mel is choking back laughter. Don't know if it quite works, but we're going to try. Oh, man. What time is it anyway? 11:20. Okay, it's almost 11:30. Started at 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Holy crap, 4.5 hours. Well, this is what I've been telling you. I'm going to just, like, allow my process. That's not quite right, folks. That's not quite right. Allow my process to unfold publicly. So when I fail, I'll fail publicly. But I've been having fun. I've been enjoying plumbing the depths of this whole Beauty and the Beast metaphor. Yeah, Beauty and the Beast is the metaphor for our entire socio-political situation. Right. That's kind of scary. That's a little bit scary, folks. That's a little bit frightening, isn't it? I did it all. See, right now I can't seem to get the 'cause I'm stone in love with. See, he had a real thin. Okay, so his falsetto is located way up in his nasal passage, and it's not the only way to do falsetto, but the guy from the Stylistics is very. It's a very high falsetto. Now you can take that and turn it into a character too, right? You know, if you want to. You can kind of dance between, you know, falsetto and head voice, and maybe get kind of a young person's voice, maybe, or something like that. I don't know. Just spitballing. Okay, so this would be, he's going to be like shaken, right? Well, the thing about the back of the throat, actually, here's the thing about the back of the throat. What I've found, probably for most people, I would say this. Most people, if you're just learning how to do it, okay, so you're just learning some techniques and you're trying to figure out how to hit the high notes. This is not the perfect technique. It's not the definitive technique, but it is a technique that can provide a transitional point where you learn to get a better feeling for how to use your voice. And that is, and usually with people with singing, the problem that people have is they're trying to figure out how to hit the high notes. Usually. Not always, but yes, 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 be our guest. Well, I just saw that movie. Didn't I? I just watched it. That's why I've been commenting about it. Be our guest. Be our guest. Put our service to the test. Tie a napkin around your neck, Shelly, and we'll provide the rest. I can't remember all the words, but it's something like that. Great song. Well, again, it's the contrast between that and Anastasia. There's no comparison. The writing is so infinitely much better on Beauty and the Beast that it's just crazy. And I didn't know that was the way I was going to come away feeling when I watched them. I mean, this was just the last 2 days. I watched them both. No contest. Anastasia has absolutely no charm, no humor, stupid character development. So many things wrong with that movie that would have been so easily fixed, and none of it has anything to do with the animation. The visuals are great, for the most part. My only complaint on the visuals was that the animation, there's a stark contrast between the animation that was obviously rotoscoped and the animation that wasn't. The stuff that wasn't is just, it's essentially Land Before Time. Now the stuff that I'm pretty sure that Don Bluth did himself, like the little bat character and stuff, he did a pretty good job. He tends to do a lot of this. Here's what Don Bluth does. Don Bluth says, okay, here's your character. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go like this, and we're going to put all these angles in it, right? We're going to really exaggerate these angles and really stretch this guy out like crazy, and maybe squish him like crazy up here and really stretch him down here. He does that kind of stuff, and there's a lot of this sort of really angled eye action. And for the most part, now that's obviously not the best job of it, but he's quite good at that. I mean, Don Bluth is absolutely a good animator. There's no question about that. And he still is. But there was, as I say, quite a contrast. Yeah, I mean, I think, let's pull back here a little bit and just test this. If we're going to animate something like that, that's probably going to be okay. We could also maybe animate his hands up and down. For the good times. For the good times. What I was going to say about the throat was I didn't get around to making my point. My point is that I figured out a long time ago that when I was yawning, I seemed to be hitting really... And it was like it was easy. It's like all of a sudden I'm hitting all these stupidly high notes when I'm yawning. What's up with that? So then when I started, moving toward my period where I was gigging, which would have been around around 2009-ish, 2008, 2009 era. I quit gigging because I got the deal to make movies, and that's like, okay. And plus the band was going through some changes. We lost one person who kind of wrecked the vibe in the band a bit, and so I kind of gave the band an ultimatum. He said, well, tell you what, if you guys want to bring my daughter in as the replacement singer for the girl that left, then I'll stick around, but otherwise I'm going to just kind of like move on down the road because I kind of got this movie thing happening. And and Ralph, the one guy in the band, he really didn't like the idea, which I understand. Natalie's got a really nice voice, but it's also kind of a unique voice, whereas the girl that left had a very generic voice that worked for all kinds of songs. Natalie's voice, I would say broadly, is not as versatile. She's actually got a Disney princess type of voice, so. But not quite. I don't know. Actually, if you want to know what her voice sounds like, I think that if you go to yourpartyprincess.com. Yes. Yeah, you go here. Go here. Go to yourpartyprincess.com and play this video. In fact, I think this actually works. I think if I do this, you'll hear it. I think you'll hear it.
Moments come once in a lifetime, and your party princess brings the magic home to you.
Whoops, sorry guys. Here you go.
Magical moments come once in a lifetime, and your party princess brings the magic home to you. Does your precious youngster dream of meeting their favorite fairy tale character from the big screen? Trust me, they do. Your party princess is all about creating memories that will be treasured for a lifetime. Visit yourpartyprincess.com. We bring the magic home to you.
Guess who wrote the music for that jingle? Yeah, that would be me. Yeah, so I was basically trying to channel Alan Menken, I suppose, with the musical style. And then Natalie, that's my daughter. That's her business. That's what she does. And by the way, you can, yeah, they are. That's true, Amar. So if you have a 4-year-old daughter, or say Maria, if you have a 4-year-old, 3 or 4-year-old granddaughter, perhaps, I'm just guessing, maybe, they can actually get a visit from Rapunzel or Elsa, right, through like Zoom. You know, you can do like a Zoom call, is what she's been doing this year because of COVID-19. So you can actually get a visit from a party princess online. So, yeah, you don't really have to know music notes. I mean, I know music notes, but it's not actually that important. You know, Glenn Campbell, one of the best studio guitarists ever. I mean, when I think of Glenn, yeah, Glenn was a famous singer and this and that, Rhinestone Cowboy, blah, blah, blah. But his real, where Glenn came from, was he was actually an LA session player. Glenn couldn't read music. Okay? He could play anything, but he couldn't read music. Really good guitar. And by the way, he was actually the best guitar player I ever actually saw live. Was Glenn Campbell. And when I went to see him, I thought it was something my parents, you know, took me to. This is like the early 80s or something. I'm like, okay, you know, I'm going to hear Rhinestone Cowboy. I'm sure it'll be okay, blah, blah, blah. And I was gobsmacked. I'm like, he's the best guitar player I've ever seen. Absolutely fluid. Absolutely every note is perfect. Faster than lightning. I couldn't believe it. I didn't even know the guy could play a guitar, right? No, that's actually what Glenn Campbell was about. He was a very successful studio guitar player way before he ever was known as a singer. But, you know, he was good. He was good, I tell you. Tahoma is such great software if you know how to utilize its features. Chuck Berry. Yeah, Chuck Berry influenced everybody on the guitar side, that's for sure. Insofar as the way he, his little licks and fills and bends. I mean, read music, an exciting part of my learning the piano. Yes. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah. The good time hour. Yeah, I think behind the scenes he wasn't quite as nice of a guy as he appeared to be. Judging from, it seems like the arc of his personal life was a little bit rocky. He was kind of known for having stolen Mac Davis's wife back in the, I think, late 70s, early 80s kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, he kind of had some ups and downs. But don't we all? We can still appreciate. Wow, that's fast. All right, so I'm going to keep going through here and see if there's any tweens I need. I don't think I need any more tweens here because this is going to be like broom. It's going to be like broom, broom. That works. And then we can kind of change the, we'll throw some voice, some lip shapes in here. That'll take care of that. And then we stop and we've got, I'm really sorry, Mel. Okay, that's kind of working. And then they hear the knock at the door. Right? Yeah, I'm sorry, Maria. I probably shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that. I didn't mean to pop your picture of Glenn. I mean, obviously he was a great talent, and lots of people have rocky situations in their life, even though they're basically decent people, blah, blah, blah. So, I mean, come on. I went through a divorce myself a few years ago, and it was pretty, like everything else. The more I look back on it and the more emotionally healthy I become, the more I realize, yeah, it was pretty much all my own fault. I think that's the healthy way to look at it. So, okay, so this is going to be animated. Blah, 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 blah. Let's go into ink and paint, guys. I'm feeling frisky. I'm going. I'm rocking. Oh, and the more you get, the more amazing. Yes. Yes. Okay, how do we want to do this? Well, I said I was going to try vectors. So, let's try vectors. This may be risky behavior, but I'm going to stick to the basics. I'm not going to get too clever with this. Alright? I'm just going to keep it simple. Okay, do I want snapping on? Methinks yes. Medium snap's probably okay. I'm not going to draw filled shapes at this point. I think what I'm going to do is try to see if I can get the vectors to cooperate with me in such a way that I can actually use the fill tool successfully. So we'll see. The thing I don't like about the vectors actually is the fact that what we're seeing right now on the screen really doesn't match what's going to render. I mean, it kind of does, I guess. I want to turn... Well, the smoothing's already down all the way. We'll roll with it and see what happens. Now, one thing you can do... Prince and Michael, I wouldn't even try. Not interested for one thing, but yeah. Okay, so what you can do with vectors is... And by the way, this needs to be, for me, freehand. Okay, so you hit the C key, and now just start deleting the nodes. Like, grab these nodes and delete them. I want to reduce this down to just a very few nodes. It's not always necessary, it's not always the best practice, but oftentimes it makes actually the nodes more controllable if you actually reduce them and then do a quick correction thusly. I'm not sure I'm loving that one. I'm actually going to see if I can get rid of all of those and if I still can pound out the shape I'm trying to get here. So the ability to do that is really good if you don't consider yourself great at drawing, mainly. That node is not needed. And so it's a fair question, why even draw the lines if you're just going to go in and edit them anyway? Okay, so I figured this would make Darren weigh in because he's big on the... Well, I shouldn't say big on. He uses the... I think the iron tool reduces them. Okay, okay. Prince is all over the place. I just... At the risk of being contrary, I will say that the thing about Prince... On every level, I've never understood it. I just have never understood it. I remember seeing him before he got really popular on one of these TV shows where, you know, it's just like when he was a somewhat more unknown artist and he was performing. And I remember, I'm like, I don't know who this guy is. I had no idea. Never heard of him. So he comes on there, and it's like over a minute of just music. And then when he finally sings... It's this really weird, pure falsetto stuff. Like really, I'm going, ooh, yuck. Who is this guy? Why? I don't get it. And through the whole career, I never understood it. I understand that he is a pretty talented multi-instrumentalist, you know, as far as playing goes. So he's one of these guys that's got real clear vision in the studio, kind of knows what he's after. But I never understood the appeal of the guy. Never thought he was a particularly great singer. and people are always like, yeah, Prince, man, he's a genius. So okay, he might be. I don't get it. I don't see it. I don't hear it. You know, Little Red Corvette. Okay, you know, it's a good song. It's okay. So if anyone wants to enlighten me about that, I'm actually all ears. I'm kind of curious what the great appeal of Prince was, because I did not understand it. I just don't understand. I just don't understand what the appeal is. I just don't understand it. Why, it's mysterious to me. Michael's a little easier to understand. Okay, so what I don't like is I'm not really getting any tapering here on the lines. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to use I'm going to do a vector. This is actually normally what happens for me with vectors. You see, you just don't have the delicacy of the line, and we don't want to get the lines a lot bigger. So let's go to actual size. Yeah, it's not bad. Let's turn this off so we can just see what we have. Okay, so sorry. Gotta turn that off. Okay, so this does not look very good to me. It's too thick, too bold. I mean, obviously I could make the lines a little thinner, but then that delicate tapering that you typically get, you know, with a brush, you know, you've lost. So my question is, why don't we consider, and this has come up for me more than once, is I tend to prefer vectors in OpenToonz by actually using these vector effects that add a little bit of a textured character to the lines. Okay, I'm not going to embrace that yet. I'm not ready to actually say that's what I'm going to do, but so again, Darren, feel free to weigh in here. The tapering must be your tablet somehow. Okay, could be, man. I'm trying to get these guys turned back on. If I can get the look, I want to get the look. So screw it. I'm going to redo this. I'm going to redo it. Yeah. So there you go. Lesson learned. Your minimum on your vector brush may need to be 0, not 1. Okay, that's not bad. Now I don't really want a lot of variation. A little bit, you know, a little bit's good. This is again where I kind of wish we had a good way to solo layers. It would make it a little easier, but definitely now the trade-off here is probably going to be that it's going to be a little more persnickety about making sure that was bad. About making sure our shapes are closed. So I'm just going to try. OBS had to reconnect a moment ago. Okay, so now you're explaining the whole thing about Prince. So let me see. He was a brilliant writer. His vocal range was off the charts. He made so many people's careers in the 80s, and he was able to entertain around, hey, more like 10 plus instruments, I believe. Yeah, I kind of knew about the instrumentalist thing. I never heard, let me put it this way. I never heard anything in any songs that ever got onto the radio that would lead me to say that this man was a brilliant writer. He did not strike me, he struck me actually as quite a mediocre writer, as a matter of fact. I'm sorry to say that, but that's my honest opinion. Obviously, most people disagree with me. Okay, let's turn accuracy up. That's going to create more nodes, but I feel like we're getting a little too much smoothing going on here. And then I definitely want to have a bit of a light touch. Okay, so now just for kicks, I'm going to put the smoothing up high, just to see what it does here. Okay, so it's going to treat it like, okay. So that's going to be more like a weighted smoothing thing. I would say that's okay. We'll try it. We'll try it. And the good news, I think, is, okay, what you just saw right there is really good. In other words, Tahoma finished the stroke for me. Some softwares that use a weighted smoothing approach, you get to the end of the line, And by the way, I think this is true of Krita. You get to the end of the line and it doesn't actually close the line for you. It doesn't finish out to where you actually lifted your tablet up, or your stylus, I should say. I'm going to keep this one a little more loosey-goosey. So this is an adventure. Not bad, not bad. By turning this off, I would say that we've got some room for some sculpting here. Now we could do that with the C key. We can grab these nodes and mush them around. That's fine. Like so. Or the magnet tool, not horrible. If you keep the size on the magnet big enough, it's not too bad. You can massage your drawing a little bit with reasonably predictable results. So you can see what that's doing. And it sort of creates additional nodes as needed to make it work. But for the most part, it's better to actually get the drawing right, I would say. So let's kind of do that. Let's pretend we're not using vectors. Let's pretend we have to actually deal with pixels and get the drawing pretty accurate ourselves, I should say. I think would be a better strategy. But we are in slightly dangerous territory here in terms of the style of the show, because this is a little out of sync with the style that has prevailed through most of the work. Mainly because I don't tend to have outlines that have a huge amount of variance in the line thickness. When most people can only just sing, some can't even write their own music. Well, yeah. I mean, some people are singers and some people are writers. I'm definitely more of a writer, although I've done plenty of singing in my day. He did many things really well. Okay, so I accept that. Yes, Maria, for a small man that looked feminine, he was a beast. He knew how to dance. Different strokes. I just like him and Wayne intensely while acknowledging his gifts. Personally compelled to me. Okay. If you're painting on a different level, I am, then it won't matter if your strokes create closed shapes. Yes, we will cross that bridge when we come to it. My thinking is that I'm going to try to keep the shapes closed and do fill operations, but we'll see. I'm not firm on that at this point. Then you have someone like Louis Armstrong. Yeah. Greater performance arts. The range is much greater than such. Do one thing. High accuracy, 11 points. Yes, I knew that. That's true. The higher accuracy adds more points. Yes, absolutely. Yep. So, okay, so it would probably be prudent, I think, to... Let's just go ahead and modify this to our typical outline color, and let's just see what we can get away with here in terms of color. Now, Asher's got a little bit of an ashen skin tone, but it shouldn't much matter. I should be able to just go fill. Oh wait, I've got it on. Nope, I've got it on normal. And as is so often the case with vectors, there you go. There's your leak right there, probably. I'll just close it that way with the brush. Maybe there's a leak there. Not really sure. Let's hit the fill tool. Yep, there we go. Okay, fill tool worked. I'm going to add another color, and we'll just kind of, we're really winging it here, making this up as we go along. Just wanted to see if the vector tool is going to be sort of a workable approach. Louis was great. Yeah, not trying to pick on Prince. I really just from day one I didn't get it, and so we're talking 1983 or something. And through the years, I kept listening. I would hear people say this stuff. That guy's a genius. I would hear it. And I'd be like, what music are you listening to? So maybe, it could be, that you've got to listen to, you kind of have to go back to the albums and listen to all the music. But I remember when my cousin was really into it, right? So you got a girl called Nikki. You could say she was a sex fiend. Caught her in a hotel lobby masturbating with a magazine. Okay, dude. Yeah, okay. Okay. Not really seeing the genius there really so much. That's what I kind of felt at the time. This was when I was, 18? I was just a kid. And I'm going, well, maybe it's the voice. So, listening for the voice. So I'm saying, okay, I listen to Sam Cooke, right? Listen to Sam Cooke. There's really no denying that voice. Well, okay, and I would say that. I would say yes, I would tend to agree with your thing on Elvis. I think there's any number of singers that were probably as good as singers as Elvis. That's true. Actually, you know what? Elvis is a good study as far as the conversation we're having, because Elvis had something that I think, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think one thing Elvis had in common with Prince was that they were good looking. I mean, most people thought they were good looking guys. And in the pop culture space, unfortunately, that's really, really important, actually. You cannot really become, it's like nowadays, I would say this, probably being a really good singer is assumed. And the variable, there are exceptions. I mean, I suppose some of the ones like, I don't know if Adele kind of hit it on YouTube, but who's that other girl that kind of got popular on YouTube a couple years back? Well, it's been a few years back now, but you guys know who I'm talking about. No, I appreciate your being plainly honest, Amar. Let me see. For filling these gaps, try to draw behind the line. That occurred to me, and I didn't really try it, but it did occur to me. Has a guitar hero. Listen to "Heart Gently Weeps" cover by Tom Petty with Prince on guitar. Well, and I won't debate. I'm pretty sure that Prince is a very good guitar player. I mean, you even listen to the crazy solo thing he did on I guess When Doves Cry. The solo that opens that song up, that was really some pretty, that was like, he sounded a lot like Ted Nugent, really, the way he was playing his guitar. I'm like, yay, dude, this guy can wail on the six strings, no doubt about it. So that was impressive, I remember. That was a really frustrating time for me, you must understand. Where I lived, we had a really, really good rock and roll, well, I shouldn't say rock and roll, hard rock radio station. And at that time, I was just coming into the age where I was really sort of getting into music. And I was really liking what was happening in the hard rock space. And that station, which was WHNN, out of, I think, Saginaw, Michigan, changed format. They went to soft rock. And what was really, really freaky about it, I kid you not, people, this is really true. No problem, Maria. I don't know that I've done a great job. This is one of those things that is, I'm not actually being that careful about it, because this is not going to be on the screen very long. It's going to be like boom, boom, gone. Boom, gone. So this is not the greatest hand drawing one might ever conceive. I'm going to turn the snapping down a bit, by the way. I'm going to turn it to low. I like having the snapping, but I'm going to keep going, I think. Boom. I think I'm going to keep going. I'm just going to keep going. So WHNN switched formats, and believe it or not, in mid-Michigan, in 1982, 83, 84 period of time, there was literally nowhere you could go in mid-Michigan to hear hard rock. Once that station, once WHNN quit change formats, there was just no station you could pull. You couldn't hear, you know, whatever, AC/DC, Aerosmith, you know, all that classic sort of late 70s, mid to late 70s hard rock stuff. You couldn't hear it. You weren't allowed. So I had wires strewn all over my bedroom trying to get my little FM radio to pull stations like the one I was kind of able to pull sometimes, AMR, was what's the three-letter station in Chicago? What's the three-letter? I'm having a brain fart and I'm wanting to say WJR, which is of course Detroit. Gosh, WLS. I could pull WLS sometimes, like at night. I could pull WLS Chicago, and they weren't really hard rock, but at least they were drifting in that direction. So I'm not kidding. At the time Prince came around, you could not hear a distorted guitar on the radio where I came from. All we had was the synth pop that was happening. You know, tainted love. Nothing wrong with that music, but it was all you could hear where I grew up. And it drove me bananas because I was always into music that was a little behind my own time. So when Tainted Love and you know, when Boy George was happening, and the Human League, and Soft Cell, and ABC, and, you know, you turn me round, round, baby, right round like a record. The whole MTV thing. When that all was happening, I was wanting to listen to Boston and Journey. I was always about 5 years behind my actual generation, musically. So I suffered. Hey dude, now, don't dog the 80s. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not dogging it. When I listen back to it now, I can't say it's exactly sweet memories, but I've gone back recently and listened to some of that, what I call synth pop. And there's some really good stuff there, no doubt about it. Ain't gonna lie to you. At the time, it was not my favorite. I felt alienated from my own generation musically. Records were a thing back then. And so my parents joined the record club. Well, when they joined the record club, they kind of left it up to us kids to pick what the albums were that we were going to get to sort of kick off the club. And so we got Journey Infinity, which was the first album they did with Steve Perry. We got Boston's first album. We got all these sort of seminal guitar rock albums. You know, vinyl, the real deal. And believe it or not, through most of that period of time, up until I was actually in high school, I didn't even listen to them. It was really my sister and my brother really that picked the albums, not me. So I didn't even realize what we had. And I'm listening to some of the stuff my parents liked, like the Carpenters, you know, and Helen Reddy, and kind of the light pop stuff that was hanging, that was left over from the 70s. Captain and Tennille. That's what I was listening to on the record player. And then one day, probably around 1983, I'm just like, I wonder what these are. I wonder what this is. What is this, Boston? Yeah, I kind of sort of remember this. Yeah, More Than a Feeling. Yeah, I kind of remember that song. That was a song. Yeah, I wonder about this. This is really, truly what happened. And I put these records on. Probably those are the two biggies, would be Journey, Infinity, and Boston first album. And I'm like, what in the world? What is this? We've had these albums sitting here in a pile for like 3 years, and I didn't even know we had this music. Wow, this is crazy. This is some crazy stuff. And of course, I was really tuned into the vocals. So I dug it, man. I dug Steve Perry. I was listening to Kansas. I dug the Boston thing because I always really tuned into the vocals. That's why I didn't like I didn't like the Talking Heads. I didn't like that whole new wave thing too much because, again, for me it was all about the vocals. And that late 70s hard rock was very much about the vocals. It was about the high tenor, bordering on alto singers, really. I mean, if you think about it, Lou Gramm with Foreigner, all those guys, Styx, obviously, Tommy Shaw, he can still hit the high notes, actually. He's a Michigan boy as well. And, yeah, so that really happened. I discovered this stuff that had been sitting in a pile that I didn't even realize we had. And when that happened, that was it for me. It was over. And so the whole radio thing I found really, really frustrating because the type of music I was wanting to hear, I didn't get to hear it. It was kept from me. Isn't that sad? You know, I should be mad at the whole world. I should be, you know, life has treated me poorly. I should be like the Trumpers, you know, complaining about how bad the world is when I've actually lived this completely charmed life where I've never suffered a day in my life, which is pretty true. I'm joking, obviously, about complaining. But at the time, it was tough to deal with. 16, 17, 18-year-old kid. And actually, the irony is, Duran Duran, you know, it's like when their first hit around where I came from was pretty much Hungry Like the Wolf. And when that came out, I'm like, you know what? We're starting to get into something that kind of sort of is starting to have some impressive vocals, what I was looking for musically. But Duran Duran never quite worked for me. I never really thought they were my cup of tea. Hey Val, you want some company, baby? Alright guys, I'm going to take 5, and then I'm going to come up back here, and I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. I'm going to keep doing this ink and paint. And by the way, I should turn this snapping off, actually. Little caveat, there is a chance, not a great, huge chance, but there's definitely a chance that all the ink and paint that I'm doing right now is going to wind up getting redone and discarded. This is very much an experiment, working with the vectors here, in Tahoma to see if they're going to work for me. What's going to make it go bad if it goes bad is the fact that, now Wham was okay. I actually thought George Michael, because he was a tenor, and he had a very nice sounding voice. Wham was okay. So, okay, Hall & Oates, never got into it. Daryl Hall, and Daryl hasn't really kept his voice very well. All right, I'm going to go duck out for 5 minutes, and I'm going to set this thing down to, let's say, 2 frames a second, and we'll just let it loop. Oops, sorry, can't do that. Got to hit 2, enter, and then hit the L key. And we'll just turn this back up, and we'll just let the storyboard, or whatever you want to say, the animatic, we'll let the animatic loop while I take a 5-minute break. Okay. Okay. Oh, it's good to see everybody still chatting a bit when I'm not around. I like that. That's good. Yeah, Boston's first was incredible. In fact, you know, one of the things about... I'm going to come back to the thing about Boston. Genesis, Pink Floyd, it's all good. It's all okay. Leader of the band, Dan Fogelberg. No, wait. Okay, I don't think you're referring to Dan Fogelberg, but the song leader of the band that I'm familiar with was Dan Fogelberg. Journey was good. Just call me Marty. Har har har. Yeah, Back to the Future. I have a question to the audience. Why do some only post most time online or Discord people's work online? It's weird to me. Amar, if they had their own work to post, they'd probably post it, I'm guessing. Am I wrong? That'd be my guess, but I could be wrong. I like when folks post with work in most places. Why I try to encourage, but sometimes you see stuff so amazing you want to share it. Yeah, for sure. Maria's comment. Sometimes it's something that's excited you. Yeah, for sure. I would really enjoy actually going through some of the stuff I've noticed on, as I was saying, on Beauty and the Beast. But I'd probably get copyright slammed. I'm guessing. I think I would suspect Disney's probably pretty strict about that. So I think one of the things that's very interesting about Boston is if you look at the work that Tom Scholes is doing, because basically Boston was Tom Scholes. Okay, so you're really talking about one guy. Brad Delp's voice obviously was integral to it, but really Tom Scholes is kind of the genius behind Boston. Okay, so I don't think anybody's going to dispute that. But if you look at anything he's done in recent years, it's pretty much either really mediocre songwriting, nothing even remotely close to Boston's first and arguably second and third albums. Mostly first is what people tend to remember as being great. And I do find that interesting because it's been also noted that most of the productivity that we recognize as being the great output of the Beatles, most of it, not all, but most of it actually took place in about a 2 to 3 year period of time, a very brief period of time. In Boston, same thing. People tend to, in life, sort of have this spurt of creativity, and sometimes it becomes a thing, you know, socio-culturally, in pop culture it becomes a thing. But very, very few artists can sustain that for very long. Which for me suggests, well, how do you sustain a career? How do you sustain output? What does that look like? Because it's pretty rare. I mean, even one of my heroes in the media space, obviously, that I've mentioned a few times, is Stephen J. Cannell. And a lot of people poo-poo his work to a degree. You know, stuff like the A-Team, you know. But really, actually, most of his greatest productivity was in terms of becoming popular, was in, again, a very abbreviated period of time. So it could be that just tastes change and most people can't adapt to it or don't want to, and that's that, you know. Could be that. I'm not sure. Okay, so really, this is an interesting conundrum I'm in right now. I gotta think about this. He's reaching down and pulling these. Yeah, he's just pulling this open, so. So I guess this is actually about right. You would have to go like that. Yeah. the man is wearing a belt, so we'll just give him a belt. But this is kind of stupid looking, so let's fix that. I'm allowing the vectors to sort of push me in a direction that I probably should be on guard against a bit here. Don't know if you know what I mean by that, but that would be probably a more accurate rendering. It's already 1 a.m. I'm not starting. If you don't accept critique, you can't learn, blah, blah, blah. That's true. Love it and leave it alone. That's a song, by the way. I think I'm talking songs in my head, then my life become a musical. Nothing wrong with that, Amar. On the lotto here in Americas. Wow. The lotto, I can honestly say, I have never, I guess I really probably need to do this the same way I did the other one. I've never bought a lottery ticket, ever. And seriously doubt that I ever will. Nope. What I did do was about 6 weeks ago, loaded up on some Bitcoin. And that turned out to be well timed. And in fact, come to think of it, I actually unloaded about half of it last week. And I seem to have maybe unloaded it at the right time, but let me see what's going on today. Ooh, it's pushing back up to 40. So the stuff I left in the account is growing back to the peak level. So that's good. That's good. But I'm actually fairly risk averse. I'm fairly risk averse. So the thing about the vectors that makes it different is it's hard to just kind of sketch into it. You have to be real definite with your lines. And where the money comes from? It comes from the people buying the lotto tickets. What do you mean? That's where it comes from. If it wasn't a smoking deal for the state, they wouldn't do it. It's a killer deal for the state. What I think becomes frustrating for a lot of people is that they don't actually use the money for what it was originally allocated for when they talked everybody into voting to go ahead and do a lottery. Okay, I'm going to deal with the blot, the stain later. But that looks pretty good, I would say. Well, actually, I can draw the shape of the stain, but I'm going to have to probably cut and paste this back into the other frames. So we'll just go with that. I mean, that's fine. Can we fake it? I think we can fake it. Let's do it like this. Okay, so we'll go like this. And obviously his shirt would be wrinkling a little bit, so it doesn't have to be exact, but the general shape should probably cleave somewhat closely. Somewhat closely. So I said at the beginning that what I'm trying to do here is essentially, as much as possible, keep the workflow as similar to what I'm doing in Krita as possible. So probably what I should be doing right now, if I'm going to use vectors, is I should deliberately make it my aim to do it in a more sketchy manner like this. Just more like if I wasn't using vectors, just to see if it can work. It probably can. It's probably going to be fine. This is looking okay. I'm going to just keep going. Okay, so now this one should probably be a duplicate. Let's make it a duplicate. And then I'm hitting Shift Spacebar to back up a bit. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and redraw the... Okay, generally with erasers, I tend to prefer a freehand eraser situation like this. That's interesting. Okay, okay. So the freehand eraser, that's interesting. Darren may have something to say about this. So the freehand eraser, unlike the normal eraser, because the normal eraser, you can chew a piece out of a vector like that. But with the freehand, you can't. The freehand just either grabs the segment. So I'm guessing if I wanted to erase like a little bit of this whole thing, I would have to grab a bunch. Yeah, that's kind of, I'm not loving that, but okay, it is what it is, so that's what we get to work with. Okay, so again, I'm gonna try to be a little more sketchy here, just to see if it can work. If it can work, then it'll be cool. If it can't work, then I sort of have to make a choice to go for the real bold, careful ink lines, which is a little inconsistent with especially the work I've been doing lately, because the ink lines lately tend to have that kind of anime aesthetic to them more, just a little scratchier, you might say. I'm going to go ahead and flip this over so I can... that's no good. Yeah, see, that's what I mean by sketchy. So now I can go in, because I do have snapping on, I can go in and... that didn't work. That's probably okay. That's probably okay. Pointer Sisters! I'm so excited. Well, the funny thing about the Pointer Sisters actually is I remember seeing them in the 70s on the Flip Wilson show. And they would do these really crazy, really fast vocals. I have no idea what they sang because it all blurred by me so fast that I didn't know what it was. But I remember the Pointer Sisters were like regular guests on the Flip Wilson show. So we're talking kind of early-ish 70s now. So by the time they hit in the pop space, they'd been around for a long time, and most certainly white Americans had never heard of them, I would say. Is that how you remember it, Amar or Maria? It might sound silly, but try moving your freehand eraser clockwise instead of anti-clockwise. Okay, let's try it. Erase. Freehand. Okay. That doesn't do anything. I'm going to move I'm actually going to move clockwise. Yeah, it doesn't make a difference. That's okay. Not a big deal. Not a deal buster. But now, if I'm going to stick to my normal way of working, then I should really be inking more like this. And just patch up the holes as time permits. Probably going to have to go through and cut some mouths out as well. So, yeah, this is okay. This doesn't matter from a filling standpoint because it's all in interior lines, obviously. That seems a little aggressive to me. Let me flip this. Yeah. That's okay. I'm so excited. Just can't hide it. Overlap with Sister Sledge? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I think I would guess that for most people, the Pointer Sisters are more memorable just because I think they had more bigger hits for a pretty brief period of time there. And they had a couple years where they... Fire, for example. Because when we kiss, ooh, fire. Both select the whole line. Okay. Let me see. A grip so tight I couldn't tear it apart. But my heart stays cool. Oh! Romeo and Juliet. Boo-doo-doo-doo. Samson and Delilah. Brother, you can bear A love they couldn't deny. Something like that. I can't remember exactly what the words were, but. But my words they lie. 'Cause when we kiss, ooh, fire. Fire. Burn me up with fire. Burning me, blah, 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 blah. Alright, okay, is anybody getting, like, pissed when I sing into the microphone? Because I don't really, like, want to offend anybody. Yeah, right-handedness, exactly. Exactly. I can't help it that I'm right-handed. Okay, wait, this is wrong. I tell you what I am going to do, though, is make this bigger. Yeah, there we go. When I want to erase, I usually want to, you know, erase. I want to just smack it on out of there. Chic. Oh, freak out! Le freak, chic, freak out! Well, wasn't it, who's the guy who sort of became the Flavor of the Week producer in the 80s? That played bass and was one of the formers of Chic. It appears we were able to get Rodney to update the style editor in OpenToonz. Hip hip hooray. Okay, cool. Well, no, it was 2 men and 2 women. Chic was 2 men and 2 women, and I've got these N names in my head. Nils Lofgren, who was a guitar player for Bruce Springsteen. Nathan East, who was the black bass player guy. What was his name? He was a producer guy. Left Chic and kind of became somewhat popular as a producer in the 80s. Okay. I'm actually going to just do this. I don't even know if this makes sense because this might be one of those dyslexia moments where the way this would actually unfold is a little fuzzy for me. I'm going to go like this and hope that the audience doesn't notice at this point. I'm just going to twist that hand around like that, and I'm just going to go with that for the moment. I'll come back to it. I'll come back to it. I'll think about it later when my brain is working. Fire. Burn me up with fire. What was I singing in the kitchen the other day while I cook? I'm making a stir fry using a lot of really awesome veggies from our garden. You know what is the unsung hero of vegetables? Swiss chard. Swiss chard gives you a green that is pretty much interchangeable with almost any greens you could like. But the stems are very good too, and they're very like they're like a really strong, not strong. That's not the right word. A really tough, meat in the sense of durable, like celery. They're like celery, but they're it's a very utilitarian vegetable. And the crazy thing is, around here, which is of course Indiana, they grow like crazy. Like they grew huge, and they last forever. It's like the bugs don't bug them. They have no problems. They just really high yield, let's call it. Really high yield on the Swiss chard. We had no idea that it was going to do as well as it did. It was awesome. Swiss chard. Anybody out there ever have Swiss chard? Well, we are in the city, brother. And we just decided we're just doing it. We're going. Time to go. And so we did Swiss chard, kale, green beans, bunch of stuff. Some tomatoes. Tomatoes did pretty well. Valerie being very much a chemist, I mean very much into the chemistry of soil, she actually, you could truly say she designed our soil because we actually made our own. Okay, so we'd go out in the woods. We go out in the woods and we would find a dead tree. Okay? You find a dead tree and you get if the tree's been dead long enough, you get this stuff called humus, which basically means the wood is decaying and it turns into dirt. And it is the absolute richest, most amazing soil you will ever find. You can't buy the stuff. If you try to buy Alaskan humus, it's, oh my gosh, I can't remember what the price is per pound, but it's pretty expensive. We calculated that we saved by actually going out in the woods and digging up humus out of dead trees. We saved literally somewhere between $3,000 and $6,000 that we would have had to spend to get that quality of soil. Just incredible. I mean, we went out in the woods and just found tons of humus. It was quite an adventure. Quite an adventure, I tell you. Yep, gotta have your humus. So all the work we did this year will pay off next year because we're not going to have to do it all again. We'll add a little bit to the soil, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but basically the soil's good to go now. Probably for a few years before it needs another kick in the pants. So yeah, we were able to produce, oh, and potatoes. So we'd buy these bags. You get these bags, they look like this. They sit on the ground, and this is about 1.5 feet. Okay, so they're about 1.5 feet tall. Probably 2 feet across or so, something like that. Fill those babies up with soil, and we planted potatoes. And we got a ton of potatoes too. So we're big into having really good quality organic food that's as close to the ground as possible. As close to the dirt as you can get. So, great savings, good use of organics. Hummus is so good, I agree. Goes bad too quick. You could, Amar, actually. Yeah. I mean, you could set up a grow tent or something, and I'm not sure, we haven't gone too far with that. We do have a tent, and the tent is, she's got some, I guess you'd call them, I forget what the proper term is, but dwarf trees. They're basically like a Brazilian rain tree and some trees down there. We haven't gone very far with seeing what we can grow food-wise in the tent, but we have a pretty good tent. So we certainly could try it, but we've got enough produce from the garden that I guess we haven't really been motivated to go too far with trying to do the indoor thing. If we were going to do it, we'd probably want to go hydroponic, which means we're going to have to invest in a bit of infrastructure to be able to grow actually essentially in water. And that is, for indoors, that's certainly a valid way to do it. Not too bad. Not too bad. It's looking all right. You know I'm a vegetarian. Yeah, so is Valerie. I'm basically 90% vegetarian. About once a month I'll eat some ribs or something. I'll do meat once a month ish. Less and less the older I get, I must say, but okay, so let's do the D key. Make a duplicate. E key. We'll just erase all this. Gone. And what the heck is that right there? Is that in there? It's not in there. How'd they get in there? Well, it's a bit of a mystery, he said in his best Zap Brannigan voice. Why, it's a bit of a mystery. I don't understand it. I don't understand how this happened. Boom. Boom. And boom. Can you guys believe it? Darren, can you even believe I'm actually trying to use vectors today? What the heck is wrong with you, Dave? The people who have been following you for a while would have said, there is no way. There's no way this guy is going to try doing vectors. No way. Ain't going to happen. Yep, it happened. I am a carnivore. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the carnivore thing. You know, there's a case to be made for vegetarianism from a variety of, you know, health risks. I actually had the, what do they call it? I gotta think what they call it. I had the cardiac CT scan. So what they do, it's kind of funny, because what actually happened was, for probably 10 to 15 years, there's some guys out there that have been telling the world, telling the medical community, that the cardiac CT scan is the way to discover what is your risk of heart disease, because it reveals the calcium deposits that turn into blockages in arteries. Okay? Well, for about 15 years, the medical establishment really resisted this information, kind of tried to bury it to a degree, one could say. Because they were making so freaking much money on putting stents in people that there was, one could say, there was a prevailing resistance to this information. Now, you can draw your own conclusions about why, but the fact is pretty undisputable that it was resisted. Then a couple years ago, not too many years ago, the evidence for this became so overwhelming that it's like you can't deny it anymore. And almost overnight, all of a sudden, you can go to your local, you know, hospital or whatever and get a cardiac CT scan for like $30. It's like dirt cheap. Right, exactly. Better off adding that later. To a degree, I agree with you. I mean, we can always select all the vectors with the selection tool. If it turns out that there's, oops, wrong hotkeys. So if we select all these and we really want to change the thickness of them, we can do it here. We can actually change the thickness of all of them. And of course, as well, we can use the tire pump tool. Is that it? Can't see, I guess that's it right there. You use the pump tool to actually judiciously thicken and thin out the lines. And that's basically the advantage of vectors, right? Is they're essentially procedural. You can change them after the fact, which is kind of nice, if you're into that sort of thing. So this last, not this summer, but the previous summer, before COVID hit, I'm like, all right, 53 years old, might as well do it. So I go and I get the cardiac CT scan. My score, 0. 0. The lowest score possible. Absolutely no evidence of anything at all, which is a good thing. They say that's like a 15-year lease on, not on life, but it's a 15-year lease on heart disease if you have a score of 0. If your score is in the neighborhood more like of 1,000, you probably need to make some serious dietary changes because you're at high risk. Now, I have controversial opinions about things like cholesterol for reasons I won't get into tremendously here, but I do believe, based on the data, that the whole concern about cholesterol is grossly overhyped. Mainly because there's not much correlation between dietary cholesterol and serum cholesterol. And that's got to do with the way your liver actually works to make cholesterol. The great danger for most people is actually kind of goes with the whole diabetes thing. JP's JP's weighing in with some good little suggestions here about the vectors in Tahoma, so that's great. Thank you, JP, for helping to educate our audience. I think that's great. Appreciate it. It's less I have to say. I can sit and talk about things that interest me. So, well, the basic problem is this. You got people that for years have been eating processed foods to a degree. So you could maybe make a case for problems related to like preservatives and things like that, but probably the bigger problem would be trans fats. It would be plastic fats, because they're fundamentally different at a molecular level because the way they're created and the way your body deals with them. But what they do is they give every cell in your body is made of fat. That's what the membrane of every cell in your body is made of, is fat. So if you feed your body with lots and lots of trans fats, you're feeding your body fats, which you need a lot of, that are one molecule away from being plastic. Okay? This is just a really simplified way to explain it. So let's just say, for the sake of discussion, that you're eating a lot of plastic fat. Well, what happens is you're creating cells all the time for which the membrane of that cell is much less permeable than a cell that was made from healthy fats, saturated fats, which, believe it or not, some people will disagree, but stuff like butter is actually pretty high quality fat, pretty good for you, actually. And so if the cell membrane is not as permeable, then what happens over the years is that you eat these crappy processed carbohydrates, and your body is kicking out insulin in order to transfer sugar into the cell. But the sugar can't get in the cell because the cell wall is not as permeable as it should be. So then what does your body do? Your body says, oh my God, what am I going to do? Starts putting your pancreas on overdrive, and now your pancreas is kicking out insulin like there's no tomorrow. Okay, this is wrong down here. Let's fix this. Your pancreas is cranking out tons of insulin because the insulin is panicking because it can't get the freaking sugar out of the blood and into the cell. And so now your pancreas is on overdrive, and you've got way more insulin in your system than you need because it's unable to do its job. Well, what does it turn out is the substance that is, to a degree, one of the most egregious things to, for example, your vascular walls. Insulin. Insulin does a lot of damage when it's languishing around in high quantities but can't actually do its job and then go home. And so that's why, yeah, okay, cool. Okay, so that's why the whole idea of going low carb is not actually a great idea for everybody. And if you're a reasonably healthy person, there's no great reason you need to go low carb. So we don't all need to be on, say, keto or whatever the diet flavor of the week is. But in practice, what you find is many of the people that are starting to have chronic health conditions actually do well with that type of a diet, not because carbohydrates are bad, but because the only way they can get this overproduction of insulin to shut down is to get the carbs out of their diet. And lo and behold, it does happen to also turn out that if you essentially take carbs out completely, you won't die. You won't die. Your body can do just fine with a minimum of carbs. But if you're healthy, then a high starch diet, lots of potatoes, lots of good quality bread or whatever, is okay. It's perfectly fine. Why? Because you don't have the problem with insulin. The problem is that in America or in most developed countries, most people that you just pull off the street do already have a problem with insulin. And it's not because of carbohydrates per se, it's because of the fat. It's because they've been eating plastic fats for years. So their carbohydrate processing system, if you will, doesn't actually work that well. So they always have this overabundance of insulin, and as a result, they are what? You guys know. Everybody know what it's called, class? They have type 2 diabetes, or they are what we call pre-diabetic because the signs of the damage are already there. So how do you fix it? Main way you fix it is get all trans fats the hell out of your diet. Don't ever eat anything with any canola oil ever again. Okay, that's maybe an exaggeration, and it's going to take you several months to reset those systems. Definitely going to take you several months. It doesn't happen quick, but you can do it. You can actually reverse it. If you want to fully grok out this stuff, read a book by Ivor Cummins called Eat Rich, Live Long. Because he had a cardiac CT scan and his number was something like 1,000. And he said, oh my gosh, this is a wake-up call. Now, other people have other opinions. Dean Ornish is going to have a little different opinion. Dr. Berg here on YouTube is going to have a little different opinion. You know, there's lots of opinions out there and they're all good. But the more I learned about the way the insulin thing works and why fats are such a problem, really made me think. I'm like, okay, this kind of makes sense. But again, there's a lot of things in this arena, health and wellness, that do make sense, but the science is still pretty young. There's still a lot we have to learn. It's hard to study because you got to study people over a long period of many years. But I think it probably goes without saying that for most of us, we would do well to dispense with the trans fat thing. Okay, so now it appears that Tahoma has crashed. And how long has it been since I saved my work? Oh, it's been like, I don't even think I've saved my work at all since I started doing the vectors, so I probably just lost a ton of work. Well, that's what happens when you yak and yak and yak. So I think I'll rerun Tahoma, kind of sort of see where we're at, because I definitely have not been saving. Overrated, sell meat, meat is not improving. Well, I mean, now you're getting into, Amar, you're getting into the whole, this is going to be ugly, folks, so be prepared to be horrified. Yep, none of the ink and paint is there. That's okay. That's alright, that's no big deal. It was all an experiment anyway. Yeah, Amar makes a very good, very practical point. What do the animals eat? Plants. I was a software junkie back in the 90s and particularly the early 2000s. Oh, it's okay, Maria. Like I said, this was an experiment anyway. I'll take this as a sign from the universe that maybe using vectors for my ink wasn't the greatest idea ever. No, it's cool. Let's see. Let's look at where we're at right now. We've been live streaming. I've been live streaming since 7 a.m. So that's 6 hours, isn't it? 5? Yeah, 6 hours. 6-hour live stream. Whoa. What have we got done in 6 hours? Well, I'm not sure about the timing on this, but let's just play it out for a minute. Mel, blah 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 blah. Look at me. Mel looks at him. Looks up. Oh yeah, looks down. I don't like that pose, by the way. These are questionable. Yeah, I mean, if you think about getting the pencil test, you know, we're at the point where most of the stuff that's going to move on the screen is all mapped out. You know, other than lip sync, there's not a lot to do here other than very simple animation. Like right there, we'll just animate his hand moving down. So none of this is hard. This is just lip sync. This is just the letters slipping under the door. So I'm thinking that what we actually have here, let me look at the script and see if that provides me with a bit of guidance. Okay, so we don't have this establishing shot. We're basically, let's pull out here so we can see what we're doing. So we're essentially Here's the beginning. To here. So think about it. What this means is, according to script conventions, this is about a minute of show here. So if I get all this inked and painted by tomorrow, I don't even have to do it today. Okay? If I just ink and paint this stuff by tomorrow, I've gotten 30 seconds a day over the last 2 days. I'll take it. That's fine. No problem. No problem at all. So we're really sitting in pretty good shape here. You know, with the caveat that I do have to paint the backgrounds, obviously. But what I'll probably do is do that as one kind of separate batch session. I'm gonna have this background, which, you know, with the interior, this and this are gonna be the same background, just blown up. So we got two. That's really this. I mean, actually, that right there becomes this. So we do this at higher resolution. So there's really two. We've only got two backgrounds here. That's pretty much separate, but that's simple. So we'll skip that one. So 3, that's going to be a bit of a background job. Easy peasy. These are going to be just variations on the one. So really, there's only like 4 backgrounds to do, and only really 2 of them are kind of sort of difficult. So, yeah. We're sitting pretty good, people. We're sitting pretty good. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and move forward with the vectors at this moment, just because, why not? Let me check my settings here and see if Tahoma remembers anything about what I'm doing. I want my size minimum to be 0. I want my accuracy, we'll put it in the middle and we'll put the smoothing low. Okay, and what I'll do is I'll just save all and I'll just rerun Tahoma so it remembers my settings at least. That would be good. Alright. Yes, obviously that's something that I am choosing not to fiddle with too much at the moment. You know, I mean, it's like using the Blender grease pencil, frankly. What you could do, okay, so how would you do that? I tell you what, this is what might make sense. Let's try it. Okay, so here's what you do. You pick a flesh tone, okay? Hit the B key, but you're going to turn on auto close. All right, so now I'm doing the same thing I do in Krita, but in this case, it doesn't do me any good if... Well, let me show you. I can't do this. It's like the same problem you have with the Blender grease pencil. If I want to be able to leverage the lines as, you know, the outline as an outline, then I need to do this as a single shape. So the important thing is to go like this and actually draw this entire shape like this. Okay, and auto close didn't happen because apparently I didn't. That's a little weird. Okay, stop. Okay, well folks, I guess maybe I'm offended here because why didn't auto close work? I'll tell you what, let's pretend it did. Okay, there, we're pretending it worked. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is let's just pretend it worked, and then I'm going to go like this and add this line. Okay, so now I'm going to take the fill tool here, but instead I'm going to do a freehand fill, and I'm only going to fill lines. So I fill the lines with the darker color, and you see, piece of cake, easy peasy. So that methodology can work pretty well if you plan for it. Now if the auto close had worked exactly as advertised, and I had broken this fill operation into several vector shapes, then I'm kind of screwed as far as what I just did. I pretty much need to go back and draw the lines manually. Okay, auto close did work, but you didn't turn on auto. Oh, thank you. Sorry, dude. Thank you so much. Auto close. This was supposed to be autofill. My bad. Okay, so now this is an important question. This is actually a super important question because now we're getting into the crux of whether this can work the way it works in Krita. This is very important. I don't want auto close, but oh wait, I guess autofill does imply auto close, so we'll go with that. Okay, so now in terms of ordering, range, no, that's for a frame range. So do we have a way to draw under right there? There we go. Okay guys, that's it. So now watch this. Oh, this is going to be fun. Boom, boom, boom. Not too shabby. Okay, but can we do what I did before? Let's hit the fill tool. We're only doing lines and we're doing freehand mode. Let's just kind of do this. And it works. Wow. Oh, okie dokie. Tahoma's winning me over here, folks. I'm liking it. Now, the only complaint would be, obviously, these lines are way too thick. So, we're going to sort of circumvent the problem as early as possible by grabbing all these guys. And for now, let's just make it simple. Let's just put this at 1 pixel. Okay, it looks to me like what we need to do is turn them down to nothing and then turn them back up. Yes, that'll work. Okay, so I would say, what are we going to do here? Buying into their idea of what 1 pixel is, but that's okay. We're still okay. Okay? Okay. I really wish we could solo a layer. Darren, I don't really want to have to spend a bunch of time on the Discord and everything. Will you let Jeremy know that a solo function would be awesome? Just so that I want to be able to hit the tilde key, let's say, and the current level is visible and everything else is made invisible. It's a little bit complicated in Tahoma because Tahoma has to know whether I mean that I want it to be invisible in render mode or whatever the high performance mode is called, or both. So I sort of have to decide that, but so that's a little bit of a bigger job for Jeremy, but yeah, it'd be awesome if we had a solo tool. Now we don't want draw under to be on now because we're doing outlines. And it looks to me auto group, I don't think so. Auto close, but that, so I guess when we're drawing lines we'll just leave all that stuff off, huh? Yeah, I guess that is what we'll do. So I definitely do not like the fact that it's a lot harder to just kind of sketch over this and get a loose feeling. I don't like that. I definitely do not enjoy using it near as much as pixel-based drawing tools. But to be fair, neither the Toonz raster level or the, yeah, that's not going to work. Let's take the snapping. I'm actually going to turn the snapping off. I'll turn it to low as far as my setting goes, but I'm going to leave it off for the moment. Seems to be wanting to connect all kinds of things. Now if I hit undo, what happens? Okay, I'm going to redraw these lines, which of course destroys my fills. So yeah, I mean it's a totally different, totally different workflow than working with a pixel-based, you know. And then of course now we've got this problem. Yeah. And I got to keep switching between settings in order to sort of recover from this. And that doesn't want to close, which means there's a leak somewhere. Yeah, this is really kind of going to slow me down. So I hope you guys don't mind, but my love affair with vectors just ended. Yeah, my love affair with vectors just ended. Okay? 'Tis what 'tis. I'm done. Not gonna do the vector thing. Not gonna do the vector thing. Okay, this should be freehand. So again, and that's probably wiser because, like I said, my entire goal here is to try to stick to a workflow much more similar to what I'm used to in Krita. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah. It's only like 12,000 million zillion times nicer to work with. Just saying. Way nicer to work with. And these aren't even as nice. I mean, for the most part, it's even nicer with a regular raster level because there's a certain amount of intelligence obviously built into the Toonz raster levels. It's pretty close. Pretty close for sure. But yeah. With this I can just go. I can get my work done, you know. The vectors, it's worth a try, but basically ain't happening. Ain't happening for me. Sorry. And whoa, there's a big curve. And whoa, there's a big curve. I'll erase that little glitch right there. You guys probably see it. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Okay, so do you notice a little difference in rapidity here? Yeah. Kind of a major difference. Yeah. That's a difference. Okay, so you guys are out there going, geez, I can't believe you were like wasting all those times trying to make the vectors work, because dude, you're flying now. We're flying because we can just draw. It just works, you know? It just works. This is more like what I'm used to. Boom. Boom. Even making the sound effects again, right? Boom. Oh, there's never too many booms. Yeah, JP. Right on, man. Yep. No, I think vectors are great. If what I was doing was not okay, let's put it this way. What I'm doing is essentially kind of like doing a full animation, you know, like Disney style kind of thing. It's kind of like that, except with judiciously saying, hey, for economy reasons, let's stick as much as possible to 8 frames per second. So more of an anime aesthetic, but it is basically full animation with the caveat that you're gonna always be thinking about where you can economize, both for time and ultimately, I suppose, for money. But so if I was doing, as I guess I've probably said before, if I was doing, say, Family Guy, if I was doing any cartoon where everybody's always in a 3/4 view, then I think I would give vectors a really hard look, because my whole objective on the show would be to create a library of assets, like one would normally do using like Anime Studio Pro, what they call Moho now. I mean, your whole mindset with that software is creating rigs, and you know, for puppet style animation. And there's nothing wrong with that approach. It's actually quite a good approach, and it can be a very efficient approach as well. It's just not quite the style I'm after for this particular show, so it is what it is. Boom. Okay, so that panel or that cell took kind of way less time, didn't it? You know, we're kind of almost getting into like stupidly real time here. I'm not feeling like I'm fighting the tools nearly as much. So I'm not criticizing the vectors. They've definitely got their place, but for me, I don't want to say my style, because it isn't really my style. It's just the style of this particular show. Whoops. Little boo-boo. Little boo-boo. And you'll notice, Darren, that I'm not really using the my paint brushes either. I'm actually just diving in and using the standard Tahoma / OpenToonz type brushes. It's all good. Hitting the M key to flip the screen so I can go boom, 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 boom. So yeah, it really just depends on what you're into, what you're trying to do. This is a tween, so I can be a little bit more loosey-goosey on some of the drawing, just because it's only going to wind up being on the screen for 1 frame, probably, in all likelihood. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, I'm going to stop for half a second and look at the messages. Well, yeah, Adobe Animate. I mean, I've got Flash 5 on this machine. I've tried it a million times. I've used it for some things over the years, but basically I just don't use it. It's just not fun. I'm more of a drawer than a constructor. And I didn't really know if that was going to be the case when I first started the whole animation shtick. All of my early experiments were in the Blender grease pencil. Back in the 2 point, probably 6-ish days. The key takeaway was that I found a lot of the time I just wasn't having any fun doing it. It just wasn't fun. Too much of my work time was having to deal with data management instead of telling a story. Now, other people might have a different experience, you know. But for me, what I'm doing right now is kind of more what I seem to be enjoying. So, there it is. Take it or leave it, people. Take it or leave it. But again, we've drawn kind of a lot of keys here in a pretty abbreviated period of time. And this is my ultimate goal, I suppose, at least in terms of the workflow. This is what I want to be doing. I want to just be, I see it in my head, I just go, I just do it. Boom, it's done. You know. You know, just kind of smack those fingers in there like that, because it's looking to me like his thumb is actually covered up by the fabric. Again, I don't know if this actually makes sense from a physics standpoint. Boom, 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 whoa. Boom. A little tighter on the bottom side of the belt. Boom, boom, boom. And, boom, 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 boom. Oops, that's not actually supposed to be that gap. Sorry. My bad. Boo-boo. I made a boo-boo. It's supposed to be way out there. Okay. Let's get in here and rock and roll on this thing. Let's go real close, real tight. Oh yeah, let's do it. I'm gonna hit the tab key even. Wait. I thought the tab key. What's full screen now? Darren. I thought tab was full screen. I thought tab was full screen. I want it full screen. I don't know what to do. It's in the menu. I know. All I have to do is look in the menu. I just haven't bothered. Probably his mouth is going to wind up getting smacked onto a different layer, by the way, for those of you who are keeping score. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. That might be a little extreme. Let's pull out. Yeah, I don't like that. No, I don't like that. Whoops, little glitch right there. Fortunately, our eraser lasso takes care of it in short order, post-haste. Boom, and boom. Boom. Sorry about the booms, you guys. When I'm really kind of like lost in the zone, I start being a little bit stupid. Whee! Okay. I better save my work. Control S. Save all. It's not the tilde key. I didn't try the tilde key. It is the tilde key! Darren! Dude, you are sending me down the primrose path of bad information. Because it is the tilde key. I was trying to hit the tab key. I hit tab and nothing happened. I'm like, what's going on? Nope, it actually is the tilde key. Alright. So, let's go to the next keyframe. Boom. Oh, we don't have a next drawing, obviously. We need to go to it and go, oh boy, hold on a second. I think we need to make a copy. Yes. Okay, so if we're going to make a copy, let's make sure everything that's got to be there duplicated is in there. So let's just kind of put this in here like that. We'll just follow the pencil drawing to keep things simple. And this will just, we can fake a little bit because obviously A, it's a tween, and B, the shirt would be wrinkled a bit as he's making these moves, putting his moves on. So now we can go D key, we've made a duplicate, and we're going to zap back a little bit here, hit the E key, erase all this stuff, and there you go. That's the tilde key. No, that's the tilde key. Yeah, well, it's the same key, you guys. No need to get into a shouting match. It's like saying, I want the less hand button. I want the less hand key, or the less than key. Ah, you don't want the less than key. You want the comma. Well, no, I'm sure I want the less than key. No, you want the comma. It's the same key. That's funny. All right. I would have to say, and I think you guys will agree, that this is going a little quicker. Using a Toonz raster level. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. And boom. Yeah, around there. Around the horn. Yeah, little quicker. Almost real time. It's like somebody right now is tuning in and they're going, wow, this is a great speed draw. Speed paint. Nope. Nope, it ain't a speed paint. There's my Prince quality songwriting for the day. No, it ain't a speed paint. Prince quality. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You keep writing songs like that and you're going to make doves cry. Yeah. Okay, back here. Look at that. We're rocking. Hit the save key. What's this? Okay. Boom. Boom, 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 boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, this is maybe just a tiny fraction quicker for me than working with vectors. Yeah, kind of think my path forward with Tahoma's looking pretty clear. Looking pretty clear. All right, let's flip this. Just to be okay. Hit the N key. Yeah, that was kind of a disaster right there, wasn't it? This is actually probably too big as well. So we've got the same situation we had before. Right mouse click, reset view, reset rotation, and now if we hit the N key, everything's back to normal. So I personally find that to be a little bit of a bugginess, or borders on bug territory, in my opinion. It's been that way though in OpenToonz for, again, years. Not a new thing, not a new problem. Whoops, that was kind of a disaster. Boom, 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 boom. Cool. Are we done with Asher? I think we are. I can hear Kyle downstairs lifting weights. Throwing the weights around. Boom. Bah. Okay, a little problem here. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna hit the S key and just extend that down a little bit. Okay, scooch right in there, patch it up, kind of the same way I normally do in Krita. Well, that was the main point today. If I can pretty much match my workflow in Krita, then I may find that you know, I'm inclined to do more in Tahoma. Okay, let me see this. Okay, so it appears that the N key, while it does set the rotation, it doesn't actually reset the rotation under the hood. So, yeah, that's a little confusing how that works, but that's okay. Not the end of the world. Probably need to check the chat here soon. Because there are a lot of benefits to Tahoma / OpenToonz having to do with animation. And actually, to be really, really fair about it, with stability as well. I mean, on balance, while Tahoma has crashed here today once, I think only once. Has it been once or twice? I don't know. But all in all, OpenToonz has always been a lot more stable than Krita. Whether I really like working here better than in Krita is, now that I'm using the Toonz raster level, or the smart raster level I should say, I would say it's close. You know, it actually is close. We got a little tangent here, which is kind of an animation no-no. So let's fix it this way. Let's actually get rid of this and say, well, this guy's knuckles are going to be going like this. That's pretty much what we're going to see. So yeah, I mean, that's no good. Getting too sloppy here there. Jack. Boom. And then I did also, when I did the vectors, I stretched this out a little bit more, like that. So this can kind of wrap around his leg. That's his knee right there. Boom, boom. And then we need to put in the indication of his garment. So boom, boom. And at the rate we're going, my full minute of cartoon in 2 days is looking... Basically, everything I'm doing now is bonus, actually. Bonus over and above what I kind of set out to do, so... Okay. So we just have a change in his head here, which is ultimately going to kind of probably get cut into another layer. If I don't want to be stupid, why don't we just do that now? Let's just do it. Let's just begin to complicate our scene a little bit. Okay? By going here, and I'm just going to hit the B key, which creates a new layer, or a new level. But I'm going to hit the S key and hit Control V. Okay, and then this will go here. So it's the same thing I do all the time in Krita. I'm just duplicating and moving layers around, so that this can now be extended down here underneath it. And now we can go in and actually, not only that, but we can also take this out. Well, let me say this. I actually don't want to patch this yet, because all these extra lines are just going to be confusing to look at. Somebody out there is going to say, well, Dave, you could use color 0, and you could even, you could draw these lines with a really light color or whatever. Yeah, that's true. You could do that. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to leave those lines out for the moment. Okay. Now, this is a great example where I could just reuse this drawing and turn it a little bit, but I don't want to. This is what I was saying about this sort of anime aesthetic. What I want to do is, I really want it to be a separate drawing, so it's got a little different, little different feeling to it, if you will. Little too thin the chin right there. Might be having to wrap up soon. I feel like I'm starting to get a little bit in a hurry. Kind of, sort of. Not too much. A little bit. Okay, boom, boom. That'll work. So I really need to assign a hotkey to reset the rotation. And in Krita, that's the 5 key. When I hit the 5 key in Tahoma, it does nothing. So that's good news. That means that hotkey is free. Let's do it right now. We're going to go into File, Configure Shortcuts, and we're going to go Reset. Well, I guess I could just type it all the way in there. Oh, come on. Reset rotation right there. We're going to make that the 5 key. Is there a problem here? No, I don't want that. Okay, am I to understand that Tahoma doesn't let you use a freaking number? Darren? Oh, jeez, really? Thank you, Darren. Okay. Okay, so in my warped world, you would think rotation might be the R key. So maybe Alt R. Alt R is an instant render. Wow, okay. What about, okay, I didn't see that coming. Especially because when I'm in configuring shortcuts, that shouldn't have been possible. No, the tilde key is the same thing that it is in, well, okay, and no. I hit the tilde key too often. This is a big dilemma. I'm going to go Shift Alt R because it's a somewhat complicated. So now I can spin this around, and then if I hit Shift Alt R, okay, that's what we'll do. We'll just live with it. And if I get really used to it, or I'm spending a lot of time in Tahoma, then maybe I'll change the hotkey in Krita to make it match. I'm pretty sure that hotkey is not currently being used for anything. Keep it loose. Keep it loose. Keep it loose, baby. Boom. Shift Alt R. Nice. Nice. Okay, I want a little bit of that kind of thing going on. The mouth's going to wind up getting chopped out, actually. Almost certainly. Okay, let's zip out a little bit and check something here. That's probably okay. So once again, Control Spacebar, Shift Spacebar. I've actually gotten used to the zooming and panning buttons. that Jeremy so rudely changed from the defaults and allowed to be hard-coded in the program. But no, I'm not complaining. Not complaining. Shift-Alt-R. Boom. You know, at the end of the day, what do you really want? You just want to be able to get your work done. I mean, really, that is. You just want to go. At least that's the way I feel. You just want to rock and roll, man. Just do it. Just do it, baby. Not asking for much. Seems like that's from a song. I'm not asking for much. Okay, now, by the way, that's definitely a problem. And I don't want to close that shoulder. Of course, it's tempting to do so. But now we need to go back to here, and boom. So what's going to become really interesting here in Tahoma is going to be, okay, and by the way, is going to be when I start to animate things and I want to chop things, bump them over into different layers, and fluidly just do what's ever got to be done to just tell the story. I know I'm going to bump into some clunkers, and the problem is I have no idea what they're going to be actually at this point. I just don't know what those clunkers are going to be. Maybe I won't, but I'd be amazed. So I shall not even try to predict, but rather Shift-Alt-R. I'm going to leave his eyebrows out. I have a feeling in this close-up I'm going to want to do something with his eyebrows. I'm going to want to use a plastic tool or something to sort of allow the poor guy to emote a bit. So there we go. Well, thanks guys for hanging out so long today. I mean, I certainly don't deserve to have such wonderful YouTube followers, subscribers, whatever. I'm a lucky man. Lucky. Alright, here we go. That's a little rough. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. What's this? Ooh, okay. This is going to be lightning fast. It's like improvising on an instrument. If I really concentrate, I actually can go pretty darn fast. But I have to concentrate. I have to really be thinking about what my next move's going to be. I'm going to hit the tilde key so I can really just zoom out a little bit and just fly. Boom. This is not quite right. I definitely feel like I'm still wanting to zoom in even more to make this play. Yeah. Rocking and rolling around the horn here. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Whew. I'm going to leave the mouth out too, because again, it's probably going to wind up being on a different layer anyway, so why knock myself out inking it when I know it's not going to be sticking around. Okay. Maria, don't neglect your script. That's very irresponsible. And it's going to be my fault. Say boom to reset the... That's a good idea. I wish I could do that. Voice recognition. You know, because voice recognition is such a reliable technology. Yeah, I've heard that, JP, about the inner workability of the respective applications. Boom would be good. Basically, OpenToonz slash Tahoma is an extension of Clip Studio Paint. Okay, I'm going to say I look at it differently. Actually, I look at it this way. OpenToonz Tahoma is an extension of Krita. That's what I say. Sometimes OpenToonz Tahoma has me singing, "You are out of touch, you're out of touch." How do I head when I turn you on? Okay, yeah, that's fair. Despite what Dave thinks, my opinion is the easiest software to use. And you're absolutely. And if it works for you, dude, yeah, exactly. Horses for courses. Yep. Whatever. I really have no bias against Clip Studio Paint. I just, every time I've tried to use it, I just don't enjoy it. Auto. Okay, that was ugly. We actually had a disconnect. If anyone who's tried it would agree that it's far easier, then that means I'm not anyone, because I have tried it. I get that all you really need is Tahoma OpenToonz, to be honest. Well, actually, what I'm seeing today, for the most part, is that's true. If you had to pick one software, OpenToonz Tahoma versus Krita or even Clip Studio Paint, for me, OpenToonz is probably the strongest of the three, but probably, yeah, I would say so. Only because I don't think that the animation tools in Clip Studio Paint are quite to the level of OpenToonz. Have you tried right-click full screen mode, Dave? Using it, you can see your drawing at full resolution. Let's give it a crack. Let's give it a crack. Full screen mode, which is Alt T. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Was that Alt T? What was it? Exit, or that's an F? I can't tell what letter that is. I think it's an F. Yep, Alt F versus this, which, sorry. Okay, so I hit the N key. Okay, versus Alt F. Yeah, I mean, they both work. They both work. Good deal. Moving forward here. Okay, so now this delete that out of the X sheet and let's come back to it. Coming back to it another time. Another time, another day. I'm thinking when I see Valerie again, I'm probably going to say it's quitting time. That's what I'm thinking. That didn't work. Okay, so I'm hitting Alt F. Oh, how nice. How nice. So he hears something at the door. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. And this is my Don Bluth homage today. See how the eyes are? Angling up like that? And that's what you're always seeing Don Bluth do. You saw it all over the place. In Secret of Nim, and I was seeing it quite a bit in Anastasia with the funny animal characters. But man, that was not a good movie. Not fun to watch. As I said, just no charm. No charm. The stuff that was supposed to be funny wasn't funny. It was like tired old gags that you feel like you've seen too many times before. But, you know, nobody bats 1,000, you know. I mean, you can't hit a home run every single time at bat. To use the sports analogy. Oops. That was not supposed. What We'll call that cloth. So his thumb can be kind of like that. You know, one of the most encouraging things, actually in a warped way, that I noticed from watching Beauty and the Beast and Anastasia is when I'm looking at the messages. You know, you sort of are humming along here and say, well, you know, that's a little sloppy. I was really amazed, actually, at how much I saw in both of those movies. That was actually, you know, pretty sloppy. But, I mean, and I say, I guess it's because I've been doing a lot of animation, it's stuff that I had never noticed before. But the thing is, it just doesn't matter. I mean, it looked great, worked great, yada, yada, yada. The stuff that mattered, they got right consistently. Okay, and I probably should put some indication of the ink blot there, just to kind of keep the audience anchored to that unsavory state of affairs. Yeah. An unsavory state of affairs. We don't want to have an unsavory state of affairs. We want to have a wonderful, balanced, happy, joyous state of affairs.
Yes, we do. We really want to have a lot of fun here, you know. It's very fun to draw. We can draw all kinds of pretty pictures all day long. It's all we do, you know.
Alright, boom, 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 ba-doo, boo, boo, doo, boo. I'm putting the headband back here. Suffering succotash! I've never been a huge fan of those voices. They're okay. I mean, they're good and everything. I mean, I have never spent much time trying to do them, like Sylvester, Daffy Duck. So I'm not really comfortable doing them because I think I would do a bad job. Now, if I spent a little time boning up on those voices and saying, you know, then I could probably pull them off, I expect. But, hey. Mel Blanc was amazing. Amazing. He's an amazing guy. Boom. Can we make our drawing musical? Can we? All right, let's try. 2, 3, 4. Boom, boom, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, ba-ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. Okay, this is not quite right. Okay, and there was kind of a collar thing going on, so probably that should wrap up like that. A man of 1,000 voices, yes. I'm not going to bother with that. This, I'm definitely going to bother with. Boom, ba-doom, boom, ba-doom. Going to make his hand slightly bigger in the ink. That's what ink time is for, people. It's for making corrections. Corrections, I say. There's so many corrections that we have to make that there are far too many to keep track of. We can't even keep track of it. It's ridiculous, the amount of corrections we have to make. But if we focus and we concentrate, and we do not give up, we put our hand to the plow and our mind to the task, then surely we will, in the final analysis, have victory. Victory, I say. At least we hope so. Boink. Unless, of course, we fail. In which case we will then deny that we have failed. We will insist that we have succeeded. Alright. Zooping in here and rotating our screen. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, boom, bum, 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 ba 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 ba-dum bum ba-dum ba 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 bum ba 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 You guys know what that is, don't you? You say, well, you're doing such a bad job of it that we can't really tell. Thank you very much. Okay, fair enough. Alright. OpenToonz is not so bad if you know traditional animation. It was designed by real artists like Click Studio Paint and Toon Boom, unlike Flash Animate. Here he comes to save the day. I was singing the part of what I was singing. It was the old theme song from the Superman cartoon, the Max Fleischer Studios Superman cartoon. Yep. All right, that's looking pretty good. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, look at the lines, the lines. Why, there's no limit to the lines. They're everywhere. We'll give him a bit of a beard, a bit of a mustache, a mouth but no eyes. Hopefully he won't sue. Hopefully he won't sue. For the fact that we failed to give him eyes. Wouldn't it be terrible if you actually could be sued by the characters that you draw in Tahoma? Oh my gosh. Like you're being judged legally by the quality of your animation. Ooh, that would hurt. That would hurt. Ouch. Ouch! Ah, the levity, the levity. There's no end to the levity. Wait, I hear Valerie. Here comes Valerie. You know what that means? Guys. What are you laughing at over there? I know, but she's like, yeah, they're probably wishing Valerie would have showed up a long time ago. Alright. He can't see to sign the complaint. Yeah. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. Let me look at this and I'll make a decision. I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna go chill with Val for 5 more minutes, and I think I'm going to finish this out. I'm going to finish this out so that, and who knows, I may even get into color, but if I do, the key goal is going to be to do what I do in Krita, which is keep everything, which the Toonz Raster level helps you with this, is the idea is to sort of keep everything in its own layer, really compact, so that I can then, if I need to, cut it into pieces and animate things. But I think we're, gosh guys, you know, I think we're in pretty good shape here. So, with that, it's break time, 5 minutes. I will be back. I will be back. 24. How the heck did this get set back to 24? This must be because of the crash. It must be because of the crash. Alright. So I'm going to do this. Where'd my mouse go? File. Hello. Save all. I'll put it in a loop and I'll be back in a bit. Well, I'm back. And I have my midday tasty beverage, which, as some of you know, is a brewski. Thanks again, everyone who has had the patience to stick with me through by the way, what I was singing earlier was I didn't get the first part right. It's dum da dum dum da dum dum da dum 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 da dum dum da dum dum da dum 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 da dum dum dum. Anybody remember that? Anybody remember that? I'm looking at some files on my other screen. Dum 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 dum. Okay. All right. L key. Stop the loop. I'll leave that as it is. It doesn't really matter at this point. Ink, ink, and more ink. What is it? What's being shoved under our door? What is being shoved under the door? Well, thanks again, guys. I can't tell you. Valerie says, yeah, Dave, you do better work. You seem to enjoy it more when you're live streaming. Okay. We'll go with that. Well, yeah, my attitude is if I can, like, hang in there and just be enjoying the process, then why not just keep rocking, right? Boom! Got his shoulder a little high on that pencil test. Little high. Let's just take that out and bum ba dum bum ba da bum ba da da. Whoops. Ba na na bum ba da bum ba da boom bum ba da dum bum 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 boom bum bum ba da 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 bum bum ba da na bum ba da. Whoops. Bum ba da. Life can be very funny if you allow it to be, says the itinerant philosopher. Says the guy who thinks he knows everything. Wait a minute. Okay, well, I forgot I inked most of this earlier, but you know what? It doesn't matter. The background's going to be the same, and we're cutting from another shot back to this one. So if this one is... Actually, that's wrong. So if this one turns out to be actually a little bit different, it doesn't matter because you're not going to remember the tiny differences. So, and this is obviously wrong as well because he does not have his shoulders like sticking out like that. You know, his arms are not bare, in other words. Sorry. That's a boo-boo. Alright. Now this is going to be a little more carefully conceived hand. So those of you who are like really into hands, we're going to make them a little knottier because it's Asher's old hand. So there's a time to give appropriate attention to details, and I don't like that, but actually I'm going to fix that this way. Watch the magic happen. Boom. S key. I'm going to grab this line and say, yeah, his finger just needs to be a little skinnier. B key. Boom, ba-dum, boom, ba-dum, boom, ba-dum, boom. Oh, it's too much of a knot. Sorry. Boom, ba-doo, doo, doo, ba-doo. I actually was sitting here one day and I popped up Reaper and reproduced a bit of that Superman score theme just as a little exercise. Came out pretty good, but I don't think I have it anymore. I think I sort of just did the experiment and discarded it. It would be here if it was here somewhere. And I do not. There it is. There it is. Let's see what it sounded like. Let's do it as an experiment. Well, the problem is that the live streaming is not going to play it, so I got to go like that. Yep, that's that. So that was one day when I'm like, I wonder if I can reproduce that Superman theme. Yeah, there it is. I did it. How is the British keyboard different? I actually have absolutely no idea, my friend, how the... Yeah, I was trying to emulate the... it was really... I think it was actually done in the 40s, actually. So yeah, pretty... not a super modern sound you're going for in that particular case. Nope, nope, nope. Remember the character that said that? Nope, nope, nope. I believe that was in Land Before Time, as a matter of fact. Speaking of Land Before Time, which I think I mentioned quite a while ago, in an arguably disparaging sort of way. Alright, I'm going to hit Alt-F again, so I can just... whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Shift spacebar. I don't mind that little thing on his ear. That's cool. That looks alright. Bum-ba-dum, 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 bum-bum-bum-bum, bum-ba-dum, bum-ba-bum, bum-ba-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum, bum-bum-ba-dum. All those little flute thrills where it's like bum bum ba dum 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 ba da ba do ba do ba do ba. All that counter melody I added, that was not really there. There was something there, but it was different in the original. I actually, to be accurate, I didn't copy it in the sense of listening to it and trying to reproduce it. I listened to what I remember it felt like, and then I just did it from scratch. So it's probably actually not very accurate to the original. But that can be a fun way to spark your creativity. This is why I'm actually big on copying. Like if you copy a drawing of, Daffy Duck or something, right? And then, but you use that as your starting point. And you use that as your starting point to sort of get you on track in a way that you know is consistent with the good work that's been done in the past by others. But then you immediately spawn off either a new action or even a new character using that copying as just a starting point. It's actually a really good way to work, and it's a really good way to learn. Keeps you from getting too key important creative methodology. Deconstruct and spawn. His hands are very tiny in the screen. Let's see. Ah, they're not that tiny. Okay, strike that. Strike that. Reject. That needs to be fixed. I got to be really careful here. So I'm going to flip the screen just so I can see if I can get this pretty close to good, just drawing it in ink without having any real guidelines underneath there to send me in the right direction. I think that's probably okay-ish. Bum-ba-dum, bum-ba-dum, bum-ba-dum-na-na-na-doodly-doo. Okay, I'll tell you what, there was something I had in mind earlier that I want to indulge at this very moment. So I'm going to hit the Alt-F key again, and I'm going to save my work. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stretch this down one, and I'm just going to see if this works. Okay, the letters are the same, but it's the symbols that move around. Okay, I didn't know that. The new motion panel in Tahoma is very useful for creating arcs. Can't wait for Tahoma with auto lip sync and convert centered motion paths. Sure, even more stuff. I'm sure, without a doubt, there will be more stuff. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to grab this, this, and this. Why? Here's why. Now I'm going to go, let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of this. And get rid of all that. We'll get rid of that ugly tangent there. So the idea was, again, I wasn't really sure if this was going to work, but it kind of occurred to me when I was doing the pencil test. Alright. Wait a second. Oh, okay, that was what we call, well, in the business, this is what we call a stupid attack. Yeah. I just destroyed my picture. Okay, maybe I can recover it, though. Watch this. Let's see if we can recover it. I'm going to go Control-C, and now I'm just going to hit undo a few times. Come on, come on, come on. Okay. Okay. Alright. Now what we're going to do is we're going to see if we go here. Remember, I extended that one frame. So now I'm going to go ahead and create a duplicate. And let's just hit the S key and see. Ah, it worked. Ah, it worked. So just to be safe, I'm going to move this right over here. So it's just barely in there, right? Now what we're going to do, oh man, am I cheating. I am cheating so bad. I should be taken to court for how bad I'm cheating. Dude. Alright, and now what we can do is grab all this again. Creative problem solving at work. I love it. Okay. I got by the skin of my teeth on that one, didn't I? Alright, so now I'm going to hit the S key and go like this and grab this line right here because I feel like it's not quite right. And now I'm going to grab the Control key and just smack that up like that. Look at that. Oh, that's pretty. Oh, that's pretty. Cheating is good. That worked. Now watch this. Okay, only caveat is, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually stretch this down to here and hit the D key, and I'm going to make another duplicate because this is what I do in Krita all the time. I don't know if I'm going to want this other drawing, but what I'm going to do is just try to balance out what his left arm did with his right arm as well, and I guess I probably need that as well to use the same term twice in a row. And let's just go like that. Okay. Up. I actually think both keys should be in there. I wonder what it looks like at 8 frames a second. Let's find out. Let's find out, people. It's an adventure. An adventure. So we're going here. So what we'll do is we'll set the start marker here, and we'll set the end marker here, just to let this play around a couple times. You know, not horrible, not horrible. Probably the middle key will be taken out, so it'll probably be boom. Yeah, this one's going. This one's going the way of the buffalo. I'm gonna delete it. Boom. Put this back here. And that's what he's gonna do. He's gonna go boom. Yep. Keep it simple, Sherlock. So now we got a little cleaning up to do, don't we? But boy, is it worth it. Look at that. If it tells the story just a little bit better, or if it's a little more entertaining, that's what we're after. Entertainment value, my friends. Entertainment value. Not that smacking a piece of paper open is necessarily big entertainment value, but as somebody I used to know would say, it's better than a sharp stick in the eye. So, alright, back to work. Okay, so we don't need this, so I'll actually hit Control X instead of delete. And as you can see, when you hit Control X, what Tahoma does is actually closes the gap. It kind of ripple edits, if you will. Yeah, that obnoxious sound you just heard was me taking a big old slug of my brewski. Okay, so notice the more you use OpenToonz on real projects, the more you learn the software. Well, exactly, JP. That is so true. The more you use anything. Definitely, JP, with all the programs I've learned, if it's been just to learn, I forget. If I need it for something, it stays with me. Man, that is so true. Maria, Maria, Maria. The paragon of wisdom on the BlendedPlanet YouTube channel. Where would we be without JP and Amar's opinions, Maria's wisdom, Darren's tips? Oh my gosh. We are practically a family. And to quote Kurt Russell in the movie Miracle, family. That's such a great movie. You know what? People ask me, because I'm a filmmaker, you know. People say to me, hey, Dave, what's your favorite movie? At least a couple times a year, somebody will, I'll get this question. And I never know how to answer, but I have to say, one of the definite top fives would be Miracle. Disney's Miracle with Kurt Russell. Now, it might be partly because I lived through the events, but that's about the 1980 U.S. Olympic hockey team, and oh my gosh, what an inspiring, powerful, powerful movie. So well done on every level. The cinematography, the acting, the casting, the script, the pacing, the sports stuff, you know, the hockey. Golly, what a top shelf production. Man, it's good. Another one of my favorites would be Oh Brother, Where Art Thou, which is one of the Coen brothers films. I'm not usually a super big fan of oh brother, now his name escapes me. Help me out, guys. Who was with Sandra Bullock in the the outer space movie last couple of years? His name is escaping me. He was also in From Dusk Till Dawn with Quentin Tarantino, which was actually a Robert Rodriguez movie. Love those guys. Love those guys. They were amazing. Okay. We're getting close to the end of the road here as far as ink goes, which means I have a very big bridge to cross, which is, do we want to go on to paint? And I'm thinking, I'm in the zone here, people. I'm in the zone. I'm thinking there's going to be some painting going on.
Let's do a little paint. Boom, 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 boom.
Okay, I'm a little off key here.
Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, ba-dum.
Well, this is what happens when I'm actually pretty tuned into my software and I know my software reasonably well, and it's not really getting in my way. This is what I do. I mean, this is actually, you're seeing it live. This is what actually happens. I just can fly, man. This is why I piss and moan so much when the software frustrates me. Because I'm just like, I just want to get my work done. I just want to make my cartoon. Is that such a crime?
No. No, Kimosabi, it is not a crime. You have not committed a crime to want to get your work done. No. But the gods of software may not favor you this day. They may not favor you this day. And if they don't, why, you'll be hosed.
Oh boy. But I don't want to be hosed. Right? Do you feel it? Do you feel me, people? We don't want to be hosed. Okay. A little bit of a hiccup there. Okay, so as you notice, in the prior real tight close-up, the eyebrows certainly had a bit of dimensionality to them, whereas here they don't so much. Okay, so I am going to go back here, and hey Darren, see you later, buddy. You're probably already gone, but all of my brothers, sisters, we are family. Yes, thank you, Maria. George Clooney. Exactly, that's the guy. Thank you. You feel it, Dave. You feel it. Oh, I'm feeling it, baby. I'm feeling it. Don't fight the feeling. You gotta, don't fight it, just feel it. Don't fight it, just feel it. Alright, love Sam. I love Sam. Sam's the best. I don't know who killed him, but man, they need to be smacked upside the head because Sam was awesome. I love it. Love Sam. She was only 16, but I loved her so. She was too young to fall in love, and I was too young to know. We'd laugh and we'd sing and do funny things. I don't know, I think that's the line. Blah, 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 yeah. She was too young to fall in love, and I was too young to know. So why did I give my heart to so fast? Never will happen again. I was a mere lad of 16. Alright, okay. Now, I think it might be time to, this is going to be a background painting. I mean, yeah, the letters are going to slide in there, but basically I need to be a quick review. Okay. Color, background, but basically just color. Got to decide what I'm doing with his eyebrows. Looks like I forgot to... Oh no, I guess I did do it. Okay, what is this? Yeah, that's a big... okay. So I probably need to actually do that. Kind of like the way it is in the pencil test. Yeah. Like maybe that's why I drew it that way in the pencil test? Okay. Okay. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. You're gonna be fine. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Oh, now it's time. Now it's time to do our Indian voice. Oh, I love the Indian voice. It's my most witty favorite. Okay. What's this? Oh yeah, I wasn't sure what I was doing with that. Well, if we're gonna do this, that's gonna probably require a bit of tweening. So, hey Jude, you'll make it bad. Take a sad song and make it better. McCartney. He really is a pretty good singer. It's like saying Elon Musk has, you know, he's rich. Yeah. He's the richest man on the planet at this point. He has surpassed Jeff Bezos as the #1 richest guy. Now, admittedly, most of Elon's wealth is on paper at this point. I'm going to hit the S key and do a little control squishy poo. Little squishy poo. And now, when you do the squishy poo, you can kind of go like this and get things lined back up. So, as I said earlier, you can kind of do a lot of what can be done with the liquify tool in Krita. It's all good. It's all good, people. Boom. I'm going to close those shapes up. Boom, boom, boom. Now, that looks pretty stupid. If you're going to put a pinky in there, make it look like a pinky. But I'm going to say I don't think that this pose is going to survive the final cut. Let's put it that way. And so I'm not even trying to improve it at this point because I'm pretty sure it's going to wind up getting nixed. Now, it might turn out to be great. You know, it could happen. Sometimes you don't quite know what you've got until you see it all sort of play out. So, with that in mind, what I'm going to do is just ink it in the most clinical way. Let me see. Yeah, that's okay, actually. I was wondering if I was getting a lot of control here on the eyebrows, but hold on a second there. Hold on a second there. I gotta check this out real quick. Fortunately, you guys cannot see or hear what I'm seeing or hearing, which is probably a good thing. It's bugging me that I'm not getting the by the place somewhere up New York way, where the people are so gay, twisting the night away. Man, they have a lot of fun, putting trouble on the run. Man, you got the old and young, twisting the night away. They are twisting, twisting. Yeah, what a great song. Everybody's feeling great. They're twisting, twisting. They are twisting the night away. Alright, boom. Boom. Oh wait, that's not right. Here's a man in evening clothes. How we got here, I don't know. Man, you ought to see him go, twisting the night away. Dancing with the chicken slacks. Oh, she's moving up and back. Oh man, there ain't nothing like twisting the night away. Alright, that's working, kinda, sorta. N key. Okay, so now I have a little additional hiccup.
little hiccup in the works, which is that okay, McCartney's better than Musk. Okay. I think Darren's gone. Darren had to split. Maria or JP, who had the question? Or he got it? Yeah, left already. McCartney's Cook, Gay, and Hathaway. Cook, Gay, and Hathaway. I tell you, the Marvin Gaye song I like. What is that? Doggone it, it's on my playlist. You know, when you're sitting here yakking, it's really, excuse me, it's kind of crazy how you can't remember stuff I normally could remember if I wasn't actually trying to like talk to people. Oh, by the way, it was Meghan Trainor. Meghan Trainor was the one I mentioned earlier where you know, she just kind of caught fire on YouTube, and so it really wasn't the traditional path. But there's a song Marvin Gaye sang that sounds very, very much like Pharrell Williams. What was the Pharrell Williams hit a couple of years ago? It was really a rehash of a Marvin Gaye song. Probably a lot of younger people don't realize that. And I'm just looking through the Marvin Gaye list here to see if oh, Ain't That Peculiar. Ain't That Peculiar. Right? Am I right? Pharrell Williams hit a couple years ago was essentially just Ain't That Peculiar with a few twists. If you disagree, feel free to express yourself, as Madonna would say. Express yourself. All right, so does anyone know the shortcut for auto close? Yeah, I don't know, man. If I'm using vectors, I typically am going to click on the boxes with my mouse or my stylus and just kind of get things set up to do what I'm trying to do. Trying to outline my vector with geometry tool. I do not know if there is a hotkey for auto close, but you can check by just going into File, Configure Shortcuts, and I would guess that you can type probably the word close, and there it is. It looks to me like there is no hotkey, but at least you have the ability to create one, which is cool. So there you go. There you go, my friend. There you go. Alright, so now what are we going to do? We got to think a little bit about color. Actually, you know what? Dance with me. Dance with me. Come on and be a partner. Can't you see? The music is just starting. Or something like that. Night is falling. I am in dance with me. The song I liked actually by Orleans the best is not the most well-known one, but it's Love takes time and it's hard to find. You gotta take some time, let love grow. Do 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 do. I saw a twinkle in her eye. Boo doo boo boo boo. It blazed a path across the sky. Yep, that's my favorite New Orleans song, but they were a pretty good band for sure. All right, file, film. Oop, bad. I better save my work. I don't know if I'm going to run into the undo gremlins here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is actually go to, let's do under all to see if that helps. But I'm guessing, yeah, that did the trick. That did the trick. Okie dokie. Okay, so here we got to do a little bit of a careful step. I want to go add another color, and this color needs to be sort of a little bit of a gray. All right, so we can actually go like this, right? And I think we have a closed shape. Ah, yes. Oh, man. Oh, wrong. Sorry. Wrong color. There we go. And now, of course, because of the way the palettes work, we can adjust these after the fact to our heart's content. So that's a wonderful thing. So I'm going to add another color and go with this, and boom. Okay, so obviously for OpenToonz/Tahoma, the shadows are going to have to be on a separate layer if we really want to do them properly. Save all. Save all. Thanks for the suggestion. Work like a charm. God, nice, 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 nice. Oh, after the day. Okay, so I'm sitting here. Oh my goodness, I'm sitting here singing the song, and it's not even the right song. How embarrassing. How embarrassing. I feel I've been taken out to the woodshed and spanked. Spanked, I tell you. I've been spanked at the woodshed. Oh dear, I hate when that happens. Alright, so the question becomes, what about Asher's garment? I need some suggestions out there, people. What color should we make Asher's garment? If we go back to the earlier scenes, he's got a brownish cloak here. He's got a purple-ish cloak here. And most recently, when we saw him at the riverside, let's see, there he is. He's got a bluish cloak. So, need a color suggestion here, folks. What are we doing? Come on, somebody weigh in. Let's just pick a color. I don't care what the theme's going to be, but we need a color scheme theme for Asher. In the meantime, while I'm waiting for someone to please speak up, I'm going to just do this. I'm going to go, and by the way, we can turn this off. Yeah. I'm going to turn that off now. Go back here. I'm going to hit the B key. And remember, because of our palette, I can always just turn around and change this color later. So what I'm going to do is put this color here, like so. Close these gaps, because I want his collar, not his color, his collar, to be a slightly different color than the rest of the garment. And I also want that color to have some cuffs. Okay, so he has a reddish hat, so a gray would be nice, and the border could be a shade of reddish. All right, Maria, I'm trusting your sense of color. The border should be a shade of reddish. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll just get the border in there. So boom and boom. Boom. Okay, that's a little bit hard to see, so we'll basically say let's go grayish, but give it a reddish tint, ish. And then here we'll just go with gray. We'll go with a lightish gray. And I'm not loving that. I'm not loving that. I think I like the gray concept. I'm feeling like I want the border thing to be lighter though. Let's reverse these. Okay, I mean, we're getting a little bit into Santa Claus territory here, but what do you think? Gold, green, and gray, or triple G? Oh, gold, green, and gray. Let's see. And then we'll say this. I know. I'm going to steal his color scheme from Mr. Big, from that anime thing I was working on. There we go. We're going to steal his color scheme from Mr. Big, because that's pretty much what Mr. Big had. And, you know, we can always just go boom and change it anytime we want. So for now, we'll just kind of go with that and see how it goes. Cool? Cool, cool, cool. Okay. So, thank you, friends, for weighing in with your color suggestions. I don't consider myself much of a color wizard by any stretch of the imagination, and am always open to another opinion. Right? Okay, and this is boom, boom, boom. Oops, I forgot the collar or the cuffs. So I'm gonna hit Z. It looks like Tahoma's doing a good job of catching my undo on this color stuff, so that's a very good thing. And boom, boom. Come on. Kim? Fill it up. Okay. His belt is going to be... I'm actually going to just stick with black on the belt. I don't care. I think the belt should be black. Okay, his outfit is in fact white. This was his beard-ish color, so we're going to say that Mel... Okay, let me check something here. We're going to say that Mel actually got the... He actually got the clothing. Oh, that's his skin. Sorry. He has slightly ashen skin. There we go. So here we've got gray. It needs to be kind of like that. And then I am going to take the bold step of saying that the garment is actually going to be white. Hence, we'll make it red. Why? So I can see what the heck I'm doing. So I'm going to go like that and then snap it back up to white. And I think we're okay. Pretty close to white. Okay, and this ink is black, so there's that. And flesh tone. I better name this. Asher Flesh. Just so I don't forget. Boom, boom. Okay, up here, this is Asher Beard. And I can see a little thing I missed, so B key, boom, boom, okay. Asher Flesh, except before we go too far, we need to kind of go like that. This is a tween, so we got a little bit of latitude. Okay, and this is a great example of where what you want to do is you want to go to freehand mode and just lasso this to catch all those pixels that sort of snuck away. Here you could kind of sort of do the same thing like that, so that works. And this is the Asher hat. Hello, I'm double clicking. Asher hat. And his hat is definitely a little bit distended in that pose, but again, that pose is only going to be on the screen for one frame, so we're going to excuse that. Okay, this is white-ish, so therefore we'll just zoom in here. I'm going to actually turn it back to red again for the same reason, so I can just see what the heck I'm doing. Boom, boom. Fill tools, we'll lasso that. Flesh tone. I think we can go back to normal mode here. Boom. Oh yeah, don't forget the beard. Don't forget the beard, friends. Beards are important. Okay? Fill tool. Uh-oh, got a leak. Uh-oh, I sound like Dustin Hoffman from Rain Man, right? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, it's right there. There's the leak. Yep. Yep. And just so you guys know, we will be ultimately lifting this up to something more like that. So therefore, probably we're going to want to change his belt color to an actually different color than the inkline color. But we're kind of sort of okay. So I'm just going to make his eyes just a shade south of white. Asher eyes. Just a shade south. Okay. Here's the trim. Fix the trim. Fix the trim. Fixie, fixie, fix the trim. Boom. Fill tool. Yep. Yep. Okay. Back the heck off here. Okay. And here's this and this. Yep. And now what we're going to need is basically a variation of this that's a little darker. For this, I would say, there's his garment. Actually that's wrong. This is supposed to be the ink color. Isn't it? Okay, cool. So now let's go in with our brush and see if we can just add a little bit of detail here that might be appropriate. Definitely looking forward to getting those shadows in there. Okay, so same thing here, kinda. Poor Asher. Poor Asher. Nothing ever goes his way. Nothing ever goes his way. Oops. Again, save early, save often. Okay. Yep, red for white eyes. Goodbye, yellow brick road. I have no idea what the words are. No idea. I don't think anyone knows. In the something society house? I think. You can't blah 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 blah. Going back to my something cloud? I never did grok out the words to that song. Flesh. The flesh. Press, let's press the flesh. Boom. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, but again, let's do freehand. Freehand. See how much fun it can be to create a cartoon, people? You can create a cartoon too. You just have to wanna. You have to wanna. Really, really bad. Okay, actually, this needs to be normal again. Boom, boom. Ah! Oh dear. Oh dear, oh my, oh dear. Close those shapes. I'm gonna start thinking about what's for lunch today. B key, boom. B for boom. B for boom. Well, I must say I'm being much less philosophical and verbose with my socio-political commentary here in the afternoon than I was in the morning. Yeah. Yeah. You can't always get what you want. I'm not a big fan. We used to do, when I was in the band, we used to do Satisfaction, which is a pretty fun song to do. Flesh. Flesh. Okay. Asher eyes, which is going to be the same color as his garment, since technically his garment's supposed to be more or less white. Blah. It's looking pretty good, actually. I'm not really complaining. I think I'm liking the way it feels. I'm satisfied. If I hit the N key, this is actual size. It's pretty crisp, pretty clean. Not bad. And it is definitely a benefit to be able to go back in and change colors later. That's a huge benefit with Tahoma. But we will keep forging ahead. Maybe we'll get lucky right here. Boom. Nope, we did not get lucky. I think I see the problem too. I think it's right there. Yep. Correcto. Correcto. So what if we actually... What if we did that? Just kind of make that a little easier to see. I don't know. We'll see. I may wind up going back to Maria's idea. And what about this? What if we take this and make this a little more, a little bit more desaturated? Just kind of poking around, just kind of playing. Hat. Okay. I wonder. I think I'm going to skip Mel for the moment and let's just skip Mel and stick with Asher. Let's just get Asher done here. We might as well, right? In fact, we could even do this. We could even go through and just... Now, obviously, you can do the frame range thing if you're into that. I've rarely found it particularly useful, actually, but sometimes. Depends on what you're animating, of course. Okay, we're going to have the same problem again here, obviously. So hitting the B key, closing the gap, and boom, and we do have that little hiccup right there. Okay, is that it? Not quite. It's Mel and Mel. So, okay. So that's it for Asher. Let's back the heck up here. Boom. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. You're silly gosh. Okay, now I see a problem. Now we're getting into undo hell. How did that happen? How the heck did Tahoma lose track? That's a little bit of a vexing situation. Be aware, guys, that you can actually sample. You can sample. Okay. I was gonna say. I'm sorry. Hold on. This is bad. Stop. Escape. You can't escape out of the. Okay. I forgot that I have changed the hotkeys in OpenToonz going back for quite a long time. So my hotkey for the palette sampler tool is different than the default, and I don't even remember what the default is. So we'll pretend that I wasn't giving out advice a moment ago and just forget it. But there is a tool. Here you go. So the RGB picker tool picks an RGB value, but this tool right here, oh, that's the K? Wait, that's K? Am I reading that correctly? Or is my screen, is it getting too late in the day and my eyes are getting blurry? I'm switching to the other screen to see. Okay, according to the metadata baked into Tahoma, the hotkey is K, but at least for me, okay, yeah, that's the hotkeys. I've got, this is the latest version of Tahoma. I literally installed it this morning, and I do have a couple hotkeys that I tend to use a lot that are broken. So that's why I say I'm going to just defer on giving any pointers about those particular tools, because I don't even know what the hotkeys are anymore. That's the flesh color. So I want that. And then I'm going to go up yonder. I'm going to go up yonder. Might as well fill the eyes. And then see if we get lucky. Boom. Oh, we did. Okay, with the caveat that we need to lasso the stuff. Boom. Lasso. Cool, that looks alright. That looks alright. Okay. B, I can't believe how long I've been cooking. Cooking, baby. Speaking of cooking, like I said, lunch is starting to sound better and better. Up. Gotta be in normal mode again. I need to set up hotkeys for that too, by the way. Okay. And I'm not saying, just saying this for Maria's benefit, I'm not saying I'm gonna stick with these colors on the garment. I'm just, they're kind of placeholders to a degree. We'll see. We'll see. But for the moment, they will do. I said this is going to be that color, and this is going to be that color, unless I change my mind, because I'm not totally sold on these colors. But as I like to say, probably the world will keep turning. Okay, this is obviously a mistake. Oh, come on. Really? Really? That's what you're going to do? Oh, there it is. There's the leak. And there's a leak there. Okay. Now, this is obviously wrong, so I'm going to hit the erase tool and just get rid of that completely. And now we can take the garment color. That's working. Here's the beard. B key. Fill tool. Flesh tone. Boom. Ah, come on, really? Come on, come on. As Donio used to say, the late great Donio. Come on. He had a way of saying that that was pretty funny. There we go. There we go. Okay, we'll skip those guys. And here we're coming back to the robe. I think, okay guys, I'm definitely starting to run out of gas. Mentally and probably otherwise. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish up the... Oh, really? Really? I'm going to finish up the ink, or the paint on Asher only. And then I am going to call it a day. But the good news, folks, you know, my goal has been, because obviously creating a 42... Oops, that's the wrong color. Creating a 42-minute long episode is somewhat of an ambitious task. So, it's kind of been my long-standing objective to kind of reach a point where I would be able to reliably knock out roughly 30 seconds of show per day. What we're seeing here today is, you know what, that's totally doable. You're going to be working pretty hard, though. I mean, let's make no bones about it. You're going to be working pretty hard. So, I mean, you're going to be working pretty long. It's going to take a lot of time. But it can be done. So that's good. File, boom. This would be probably that. Okay, we're getting close here. Let's hit the B key since we'd probably be there. Okay, I think we're okay. Boom, yep. Boom. That's a working. Working, working. I might go live on the OT Discord during use vectors to outline a scene. Nice. Amar's a little ahead of the curve. Hey, laters, dude. No, I'm not leaving yet. I got to get Asher done. File. Not quite done yet. Oh, really? Really? That's what you're going to do? Well, and when I find myself bumping into a lot of filling leaks, that's usually a sign that I probably need to wrap it up, because I'm getting impatient with the fill tool. We don't want to be impatient with the fill tool. Love the fill tool. Love the fill tool. Oh boy. Well, and it's funny because, you know, it's like 2 days ago I put in a really long day as well, and it seems that you can put in one long day and then you kind of need a day off. And then you put in another full day, and let's see if this is going to work. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Filto. Except here, we got all kinds of nasty leaks going on. Nasty, I say. Okay, I presume we could probably use this color for the paper. Yeah, if it wasn't like leaking. And the paper will have its color altered somewhat by the shadows, obviously. Fill tool, and now we need to come up here, and I really need to put a little bit of or the fill tool will be impatient with it. Alright, that's it. I'm quitting. I know I'm going to come back and finish this last Asher picture before the day is out today, but I think that's it for me. I'm done. So you guys have been awesome and amazing. I really appreciate you guys hanging out. I can't imagine why you would, because I certainly can't possibly be that interesting for this many hours, but I'm trying. So anyway, that's it. I'm going to end the stream, as Amar would say, laters. As you guys know, there will be more.